The Gilded Web by Mary Balogh. It was a bitterly cold night for early May. It was not actually raining, but there was a heavy cloud cover, and the strong wind felt like 1,000 knives to the scantily clad young lady who walked alone into its teeth. The thin dark cloak that she wore over an even thinner ball gown seemed like no protection at all, though she held it closed at the front with one hand and huddled inside it. The other hand held the loose sides of the hood tight beneath her chin. Alexandra Purnell shivered and lowered her head. But she did not turn back to the ballroom behind her, despite the inviting glow of hundreds of candles through the long windows and the memory of scores of gay, brightly dressed guests, and despite the fact that the room she had just left was warm, perhaps even a little too warm, as the French doors into the garden had been firmly closed against the inclement weather. No, foolish as it seemed, Alexandra preferred the discomfort of a solitary walk in the garden to the pleasures of the ballroom, for a short time anyway. In fact, she almost welcomed the weather just as it was. If it were warmer or less windy, doubtless there would be any number of guests strolling outside, and she would be unable to find any solitude at all. She glanced back over her shoulder, but there was no one behind her, and there were no accusing faces at the French windows watching her make her temporary escape. Even so, she instinctively moved farther away from the lights of the house and closer to the dark back alley across from the stable block. It seemed that London dwellers were doomed either to live at some remove from their own stables, or else to have them almost on top of the house. Alexandra shivered again and burrowed her chin behind the hand that held her hood firmly closed. She blew warm air down into her clasped hand. It was doubtless foolish to have run away like this. Her slippers were probably stained with grass, and her smooth chignon, which she had insisted upon despite Nanny Ray's plea that she try a hair fashion more suited to the festive occasion, would be flattened and dishevelled by the close-held hood, and she certainly could not escape for an indefinite period. She would have to go back soon. She was 21 years old already. She told herself in an interior monologue that had become very familiar to her mind over the past weeks. She was in her first and perhaps her only really active season in London, which involved her in all the diversions of the beau monde. Papa had decided, quite without warning, that she must be given a proper introduction to society before her long-planned betrothal to the Duke of Peterlee became official. They had taken a house on Curzon Street, Papa, Mamma, her brother James, and herself, and they had met all the right people and attended all the proper functions in the month since. She should be happy. Most young ladies would be ecstatic to be in her position, but she felt positively in her dotage beside all the other young girls who were making their come-out, and she could not feel comfortable with such a life. Nothing in her past had prepared her for the gaiety and frivolity of London. She was only now beginning to realise fully what a very strict and narrow upbringing she and James had had at Dunstable Hall. Almost any form of entertainment and personal pleasure had been frowned upon by Papa. Every thought and word and action had revolved around church and the scriptures and Papa's firmly held notions of virtue and morality. And unlike James, she had not even been to school to discover that there was another world beyond home. She had been intended for the Duke of Peterlee for as far back as she could remember. She had met him only on a few occasions, and then very briefly and formally. He did not live often on his estate, which adjoined theirs. He was 20 years her senior, and spent most of his time in London on government business. Alexandra had never questioned the fact that she would marry him when the time came, and she still did not do so. They had met a few times since her arrival in London, and she had found nothing to censure in him. He was in many ways like her father, stern and severe in manner. It was true, but surely an honest and an upright man. Unfortunately, he was also a busy man, and did not appear at nearly as many entertainments as she was expected to attend, and so there was an awkwardness about her come-out. She did not feel any affinity with the members of society around her, and she was not in search of a husband or a flirt, as most of the other girls seemed to be. Papa did not like her to dress quite as fashionably as the others, and she could not bring herself even to dress her hair in a pretty fashion. and there were the Harding Smythes to contend with almost wherever she went. They kept her constantly aware of her inadequacies. Her Aunt Deirdre, Papa's sister, always assumed that she lacked amusement, and went out of her way to provide it. Her efforts were kindly meant, perhaps, but her ideas of amusement were not Alexandra's. Her cousin Caroline simpered and clung, more in an attempt to attract James than out of any real affection for her, Alexandra felt, and cousin Albert appeared to have set himself the task of protecting an innocent young country cousin from all the evils and temptations of London. His manner toward her, toplofty and condescending, irritated her beyond bearing. Alexandra blew again onto her cold hand. Had she been very rude to Caroline and Aunt Deirdre earlier? Did she owe them an apology? They had wanted her to return home with them that night so that she might accompany them to the shops on Bond Street the next morning. They had even secured her mother's permission before coming to ask her, and had arranged to have a maid bring suitable clothes for her to wear the next day. But she had refused their invitation. She had not even softened her abruptness by offering some sort of excuse. She had been taught too well that telling the truth is always a virtue, and that there is no such thing as a white lie. They had left the ball soon after her refusal, as Aunt Deirdre had a headache, and at the same time she had been unable to resist the temptation to rescue her cloak and step outside for a moment's peace, especially as Albert had been smirking at her from across the room, and she knew he would come soon, remark on the singular misfortune of her having no dancing partner, and condescend to lead her out himself. Probably Mamma still thought that she had gone with Aunt Deirdre. She really should be returning to the ballroom. Someone had signed her card for a set of country dances. She must not pay him the discourtesy of not being present when it began. Besides, Mamma would scold if she were absent for a noticeable length of time, and perhaps even reports the fact to Papa the next morning. Then there would be trouble. But Alexandra was fated not to return after all. As she was about to turn back to the house, she glanced almost absent-mindedly at a closed carriage that was being drawn by 4 horses into the alley before the stable block just a short distance away, and then the nightmare began. Her back prickled to the knowledge that someone had stepped up behind her only a fraction of a second before a hand clamped over her mouth. Terror engulfed her instantly as she clawed at the hand and kicked back at her assailant with one slippered foot. But her hands were soon dragged from her face and pulled firmly behind her back. Her cloak fell open, so that the wind blew all its chill force against the delicate silk of her blue ball gown. She tried to shake her head, bend forward, kick herself free, but her efforts were all to no avail. Her hood had somehow been pulled down over her nose so that she could not even see. "Got you," a male voice said from behind her in tones of breathless amusement. "No use to struggle any more now, young lady. You'll not be going such a long distance tonight after all. You should have stayed dancing." "What in the deuce are you doing, Clem? Don't you have her wrists bound yet?" "She is struggling like 6 cats," another voice said. "There, that should hold right and tight. Get the scarf for her mouth, then." The first voice said, "We don't have all night, you know. A pretty pickle we would be in if she set up a screeching and we were caught. We could end up swinging." "Swing yourself," the second voice said indignantly. "I'm just doing this as a favour to a friend. I ain't in the habit of kidnapping females, you know." But Alexandra was not listening to the conversation. As he talked, the second man was stretching a scarf tightly over her mouth and tying it in a tight knot at the back of her head, and her hood was still down over her nose, so that she felt as if she were being bound in a sack. Renewed terror set her to kicking with fresh vigour and pulling uselessly against whatever it was that held her hands imprisoned. "Grab her feet, Clem, will you?" the first man said, "before my shins start getting bruises on top of bruises." And Alexandra was lifted unceremoniously from the ground and dumped none too gently inside what she realised must be the carriage she had seen pull out into the alley. There are limits to friendship. The first man grumbled before slamming the door and leaving Alexandra alone inside the dark interior of the coach. Next time Eden has a wild scheme like this to execute, he can damned well do it himself. The coach lurched into motion, and Alexandra realised that she was lying on a seat that must normally be exceedingly comfortable. But whose carriage was it? Who were her kidnappers? And where were they taking her? What did they plan to do with her? Ransom her? Did they imagine that Papa was a wealthy man? Murder her? She dragged again at her wrists, only to find that there was no way to loosen the bonds. She could feel the gag tight over her mouth, her hood halfway down her nose, and she began to draw fast and shallow breaths. She could not breathe. She was going to die. She was going to suffocate even before they had a chance to kill her. Perhaps they were going to ravish her. Oh, dear God, she would rather die. Alexandra wrenched at her wrists again, and found herself falling and quite unable to save herself from an awkward landing on the floor between the two seats. The journey was not a long one. The carriage stopped. The door was thrown open, and the nightmare began again. If only she could see, she would not be so terrified. If she could only see her captors, and know that at least they were human. "Oh, Lord, she fell off the seat," the first man's voice said. "Eden will have a thing or two to say if she has any bruises." Alexandra had no chance to try once more to kick her way to freedom. Her head was toward the open door. One captor pulled her out by the arms, and she was immediately tipped forward and over the shoulder of the other, who proceeded to carry her up a flight of steps and into a lighted hallway. She could just make out a pattern of black and white tiles through the sides of her hood.
"Yes, I shall lead the way to her room,"
A third voice was saying. It was a stiff and disapproving voice. "But I don't like it, sirs. His lordship has never done anything quite like this before. She's all trussed up. It doesn't seem quite fitting somehow."
"Just lead the way, Palmer,"
the first man said breathlessly. "She ain't a featherweight." Alexandra was bumped up a seemingly interminable flight of stairs, and finally set down on her feet for a brief moment before being pushed backward quite gently. She landed on what felt like a perfectly soft bed. "Here," her captor said, fumbling beneath her until he found the bonds at her wrists. "I can't leave you like that now, can I? But I'll have to tie you up somehow and leave on the gag. Can't have you screeching and disturbing the whole household. And can't leave you free, or you'll only run away again, and all my efforts will be in vain. I'll tie your hands to the bedpost here. No offence meant. Eden will be home soon. He'll deal with you." Alexandra's struggles were not as frenzied as they might have been. She was feeling very close to despair. If she escaped from this man, she had a whole houseful of enemies to get past before she could regain her freedom. She made only muffled protests, as her hands were tied quite firmly above her head. She shook her head furiously, but she could not uncover her eyes enough to see either her assailant or the room into which he had brought her. And then she was alone, the room quiet and dark, all sound obliterated by the closing of the door alone, to struggle for a freedom that she knew was next to impossible to achieve, alone with her imagination, alone and waiting for her real captor to come. Eden. He would be there soon. Soon she would know. Alexandra struggled on Dominic Rain. Lord Eden blew out his breath through puffed cheeks when he returned to the ballroom from the garden, and saw Madeline, his twin sister, quite close by, flanked by her bosom friends Miss Wickhill and Lady Pamela Paisley, the three of them laughing at something Lord Crane had just finished saying. What a relief to see her there! He had made enough of a cake of himself as it was in the past hour. He had been justly served for jumping so hastily to conclusions. But it could have been worse, a lot worse. He would never have lived the matter down if his plan for Faber and Jones to bundle Madeline off to Edmund's house had been carried out. Her wrath would have been dreadful to behold, not to mention Edmund's but all was well. Provided that couple of loose screws didn't still try to abduct her from the middle of the ballroom, of course. He would not put it past those two. The more difficult the scheme, the more likely they were to take the risk. And he was no better. He had to admit. He would not be able to resist the challenge if he were in their place. He must find them. Tell them the whole thing was off. First, though, perhaps he had better warn Madeline. Tell her the whole story in such a way that she would think it all a great joke. He fingered his neckcloth to check that it was straight and sauntered over to the group of which his sister was a part. She flashed him a smile and finished the story she was telling to an attentive group. A burst of laughter greeted her final words. She turned to her brother with a grin, her green eyes dancing up into his. "I thought you must have gone to the card-room, Dom," she said. "I was prepared to call a physician for you tomorrow. It is unlike you to miss a single dance." Lord Eden bowed to the group at large. "I have been taking a breath of air," he said. "It is like December out there. Will you waltz, Mad?" He noticed that Miss Wickhill chortled as she always did when he forgot himself, and called his sister by the old pet name, something he did more often than not. "I don't believe it," Madeline said, linking her arm through his. "Am I finally to dance with the handsomest gentleman in town? You are usually too busy leading out all the beauties. Of whom you are surely one, my dear," he said with a grin, drawing her away from the group. "Have I told you how I like your hair like that? I must confess I was horrified when Mamma told me you had had it all shorn off, but it suits you, Mad. The short curls emphasize your large eyes and high cheekbones. I could wish it were darker or blonder or redder or some more definite colour," Madeline said with a shrug, placing her hand on her twin's shoulder and waiting for the music to begin. "But to what do I owe the honour, Dom? You look rather as if you had seen a ghost." "Not a ghost, exactly," he said, looking at her rather sheepishly. "Just Sir Headley Fairhaven." She looked back at him expectantly. "Yes," she said. "At the bottom of the garden," he said, "standing outside a travelling chaise." Madeline frowned and fit her step to her brother's as the orchestra began to play a waltz. "Is this a riddle?" she asked. "I am supposed to guess what it is all about." "Yes, it was a new travelling chaise. It was missing one wheel. It was pulled by 4 greys you would cheerfully kill for. They had pink ribbons threaded through their manes. Sir Headley had a ring in his nose. He was waiting for a lady to elope with," Lord Eden said, twirling her as they reached a corner of the ballroom. "Really?" Madeline's eyes sparkled up at him. "Are you sure, Dom? How deliciously scandalous! Who, do tell me. You did not challenge him to a duel in order to protect the lady's honour, did you? She wasn't one of your flirts, was she?" She did not hear his mumbled reply. "What?" she said, leaning toward him. "I thought she was you," he said. "What?" Madeline stopped in the middle of a spin. "You thought I was going to elope with Sir Headley Fairhaven? Have your wits gone totally begging? If we were not exactly where we are at this moment, Dominic Raine, I would take you on for this, and black both your eyes too." "Hush, Mad," he said, flushing and glancing uneasily about him. "People will be looking. It was half your fault that I made such an embarrassing mistake, you know. You have been hanging around with Fairhaven all over London for the past month, and you distinctly told me just last week that you would marry him too if you chose to do so, and I was to keep my nose out of your affairs. Thank you very much. And you know me so little," she said, dancing valiantly on, an empty smile on her face as she waltzed past friends and acquaintances, "that you think I would do anything so very tasteless and so very stupid. How could you, Dom, to marry Sir Headley, of all people, and to elope with him? You must admit that you tried it once before, Mad," Lord Eden said. "How was I to know that you would not do it again?" "Oh, I was 18, she said indignantly, "and fell in love with a uniform." "And it is horrid of you to remind me of that youthful indiscretion, Dom. As if I have learned no wisdom and acquired no maturity in 4 years. Why did you think I was going to elope with Sir Headley tonight, anyway?" "I overheard him," he said. "I was sitting in one of the alcoves with Miss Pope, and he was sitting just the other side of the curtain. I suppose he didn't know there was anyone there, because we weren't talking anyway." "I cannot imagine what you were doing with Miss Pope if you were not talking with her," Madeline said caustically. "But whom was he talking to, and what did he say?" "I don't know who the other man was," Lord Eden said, But Fairhaven was planning to leave with some lady at midnight, and he was giving directions to the other about what to do tomorrow when the cat was out of the bag. "And you assumed I was the one running away with him," Madeline said. "I'm afraid so," he admitted, giving her a disarming smile. "Why have you told me this, Dom?" she asked, suspiciously. "It was surely not in order that I might have a good laugh at your stupidity." "No." He grinned apologetically down at her. "It's just that at the time I wanted to be able to concentrate my attention and my fists on Fairhaven. I set Faber and Jones to spiriting you off to Edmund's so that I would know you were safe. I couldn't find them in the garden after my talk with Fairhaven. They doubtless took themselves off when they did not find you there. But I thought I had better warn you anyway. You set those two to kidnap me." Madeline's voice had risen almost to a squeak. "I suppose they were to bind me hand and foot and gag and blindfold me." Her twin looked uncomfortable. "I don't think all that would have been necessary," he said. "But you know yourself that you would not have gone willingly mad, especially if you had had your heart set on an elopement. I had to arrange it all hastily in the past hour. I did tell them to insist that you go with them." "Oh, Dom," Madeline said, smiling dazzlingly at one of her favourite admirers, who was standing close by watching her. "You have had a narrow escape, brother mine. I would have had your head on a platter for breakfast if your friends had laid one fingernail on my person. And I would wager that Edmund would have done the axe work for me." "Yes, well," he said, "I thought I should warn you, Mad, to have an eye open for those two. I needn't have said anything to you, you know. I could have taken the chance of keeping quiet. This is all pretty embarrassing, as you might imagine." "Pamela thought you were coming to ask her to waltz," she said. "I know she did, Dom. She blushed in that way. She has whenever she sees you coming, and she always thinks that you are going to notice her. She really does have a painful tendre for you. You will dance the next set with her." "This is my punishment?" he asked, grinning ruefully down at her. "Pamela is my friend," she said. "I do not consider it punishment for a gentleman to dance with her. Dom, she dotes on you, you know. And you really are very handsome. I see the way all the girls look at you, and so many of them this year are years younger than you and I. We will have to dust off a spinster cap for you soon," he said. "You are getting very close to your dotage, Mad. No, don't look at me like that. The next set it is for Lady Pamela. You see how contrite I am." Lord Eden duly danced with his sister's friend, and unconsciously enslaved her even further with his charm and his sunny smile. There was nothing to keep him at the ball once the set was over. Miss Pope had proved a disappointment, perhaps because his attention had been taken by Fairhaven when he was kissing her, and Miss Carstairs had not appeared at all that evening, having contracted a cold in the head at Vauxhall Gardens a few evenings before. And since he was currently in love with Miss Carstairs, her absence made even the most glittering of social occasions dreary. Besides, he was still feeling decidedly foolish over the Fairhaven affair. He had gone out to that carriage all fire and brimstone and brotherly outrage, ready to challenge the man to meet him at dawn on a foggy heath with pistols and seconds. He was fortunate to have got away without being challenged himself, but Fairhaven had appeared to have other matters on his mind, most notably the little female who was lurking in the shadows, obviously waiting for her lover's visitor to take himself off. Lord Eden sallied forth from the ball to one of his clubs in the hope of finding some diversion to take his mind off the night's faux pas. If he were fortunate too, perhaps he would run into Faber and Jones and persuade them that it would be as well to keep their mouths shut about the night's dealings or lack thereof. He did not believe Miss Pope would start any awkward gossip, even if she had heard Madeline's name had not been mentioned. But it was doubtful that she had been aware of the scandalous conversation going on behind the curtain in the alcove anyway. He had kissed her with sufficient ardour to distract her as he had listened with all his attention, and she had looked suitably witless when he had finally lifted his mouth from hers. Perhaps that was why he had found her disappointing. It was far more intriguing to kiss a female whose manner left one in some doubt over whether one's hand would be welcomed or slapped if it chose to wander somewhere where it had no business to be. It really was not all his fault that he had jumped to such a conclusion about Madeline and Fairhaven. Madeline really had tried to run off with a half-pay officer less than a week after her 18th birthday. Was he to blame if he had assumed that Fairhaven's travelling companion to Gretna was to be Madeline? She had said less than a week before that she would marry him if she chose, and it was just the sort of thing she would do too, just to spite him. She never had got over the humiliation of being a full half-hour younger than he, though to do her justice, she had never shown any indignation over the fact that she had been born female and had not therefore inherited one of their father's junior titles as he had. What a very narrow and fortunate escape he had had that night. Lord Eden handed his hat and cane to the doorman at Boodle's and prepared to enjoy what remained of the night. James Purnell was watching the dancers. He had come from the card-room just a few minutes before, where he had watched rather than participated. He had danced earlier with his cousin Caroline and with 2 other young girls who had been smiling brightly as if they did not mind at all having no partner for the sets that had already begun. He felt restless, as usual. He had been glad to leave the country, where he could never feel at home ever again, where his strained relations with his father were more in evidence than they were here, and where he was allowed no hand in the running of the estate. And yet he was not glad to be in London, where the endless social round seemed pointless and silly. It fell upon him to escort his mother and sister to almost all the events of the ton. A quiet soiree or a musical evening might coax his father abroad, but balls and rotes and the theatre were fitting only for females intent on making a showing with the people who mattered. Lord Beckworth stayed at home with his books and sermons. Purnell watched broodingly the tall, slender young dancer in blue. She was somewhat older than most of the other unmarried girls, but she had all the freshness and glow of youth. He tended to notice her almost wherever he went, though he had never been presented to her or asked to be. Lady Madeline Raine. She was no prettier than a score of other girls in the ballroom. There was nothing particularly unusual about her short, dark, blonde curls or her eyes, which might be blue or green. He had never been close enough to know which. Her figure was good, but by no means unusually so. He did not know quite what always drew his eyes. The sparkle, perhaps, that was absent from the women in his own family. Alex was perhaps younger than Lady Madeline Raine, but Alex had never been as young. She had never been given the chance. Purnell shrugged his shoulders and turned to search the crowds for his mother and his sister. He saw the former sitting in an obscure corner of the room talking to a faded creature, who was doubtless a chaperone. He crossed the room toward them and bowed. "Good evening, ma'am," he said to the faded creature, drawing some colour to her cheeks and a surprised smile to her lips. "Have you seen Alex, mamma? I have ordered the carriage to be brought around." "She has gone with Deirdre and Caroline, James," Lady Beckworth said. They begged quite insistently that she be allowed to go. "Your papa will not like it, will he? But there can be no real harm in her going, can there? Deirdre is his sister, after all." Her son frowned. "I think Alex might be allowed to decide such matters for herself, mamma," he said. "She is of age, after all. Will you take my arm?" He bowed again to the faded chaperone as his mother turned to say good night, and found his eyes straying once more to the dancers. Lady Madeline Raine was still waltzing with her twin, Lord Eden. There was a suggestion of dawn in the sky already before Edmund Raine, Earl of Amberley, returned home. He had spent most of the night with Mrs. Eunice Borden, his mistress. Indeed, it was becoming more and more his habit to stay with her. He found the relationship comfortable. As he was dressing and preparing to step out into the cold night, he found himself thinking, not for the first time, of suggesting to her that they marry. It was difficult to put into words why he was finding the affair so satisfactory, and even more difficult to know why he was contemplating matrimony. Eunice was not a pretty woman. She was not even particularly attractive. She had a short, rather heavy-set figure, strong features, and short, dark, very curly hair. Her manner was quite unflirtatious. She spoke in a forthright way that occasionally offended, but never left her listener in any doubt about her true feelings. She had acquired a well-deserved reputation as a literary hostess. Her salon was always worth attending during almost any evening of the week, and she was older than he by 3 years. She was 32 years old, a widow for the past 6 years. She had never made any attempt to conceal her age. Lord Amberley looked behind him and smiled at Eunice as she lay in bed, the blankets neatly pulled up under her arms, her hands clasped loosely over her stomach. Her legs were stretched out side by side beneath the covers. "Thank you, Eunice," he said, as he always did before leaving her. "You are very good to me, my dear." "I am glad you came, Amberley," she said. She never called him by any other name. "I can always count on you for interesting and stimulating conversation. Do you think Mr. Denny a serious poet? I found his manner rather irritating tonight, as if he is somewhat in love with the idea of being a poet." "That seems to be rather a failing of poets in general, do you not think?" he asked. She thought for a moment. "Yes, you are right, of course," she said. "And one can forgive a measure of eccentricity provided the creative genius is really present. In Mr. Denny's case, I rather doubt that there is any genius at all. I do not believe I will invite him again. I would not wish to have my salon gain a reputation for mediocrity." "I think that is hardly likely to happen," Lord Amberley said, sitting down on a chair and pulling on one of his Hessian boots. "Would you consider marrying me, Eunice?" She showed no outward sign of surprise or any other emotion. "I don't believe that would be wise for you, Amberley," she said. "I am too old to be thinking of giving you heirs. You will need to marry someone younger." "And what if I am not too concerned about heirs?" he said, regarding her with a half-smile. "And what if I am satisfied with a more mature and sensible wife?" "Then you are a fool," Mrs. Borden said. "It is your duty to beget children of your own, Amberley. Personal inclination is of small consideration when you have an earldom to pass along." "Are you saying no?" he asked. "Or are you open to persuasion?" "I do not believe I am willing to give up my independence," she said. "I am quite satisfied to be your mistress for as long as you wish, Amberley. But your wife? No, I think not. We would not be nearly as comfortable together if we were married. We would begin to wrangle. Take my word for it." Lord Amberley did not argue the point. He leaned over the bed to give his mistress the usual good-night kiss on her cheek, never on her lips, and took his leave of her. He walked home, as he generally did, noting the signs of early dawn, the almost imperceptible lightening of the eastern sky. He was glad he had worn his greatcoat when he left the house the evening before, though it had seemed foolish to be doing so in May. Eunice was probably right. It was better that they live their separate lives. The funny thing was that he could not remember quite how their affair had started. What exactly had happened to cause them to go to bed with each other that first time? He could not recall. He had never found her particularly attractive. He had enjoyed her salon and her conversation. He had grown into the habit of lingering until her last guest left, and then even beyond that, but when had conversation first given place to physical contact? He had never kissed her on the lips. He had started sleeping with her without any big romantic moment to herald the beginning of the affair. That had been more than a year before. He had not had any other woman since, and that in itself was surprising. During the months of each year that he spent on his estate, he always lived a celibate life, but during his months in London he had often indulged himself with several women. He had remained faithful to Eunice, though resuming their affair this spring after his winter at Amberley Court. It was not a passionate affair. Indeed, he was quite sure that Eunice did not derive any pleasure at all from their couplings. She certainly did not participate in them beyond receiving him in a quite matter-of-fact manner, giving what she knew he wanted without either prudishness or coquetry. He often wondered what satisfaction she got out of their liaison. But perhaps it was in her attitude that he found his own satisfaction. In his busy life of responsibility for the happiness of others, it was refreshing to find someone who seemed more intent on giving than receiving. He had expected that she would marry him. A desire to be the Countess of Amberley, to live a life of security as his wife, would have explained her willingness to submit to his embraces. And yet he was not surprised by her refusal. Eunice was not a woman to whom position and security would be overriding goals. She had been married very young to Mr. Borden, and had been left with a comfortable independence 8 years later. She did not appear to regret her widowed state. Lord Amberley let himself into his town house with his own key. He always insisted that his staff go to bed at midnight, whether he and Dominic were at home or not. Why keep a poor footman standing around asleep on his feet for most of the night, merely because his master was too busy bedding his mistress to come home at a decent hour? He climbed the stairs and walked the length of the upper corridor to his bedchamber. He yawned. Perhaps if the birds did not strike up too enthusiastic a dawn chorus outside his window, he would be able to snatch another few hours of sleep before beginning his day. He stopped and listened. Was Madeline home? She did not come very often, as he had bought his mother her own town house 4 years before, having decided that she would be happier in her own establishment while in London, and naturally enough her daughter had gone to live with her. But Madeline did come home on occasion, notably when Mamma was otherwise engaged. His sister had been at the Eastern ball last night, he believed. Dominic had been going to put in an appearance there too. Madeline must have returned with him. She must be still awake. She certainly was tossing and turning in her room. He could hear her from where he was. Had something happened to upset her? It seemed unlikely. Madeline had a sunny nature, and was not easily upset. Lord Amberley shrugged his shoulders and proceeded on his way. And yet, standing 15 minutes later in his dressing gown at the window of his bedchamber, looking out onto a street that was brightening into a new day, he sipped from a glass of water and wondered about his younger sister. What was she doing at home? Mamma had not said anything about going away. They had not quarrelled, had they? He frowned and looked toward the door of his room. Should he go and see if she really was still awake? Would she thank him for disturbing her even if she were? He would do it anyway, he decided. He did not like to think of Madeline unhappy, or perhaps ill. He must see if there was something he could do to help. He opened his door and walked back down the corridor. He stopped outside the door to his sister's room and listened. She was definitely still awake, and apparently moaning and loudly fidgeting. Or was she indeed asleep, and having nightmares? He tapped quietly on the door. For a moment all fell silent within, and then the scuffling sounds increased in volume. Lord Amberley turned the handle of the door, found it unlocked, and opened it. The curtains were not drawn either at the long windows or around the bed. He stared motionless for a moment at the figure on the bed, or rather twisted around and half off the bed, Madeline. Her arms were above her head, apparently grasping the bedpost. Her head was completely swaddled in dark cloth. She was wearing a flimsy blue dress, but it was twisted awkwardly around her body and was pulled up so that her long, slim legs were almost completely exposed. "What on earth?" he said, striding toward her and putting his glass of water down on the side table so that he could help her. And she certainly needed help. Her wrists were bound to the bedpost, he saw with some horror, and it was a cloak that had wrapped itself completely around her shoulders and head. She was a prisoner. Those mad twins, would they never grow up? Lord Amberley felt a surge of anger. "Hold still," he said firmly. "I shall have you free in a moment." She lay still then, though it took him more than a few moments to loosen her bonds, which her struggles had doubtless tightened considerably. "There," he said, expecting her at any moment to burst into an indignant tirade against Dominic. He reached down and tried to lower the skirt of her gown, but it was so tightly twisted beneath her that the task was impossible. He reached up to untangle her from the twisted cloak. Her hands were on his, plucking at them, but they were cold and nerveless. He pushed them away. When he had pulled away the folds of the cloak, she was still not free. Her head and face were almost entirely covered by the hood, which was held very firmly in place by the green gag she wore. He pushed back the hood, feeling even greater fury. She looked up at him with wide and wary eyes, dark eyes. "Oh, God, turn your head," he said tonelessly. "I will free you from that gag." His fingers fumbled with the knot and finally loosened it. He slid one hand beneath her head and lifted it so that he could both remove the scarf and put back her hood. A cascade of thick dark hair fell over his arm with the hood and waved over her shoulders. He did not think to remove his arm for a moment. She lay still, her head resting against his arm, staring up at him warily. Perhaps she did not realize that her legs were exposed to the thighs. "Who are you?" he asked foolishly, and he slid his arm from beneath her head and stood up. She opened her mouth as if to speak and tried to lick parched lips with an equally dry tongue. She made an inarticulate sound. "Here," he said, picking up the glass of water. "You must drink this. No, don't shrink from me. I will do you no harm." He put one arm beneath her shoulders again and lifted her to a sitting position. He held the glass while she drank. Her hands, he could see, were temporarily paralyzed. She turned her head away after she had taken a few sips, and her long dishevelled hair hid her face from his view. "You are Eden?" she asked, and coughed. "What do you want with me? I will not be intimidated. You may kill me if you wish, but I will not plead with my father to pay you a ransom, and I will not submit without a struggle to being ravished." "Eden," he said, straightening up and standing beside the bed, "my brother has brought you here." Her pale, handsome face suddenly flushed quite painfully, and she pulled at the skirt of her gown. She had to lift her hips in order to loosen it. He kept his eyes on her face while she did so. She sat up abruptly on the side of the bed, and one hand collapsed clumsily beneath her as she used it to push herself upright. "This is an outrage," she said, her voice shaking very slightly. "I demand to be released. I agree with you entirely, ma'am," he said quietly, and reached out to tug on the silk-tasselled bell-pull beside the bed. "May I know who you are, so that I might communicate with your family? They must be frantic with worry." "My father is Lord Beckworth," she said. "We live on Curzon Street." "I know him," Lord Amberley said with a frown. "May I ask how you got here, miss?" "I was abducted," she said, "by two men I was at Lady Easton's ball. They said that Eden would be here soon, but that must have been many hours ago." "Lord Eden is my younger brother," he said. "Ah, do come in, Mrs. Haviland. This lady has come to be here by some misadventure involving Lord Eden. Will you stay with her here, please, and see that she is made comfortable and has some refreshments? While I send for her father, she has been tied up and gagged for several hours. I believe she would appreciate having someone massage her hands." "Oh, please," the dark-haired handsome girl said, as he turned to leave her in some privacy. "Not my father, please. Will you send for my brother instead? James Purnell, he will come." Lord Amberley nodded and bowed to her as the housekeeper, clucking her tongue, crossed to the bed and picked up one of the girl's hands. He left the room and closed the door quietly behind him. It was perhaps as well that the very first thing he must do was compose a swift note to the girl's brother. Perhaps by the time he had done so his present white fury would have cooled down just sufficiently that he would not quite throttle his brother when he went to his room to confront him. Perhaps, though, he doubted it. The twins had always had a gift for getting into the most unbelievable scrapes. But this was not a scrape. Not by any means. A young girl had just been abused and terrified, probably beyond his power to imagine, and her character and reputation destroyed, possibly beyond repair. Oh no, this was no scrape. Heads would surely roll over this. The agony of feeling the blood needling and knifing its way back through her hands was finally subsiding to a dull throbbing. Her fingers still looked and felt swollen, but she could begin to flex them. Her mouth still felt dry even after 2 cups of tea. Alexandra sat in the dressing-room adjoining the bedchamber where she had been held prisoner. The Earl of Amberley's housekeeper sat with her, still clucking with concern after sending a maid scurrying for tea, and after chafing her hands and wrapping a soft shawl around her shoulders instead of the crumpled cloak. Alexandra had discovered the identity of her rescuer, though she had learned very little else. She still did not know any more about Lord Eden, except that he was the Earl of Amberley's brother. She had not asked, of course. Some explanation must be given for the happenings of the night, but she was not the one to do the asking. James would discover the truth. At least she hoped it would be James. She prayed that her father's servants would have allowed the message to be taken to her brother. Her father would have to know eventually, she supposed, but she wanted some time to collect herself before he was told. James would sort everything out for her. All she was thankful for was that it was over, that Lord Amberley had found her before Lord Eden came home. James would see to it that the truth came out. He would discover what motive a gentleman who did not even know her might have for having her kidnapped and held captive for the whole of a night. Alexandra waited with an outer patience, learned through long years as her father's daughter. Inwardly she was impatient to be gone, never to see this house again, never to see the Earl of Amberley again. She would burn with mortification, she knew, when she allowed her mind to dwell on the spectacle that must have met his eyes when he saw her on the bed. To have had a man in the same bedchamber as she was horrifying enough. But 10 times worse, she had been stretched on a bed in a dreadful state of dishabille. And then suddenly Nanny Ray was in the room, and the Earl's housekeeper on her feet. And her old nurse looked dearly familiar with her diminutive sparrow's figure, her sharp red nose, and the gold-rimmed spectacles that always looked for all the world as if they were ready to drop off the end of her nose. Alexandra would not run to her as she wished to do, or burst into tears as her body yearned to do. She merely clasped her hands very tightly in her lap and forced a bleak smile to her lips. "I'm afraid I have got you from your bed very early this morning, Nanny," she said. "Thank the good Lord that Master James had the presence of mind to call me," Nanny Ray said, peering at Alexandra over the top of her spectacles. Indeed, she rarely looked through them. "Have you come to any harm, lovey?" She glared at the housekeeper, as if that poor lady was solely responsible for all the woes of her mistress. "Nothing that has not been put right already," Alexandra said. "Is James here, Nanny? May we leave now?" "As fast as our feet will carry us," her nurse said. "We will wait in the carriage, though his lordship said you was welcome to stay in comfort here while he had his talk with Master James, and Master James himself said we was to wait here. But old Nanny wouldn't listen to the King of England himself if what he said wasn't in the best interests of my girl. Put your cloak on and your hood up, lovey. It is a chilly morning, May or no May. And thanks to you, ma'am." She nodded curtly in the direction of the silent Mrs. Haviland. "You will please tell Mr. Purnell that we will await him outside." Alexandra looked about her in some wonder as Nanny Ray hurried her down a curved oak staircase to the tiled hallway she had glimpsed the night before. There were oak panelling and large paintings everywhere, and a magnificent chandelier hanging from the domed ceiling. The experiences of the night before began to take on an aura of unreality. She had never been so happy to see her father's carriage waiting at the bottom of a flight of steps. Her father's coachman handed her inside. Her attention was only momentarily distracted by a tall young man of pleasing appearance, who looked at her in some curiosity as he touched his hat and mounted the steps to enter the house. He was dressed in evening clothes. Nanny Ray glared balefully at him and followed her mistress into the carriage. She pulled the velvet curtains firmly across the windows as the coachman shut the door. Inside the library on the ground floor of his town house, Lord Amberley found himself having an uncomfortable confrontation with James Purnell. He had expected an irate brother bristling with fury, demanding satisfaction, perhaps even a duel. He had been apprehensive about the meeting, but he had been prepared for it. He would have thrown against such righteous indignation all the forces of reason and good breeding. He had not expected a man of icy self-control, a man who said little, but whose dark eyes burned with something that seemed not quite anger. They were eyes that watched very directly, and seemed to penetrate to one's very soul. No mannered speeches of carefully rehearsed platitudes would fool this man, Lord Amberley suspected. "I am afraid Miss Purnell was the victim of some unknown prank last night," he said, "for which my brother appears to have been entirely responsible." "Then I will speak with your brother," James Purnell said. He stood close to the library door, a cloak still around his shoulders, his hat in his hand. He had refused to have them taken from him or to take a seat. Lord Eden, I believe? I am afraid he is not at home, Lord Amberley said, and in his absence it is impossible for me to say exactly what happened, since I did not feel it appropriate to question your sister too closely. But Miss Purnell was confined in my sister's room when I found her. I can only imagine that for some reason my brother thought her to be his twin. They are not unknown to such madcap activities. My sister does not resemble Lady Madeline Rain in any way, James Purnell said. I agree, Lord Amberley said, except perhaps in height and build. I can only suggest, sir, that you convey your sister home with all speed and return later to demand satisfaction from my brother. I certainly intend to do that, Purnell said quietly. We will hope that the events of the night will never be made public, Lord Amberley said. I see no reason why there should ever be a blemish on your sister's name. Even so, I shall, if I may, call on Lord Beckworth after luncheon to beg permission to pay my addresses to Miss Purnell. His always firm jawline was more set than usual, his face pale. James Purnell looked back at him with his burning eyes. One lock of straight dark hair had fallen across his forehead. Frankly, Amberley, he said, I believe my sister would be doing herself a disservice to ally herself to this family, but I can see that the offer must be made. I shall inform my father of your intention. Lord Amberley bowed. The time must be close to 6 o'clock, he said. You will wish to take Miss Purnell home. Purnell did not move for a moment, during which time he levelled a penetrating stare on his host. Was she touched? He asked quietly. No. Lord Amberley stilled his right hand, which he suddenly became aware had been clenching and unclenching itself at his side. She was tied up and gagged when I found her, but I am almost certain that she had not been otherwise abused. You must understand that I will demand other satisfaction from Lord Eden if you prove to be wrong, Purnell said. Lord Amberley bowed and felt a moment's relief as his guest turned abruptly to the door. But even as he reached for the handle, there came a jaunty tapping from the outside, and the door opened. Lord Eden's head appeared around it. Edmund, he said, who on earth was?
Oh, pardon me. I didn't mean to intrude.
He grinned cheerfully and made to withdraw.
You had better come in here, Lord Amberley,
said this concerns you, Dom?
Intriguing,
his brother said, the grin returning to his face. He came into the room, flung his hat down on a side table, and nodded genially to the visitor.
Dom, Lord Amberley said, can you explain what Miss Alexandra Purnell was doing in Madeline's room last night?
Lord Eden looked blank. He glanced from his brother to James Purnell. Have I missed something? He asked. This is Mr. Purnell, Lord Amberley said. I found his sister in Madeline's room an hour ago. She was tied to the bed and gagged. She seems to believe that you were responsible. Lord Eden looked indignant. Why, of all the... he began, then his face blanched. Oh, Lord... He passed a hand over his eyes. What happened, Dom? Lord Amberley's voice was quiet, but it held an unmistakable note of authority. Those two loose screws must have mistaken her for Madeline, Lord Eden said, removing his hand from his face and looking first into the smouldering eyes of James Purnell and then at his brother. I asked them to bring Madeline here. I thought she was just about to. Well, that is another story. It was all a mistake anyway. When I found Mad was still in the ballroom, I thought no harm had been done. I might have known it was strange that Faber and Jones just disappeared without a word. Oh, Lord.
My sister has led a very sheltered existence, James Purnell said. She has had a strict upbringing. Lord Eden closed his eyes. Oh, God, he said, she must have been terrified, but I can't understand it. Both Jones and Faber know Madeline. Does Miss Purnell look so much like her? I say, Edmund, that wasn't her stepping into the carriage outside just now, was it?
Probably, Lord Amberley said. He held up a staying hand. But this is not the time to rush out to make your apologies, Dom. Miss Purnell must be taken home without further delay. I suggest, sir, he turned his attention to their visitor, that you return later if you require satisfaction from Lord Eden, as I can well understand you may. I shall call at Curzon Street after luncheon. James Purnell looked steadily at each brother in turn before bowing curtly, and turning to the door without another word. "Oh, Lord!" Lord Eden said as soon as the door closed behind him. "What a coil!" "I don't believe I have any sympathy to spare for you, Dom," his brother said, moving at last to sit heavily in the large mahogany and leather chair behind his desk. "Even if it had been Madeline I found, I would have been outraged. She was bound and gagged. Her hands were paralysed when I released them, and she was quite unable to say a word until I had helped her to a drink of water. And you entrusted such treatment of our sister to two of your friends? Not at all the thing, Dom. And that is the understatement of the decade. I have a mind to level you with my own fists and leave nothing for Mr. Purnell to gain satisfaction from. I thought she was going to elope with that Fairhaven reptile," Lord Eden said. "I had to go after him, Edmund. I had to leave my friends to take Mad out of the way. You could not just have told her the game was up and set Mumma to keeping watch over her," Lord Amberley said wearily. "You never could take the easy and obvious course, could you, Dom? I don't see how I am to get you out of this. You will be fortunate indeed if you do not end up dead with a bullet between your eyes, and you will be honour bound to delope if it comes to a duel, you know."
"I deserve no less,"
Lord Eden said with bitter remorse. "The poor girl, Edmund. I have probably put her through a more frightening experience than I would feel looking down the barrel of Purnell's pistol. Do you know her? I cannot put a face to the name. I must confess, is she very young?" "She has backbone, I believe," Lord Amberley said. "She was not about to show me that she was afraid, and she told me I might kill her before she would beg anyone to pay a ransom for her." "I'm going to have to marry her, am I not?" Lord Eden said. "I have been trying to ignore the knowledge for the past few minutes. There is no other course open to me, is there? Unless Purnell lays me out cold, of course. That has already been taken care of," his brother said quietly. "You mean you have made my offer for me?" Lord Eden asked, eyebrows raised. He looked at his brother more closely, and his eyes sharpened. "Oh, no, Edmund, not you. You have not offered for the girl, have you? You can't do it, old chap. This has nothing whatsoever to do with you." "On the contrary," Lord Amberley said, "Miss Purnell has spent the night in my house, Dom, and I found her and was a few minutes alone with her in Madeline's bedchamber. I will be offering for her. You need have no worries on that head." "Oh, I say," his brother said, flushing and confronting Lord Amberley across the desk. "I can't allow that, you know. You cannot always be taking my burdens on your shoulders, Edmund. I'm the one responsible for this mess. I must be the one to marry her." "I shall be calling on Lord Beckworth after luncheon," Lord Amberley said, a note of finality in his voice, "regardless of your plans, Dom. Now, if you will excuse me, I shall go and shave and tidy myself. My clothes were very hastily donned before I came down here." "Lord Beckworth," Lord Eden said. "She isn't Beckworth's daughter, is she? Good God, I wouldn't like to cross that character. But I seem to have done just that, don't I? I'm not sure I'll particularly enjoy crossing swords with the brother either, if it comes to that. And Miss Purnell, Edmund, is she pretty? Quite remarkably lovely, I would guess, when she is properly groomed," Lord Amberley said from the doorway as he let himself out of the room. "It is the most ridiculous notion I ever heard," Alexandra said. "I am all but betrothed to his Grace, James. Why did you not simply tell the Earl that? How can he possibly think of paying his addresses to me? You should have told him that the idea was quite out of the question." "He is doing the honourable thing, Alex," James said. "You were compromised last night, and though I hope that somehow you can avoid this marriage, I must respect his willingness to do what is right. But Papa will not agree to let him speak with me, will he, Mumma? I will be mortified beyond all speech if I have to face him again. I had hoped never to have to do so. I do not see quite how your father can say no under the circumstances," Lady Beckworth said. She looked troubled. "If only you had not gone wandering outside on your own, Alexandra. You know that it was not at all the proper thing to do. Papa is going to be very angry with you, and with me too, for not keeping a closer eye on you. It was not your fault, Mumma." Alexandra got to her feet and paced restlessly to the window of her mother's sitting-room. Her father had been called away by the arrival of the Earl of Amberley even before they had risen from the luncheon table. That was the first she had known of the Earl's plan to offer her marriage. Nanny Ray had fussed her into bed as soon as they had arrived home that morning, and she had been there ever since. "You said it was all a mistake, James," she said, turning back to her brother, who stood close to the door, his hands clasped behind his back. "Lord Eden had intended to kidnap his sister. I cannot imagine why he would have wished to do such a thing, but it is really a matter between them. The point is that he meant me no harm, and no real harm was done, except that I spent an uncomfortable and rather anxious night. Surely a simple apology will do, but from Lord Eden, not the Earl. What do you think, Mamma?" "I just wish you had come and told me that you were not going with Deirdre Alexandra," Lady Beckworth said. "Then I could have sent James in search of you, and we would have been saved from all this inconvenience." Alexandra's eyes widened as a knock at her mother's door heralded the arrival of a footman with the request that she attend her father in the salon. "I do not wish to see Lord Amberley," she said, looking pleadingly at her brother. He looked sympathetic. "I'm sorry, Alex," he said. "I don't think the meeting can be avoided. Just remember that you have done nothing wrong and have nothing to be ashamed of. Leave the talking to him. You must not keep Papa waiting," Lady Beckworth said nervously. "You know how very strict he is about promptness, Alexandra." James Purnell crossed the room impulsively to his sister's side and held out his arm for hers. He looked unsmilingly down at her. "I'll take you downstairs," he said. "Damn the Earl of Amberley and his brother anyway. I beg your pardon, Mamma. Effete aristocrats, both, and a sister who flaunts her beauty before the ton and flirts with all and sundry. Refuse him, Alex. To hell with him and his notions of honour." He did not apologise for the last blasphemy, as they had already passed beyond Lady Beckworth's hearing. He had been mistaken in his guess, Lord Amberley saw as soon as Miss Purnell entered the salon. She was not as lovely as he had thought. He had seen her on a bed, her long and shapely legs fully exposed to his view, her face flushed, her dark eyes huge with bewilderment and embarrassment and well-concealed fright, and her dark hair had been in luxuriantly disordered curls about her face and shoulders. It had been the setting and the circumstances that had given the impression of extraordinary beauty. She stood inside the door now, looking at her father, a rather tall, slender woman who held herself very straight. Her hands were clasped quietly before her. She wore a day dress of brown stuff, well cut and clearly expensive, but dreary in colour and unimaginative in design. Her hair was pulled back from her forehead and ears and dressed in a smooth chignon. Not a strand was out of place. She had strong features, dark, long-lashed eyes topped by dark, slightly arched brows, a straight nose and lips that were set now in a straight line. He was not sure how they would look when her face was in repose. She held her chin high. She had a firm, even stubborn jaw. Her face was rather pale. "May I present the Earl of Amberley to you, Alexandra?" Lord Beckworth said in the heavy moralistic tones that characterised him. He sounded always as if he were delivering a sermon, the Earl thought as he bowed to Miss Purnell. And what a pretty farce this was, the two of them being formally presented for all the world as if they had not encountered each other under such scandalous circumstances, just a matter of hours before. She turned her eyes directly on him. Her expression did not relax as she curtsied. She did not say a word. "I have given his lordship permission to speak with you alone for 10 minutes," Lord Beckworth continued. "It would be advisable, Alexandra, to consider well what it befits you to do for the honour of yourself and your family. I will wish you to remain in this room afterward, as I have a few words to say to you myself." Miss Purnell dropped her eyes for the first time, Lord Amberley noted, but she raised them again almost immediately and looked at her father. "Yes, Papa," she said. They were her first words. She did not move when Lord Beckworth left the room. Neither did Lord Amberley. He continued to stand with his back to the long windows, his hands behind him. Miss Purnell was looking at him quite steadily and calmly. "Might I inquire after your health, ma'am?" he asked. "I will not insult you by saying that I hope you have recovered from your ordeal. I am sure you have not, but I hope that you have not taken any particular harm." "I am quite well, I thank you, my lord," she said. She had a steady, rather low-pitched voice, he noticed. It sounded quite different from the voice she had forced past dried lips earlier that morning. "I will also not beg your forgiveness for the dreadful ordeal you have been put through by my family," he said. "Being a lady, you may feel obliged to grant that forgiveness, and really you ought not. What happened to you is unforgivable." "There you are wrong, my lord," she said. "Nothing in this world is beyond forgiveness, and I understand that what happened to me was the result of an accident rather than malice. I am quite prepared to forgive Lord Eden. I wish you would not take it upon yourself to assume any of the burden of guilt. You were confined in my home, ma'am," he said. "I am guilty. I cannot make reparation for what you have suffered. I can only humbly offer the one thing in my power to give you, the protection of my name. I would be honoured, and indeed greatly relieved, if you will accept my hand. I would gladly spend my life trying to repair some of the damage that has been done you." "You make altogether too much of the matter, my lord," she said. "You owe me nothing. I thank you for the offer, but I must decline. I am to be betrothed to the Duke of Peterlee by the autumn. Perhaps you had not heard. I am surprised that my father did not mention the fact to you." Lord Amberley looked at the girl for a few moments before replying. She had not moved since she had first entered the room. She stood straight and proud, and appallingly innocent. He was the first to move. He took a few steps closer to her, and removed his hands from behind his back. "Yes, I knew," he said. "Your father did tell me. The Duke of Peterlee is a prominent and highly respected gentleman. I can well imagine that you and your whole family are pleased with the match. And if you are rejecting my offer, Miss Purnell, I wish you a secure and happy future with all my heart. I only hope that no whisper of what has happened to you is allowed to escape this house and mine. If my hope is realized, then indeed my offer is unnecessary to your happiness." "Why would anyone know or care about what happened?" she asked, her eyebrows arching higher and changing her expression suddenly so that she looked for a moment like a vulnerable girl. "It was all a mistake after all, and certainly I was not to blame for any of it. Nor were you, my lord." He smiled grimly, even as her chin came higher and her face resumed the set, disciplined look she had worn throughout their interview. "I would guess that you are quite new to London, Miss Purnell," he said. "Am I right?" She inclined her head, but did not say anything. "I believe my 10 minutes must be almost over," he said. "Let me ask again quite bluntly, then. No, let me urge you, will you marry me?" "No, my lord," she said quietly, without any hesitation at all. "I will not, but I do thank you. It was kind of you to come." He inclined his head. "May I ask one thing of you before I take my leave, ma'am?" he said. "If word of your misadventure does escape, and life becomes uncomfortable for you, will you receive me again? Will you give me a further chance to protect your honour with my name?" "No," she said. "That will be quite unnecessary, my lord. I have a father and a brother to protect me, to make no mention of his Grace of Peterlee." He closed the remaining distance between them and held out a hand. "I will wish you good day then, ma'am," he said, "and not distress you with my continued presence." He thought for a moment that she would reject his offer of friendship. She looked at his hand before extending hers and placing it in his grasp. He looked up at her as he raised her hand to his lips. She looked quite steadily back, though her colour heightened. "Good day, my lord," she said. Her voice was low and quite calm. Alexandra stood where she was for several moments after Lord Amberley had left. Then she drew a deep breath and crossed the room to the window. What a dreadful ordeal, and how ridiculously unnecessary! What could have made the Earl feel that he must come and offer her marriage just because his brother had made such a ghastly mistake? And why had Papa allowed him to speak to her when she had been unofficially betrothed to the Duke of Peterlee all her life? Men had strange notions of honour. She did not think she would have recognised the Earl of Amberley if she had passed him in the street. Indeed, she had scarce looked into his face earlier that morning, and anyway he had been wearing a dressing-gown on that occasion. She had gained no impression of his looks or his colouring or his height, or even his age. It had been a shock to find when she turned to him after Papa had presented him to her that he was a fashionable and distinguished-looking gentleman, and a young one too. He could not be nearly as old as his Grace, and probably not much older than James. He had dark, thick hair, though not as dark as hers, and blue eyes. They were kindly eyes that looked at one very directly and appeared to smile. He had a good-humoured mouth. He was not particularly tall, though she had had to look up to him when he had stepped close to her, but he was powerfully built. She guessed that he was not quite the effete gentleman of James's accusation. She had found his appearance quite disconcerting. Her memories of that morning would be humiliating enough, even if the Earl of Amberley had turned out to be a plain, ageing man. She had felt quite mortified to know that this young and elegant gentleman had seen her lying on a bed, her hair loose about her, her skirt twisted up under her and exposing almost all of her legs. She would dearly have liked to turn and run to her bedchamber so that she could hide her face in the covers of her bed. She had stood still instead, and forced herself to both look at him and listen to him. She had even spoken. She had had to call on all the training of years for the discipline necessary to contain her discomfort. She had found the whole interview quite thoroughly embarrassing. She had had little to do with gentlemen since her arrival in London the month before, and nothing whatsoever to do with them before that. She had lived an appallingly sheltered life at home. For years she had longed for her marriage and a home of her own, and London longed for freedom, though she had always known that in marrying the Duke of Peterley she would merely be changing hands from one severe taskmaster to another. But oh, being a wife would surely offer her more by way of independence and responsibility and self-respect than being a daughter, and a wife in London. Yet she had found London bewildering and disappointing. She found that she was not at all equipped to mix socially with her social equals. While one part of her longed and longed to be gay, to abandon herself to the pleasures of the season, the other part of her shied away from letting go of the discipline and the dignity of a lifetime. And this same part of herself led her frequently to long for escape, as it had the night before at the Eastern ball. And so she knew little about how to talk to and how to deal with a gentleman. She really had not taken at all well with the ton. She had not even known ridiculous innocence, if it was proper to give her hand to the Earl of Amberley. She had not known if he was taking an unpardonable liberty by kissing that hand. Nothing like it had ever happened to her before, yet she was 21. Certainly she had felt unusually flustered when his lips had touched her hand. The gesture had seemed alarmingly intimate. She had felt sensations sizzle along the full length of her arm, and she had despised herself for allowing such a little thing so to discompose her. If it were a little thing, she did not know. The front door opened to the right of her window, and the subject of her thoughts emerged. Alexandra stepped back as a groom led forward a magnificent black stallion. She would not wish to be caught looking out if he should happen to glance up, but he did not do so. He mounted the horse, handed a coin to the groom, and turned the horse's head in the direction of the gates. Alexandra could not remember seeing the Earl of Amberley before that morning, though she had been in London for a whole month. She hoped that she would never see him again, and she hoped that Lord Eden would not be sent to make his apologies. She really wanted the whole nightmare of the night before to be forgotten. She wanted life to be back to normal. His Grace was to accompany them to the theatre that evening and to attend Lady Sharp's soirée the following evening. The door behind her opened and closed, and Alexandra straightened her shoulders and turned reluctantly to face her father. He was looking grim and tight-lipped. She saw with a sinking heart. His eyes were cold. "So, Alexandra," he said, "you have seen fit to refuse the offer of respectability the Earl of Amberley was willing to make." "I refused his offer." "Yes, Papa," she said in some surprise. "It was quite unnecessary for him to make it. And besides, I am to be betrothed to His Grace during the autumn. Perhaps His Grace will not be eager to ally himself to a slut, Lord Beckworth said. And am I to have you on my hands for the rest of my life? A slut? Alexandra's eyes were wide with disbelief. What do you call yourself? Her father asked, striding toward her. You were brought to London at considerable expense and trouble to me in order to make your appearance in society. You were to be made a more accomplished bride for the Duke. Last night you were sent to a ball with both your mother and your brother to ensure your respectability. Yet you hoodwinked your mother by sending your aunt and your cousin to tell her you were leaving with them just so that you would be free to slip outdoors unchaperoned. Who was he, Alexandra? I mean to have the truth. I did not send Aunt Deirdre, Papa, she said, bewildered. And who is who? I do not understand. You have had all the benefits of a good and virtuous home, the Baron said harshly. But it has had little effect on your wicked heart, Alexandra. I want the name of the lover you were to have a secret tryst with. Alexandra gaped at him. I went outside to be alone for a few minutes, she said. I find the crowds at social gatherings overwhelming, Papa, and sometimes long for the quietness of home. I did not intend to be gone for longer than a few minutes, and I did not plan to meet anyone. I did not know about the misapprehension Mamma was under. I did wrong. I know that, and I beg your pardon, Papa, as I have already begged Mamma's. You have taught me better than to wander about alone and unchaperoned. I have been justly punished. I left off thrashing you when you were 16, Lord Beckworth said. God is my witness that I did my Christian duty in trying to instil the principles of virtue in you. Perhaps I should have continued with the thrashings even after you left the schoolroom. Perhaps I have failed in my duty after all. But you had beatings often enough, Alexandra, and they seem to have done little good. You are clearly of a stubborn and wayward disposition. Alexandra had lowered her eyes to the floor from force of long habit. There was no point whatsoever in arguing with her father. She stood straight before him, her face impassive. I am sorry, Papa, she said. We will be fortunate indeed if you have not brought permanent disgrace on your family, he said. We will have to rely on the courtesy of the Earl of Amberley and Lord Eden to keep quiet about your scandalous indiscretion. Alexandra raised her eyes to his for a moment, a look of incredulity on her face. But she resumed her former stance when she saw his reddened face and coldly angry eyes. You will spend the remainder of the day in your own room, he said. You will occupy your time in reading your Bible. You will speak to no one until tomorrow. I shall have water and bread sent to your room at dinner-time. You will not communicate with the servant who brings it to you. Do you understand? Yes, Papa, she said. Her voice was quite steady. Be thankful that your punishment is to last a day and not a week, Lord Beckworth said. I would suggest that you spend at least a part of the day in prayer, Alexandra. God may not be as lenient in his judgment as I have been. Yes, Papa, she said. She lifted her chin and straightened her shoulders as she walked past him and out of the salon. A slut, a lover, wayward. Oh no, this was becoming insufferable. She met James on the first landing. He was clearly waiting for her. She looked meaningfully into his eyes and shook her head slightly as she turned to the staircase leading to the upper floor. I understand, Alex, he said quietly. Is it to be for just the one day? She nodded briefly without turning back to him or slackening her pace. Did you refuse Amberley? He asked. She nodded again. Good girl, he said. Good girl, Alex. It will not be too long until tomorrow. I have heard that the play is a bore anyway. Alexandra, halfway up the staircase, looked back at him over her shoulder. She did not disobey her father's command. She had never dared disobey him, but a smile that would have been imperceptible to someone who did not know them passed between brother and sister. No, really, you fellows, Lord Eden said indignantly. It is no laughing matter. You know, we could all swing for kidnapping or something else if her family should decide to cut up rough. I could still end up peering down the wrong end of a dueling pistol. I didn't much like the look of that brother. A decidedly nasty fellow when aroused, I wouldn't be surprised. And all this is not to mention the fact that Either Amberley or I will probably end up in Parsons' mousetrap over your atrocious bungling. She should make an active armful anyway, Mr. Clement Jones said with a grin. She fought like the very devil.
You had better tie her in the sheets before boarding her on your wedding night, Eden. She might do you some irreparable damage, I say, you fellows, Lord Eden protested as his two unsympathetic friends roared with laughter. The three of them were taking an early afternoon ride in Hyde Park. Lord Eden had other pressing matters to attend to, but this meeting was of great importance too. Between us, we have done the girl enough harm as it is. There is no need to be vulgar or disrespectful.
The point is, I need your word that not a breath about last night's doings will escape you. Not even when you're drunk, Faber. Jones, your word of honour? I call it a mortal shame, Mr. Faber said, having controlled his laughter finally. It would make a priceless story, Eden. May we use it if we change the names? Just try it, my friend, Lord Eden said, his customary good humour deserting him for the moment, and you will be the one eating the barrel of a pistol. With my finger on the trigger? Your word, now. You have mine, Eden, Mr. Jones said. Not that I think it necessary, mind. You should know us well enough to know that neither one of us would say anything to dishonour a lady. What is she like, anyway? Pretty? Amberley says so, Lord Eden said, gloomily. Lord, what a coil forced to offer for a girl I haven't even met. Poor Miss Carstairs, Jones said, and winked at Faber. Lord Eden groaned. Don't even mention her, he said. I have to blank my mind. But I say, fellows, we might show a bit more sensibility. What about Miss Purnell? The poor girl must have suffered agonies. You know what females are like. And perhaps it doesn't suit her inclination to be thinking of taking on Amberley or me any more than it suits ours to be taking on her. She is supposed to be half betrothed to Petterley. Oh, Lord, Faber said, she would be a fool not to fly into your arms, Eden, or Amberley's, Peterley. He would probably whip the poor girl twice a week, whether she deserved it or not. I have to go and call on my mother, Lord Eden said, and half-throttle Madeline. All this is her fault. I just wanted to hear you give your word first. The lady's reputation has to be our main concern here. Miss Carstairs, Lord Eden thought from the depths of his gloom as he turned away from his companions and headed his horse toward the Grosvenor gate and his mother's house beyond. Trust one of those loose screws to mention her. He had been in love with her for all of 3 weeks, and it was real love this time. All those other times in the past several years, when he had fancied himself in love, he had been merely infatuated. But Miss Carstairs, she personified all that he found most desirable in a woman. She was small and fragile, with blonde ringlets and blue, trusting eyes. She had a pouting rosebud of a mouth that his own lips ached to taste, and a tiny waist that he longed to span with his 2 hands. She spoke with the most adorable lisp, and she was beginning to notice him. 3 evenings before, he had had the unspeakable joy of seeing her carry the nosegay that he had sent her that morning, and she had smiled shyly at him over it as she lifted it to her nose. Her mother had even nodded graciously to him during the same evening. And now he must renounce all thoughts of her. He must pay his addresses to a lady he had caught only the merest glimpse of that morning. A lady who had looked tall and thin, and dark not at all his type. That was if Edmund had not engaged himself to her already, of course. But surely he would have had second thoughts on that matter. No, he would not. No one was more the soul of honour than Edmund, or more eager to shoulder the burdens of his family. But surely the girl and her father would realise that his brother had no responsibility whatsoever for what had happened. Surely Edmund had been turned away. He was going to have to make his own call on Lord Beckworth after his visit to Mamma and Madeline. He certainly did not relish the prospect. He would not be wild with enthusiasm about confronting any father under the particular circumstances. But Beckworth, the man had not been in town long, but already he had gained a reputation as a harsh, moralistic killjoy. Lord Eden had overheard him in White's one afternoon expounding his social theories. Every unemployed man and boy should be transported to a land where plenty of work could be found for them, and every prostitute should be stripped and whipped in the open streets before suffering a like fate. England should be preserved for God-fearing men and women who were ready to do their Christian duty at honest employment, except for the rich, presumably. Lord Eden had felt taut with anger. Lord Beckworth, he had suspected, perhaps quite unfairly, was just the type who would relish watching corporal punishments, especially the stripping of the prostitutes. And this was the man he must face after having had his daughter abducted the night before and tied to a bedpost in the bedchamber of a bachelor establishment for the remainder of the night. Lord Eden was thankful to arrive at his mother's house and have his thoughts distracted. "Dom." Madeline jumped to her feet when her brother was announced. "I was quite determined not to speak to you at all today, and perhaps even for the rest of my life. But, you poor dear, we have just heard. I could have devised quite devilish punishment for you last night, but I would not have wished this particular one on you." She had crossed the room and taken his arm. "Good afternoon, Mamma," Lord Eden said, crossing the room to Lady Amberley's chair and bending to kiss her cheek. He patted his sister's hand amiably as he did so. "Edmund has been here before me, has he?" "Yes, it is something of an embarrassment, is it not? But it is the poor girl we must feel most sorry for. Do you know her, Mad?" "I don't believe so," she said, "though I have been searching my mind. She is tall and dark, Hattie Temple said. But that description fits any number of girls, does it not? You have not been challenged to a duel, have you, Dom? Mamma and I have been living in mortal fear that you might. Miss Pornell's brother was looking like thunder when he came for her. We heard Lord Eden disengaged his sister's hand from his arm. He had turned rather pale. Edmund has been here, Mamma, has he not?" he said. "It is from him you have heard all this." "No," she said. "Madeline went walking in the park with Miss Wickhill and her maid before luncheon. They met Miss Temple and she told them. It is a shocking thing, Dominic. I had hoped that there was no truth in it, but I see that there is after all. How can you possibly have done such a thing? The poor girl. I feel for her from the bottom of my heart." Lord Eden sat down. He swallowed convulsively. "How did Miss Temple know?" he asked. She had heard it from her mother's dresser, who had heard it from the cook, who had heard it from the milkman, who had heard it— "Do I need to say more, Dom?" Madeline asked. "Poor dear. Did you imagine that you could hush it all up? I suppose you have been busy silencing everyone above stairs that could possibly have known, forgetting that scandal spreads faster than fire below stairs. I'm afraid the whole affair is probably the talk of the town by now." Lord Eden rested his elbows on his knees and covered his face with his hands. "Oh, God," he said, "it couldn't possibly be worse, could it, poor Miss Purnell? The innocent Christian in the lion's den. I shall have to get over to Curzon Street even faster than I had planned." "You are going to offer for her, Dominic?" his mother asked. "I knew my son would do the right thing. I do feel for you, dear, though I must confess one is inclined to think you have brought it all on yourself. I suppose Miss Purnell was the innocent victim of what you had planned for Madeline. She told me about that. I really cannot approve of such high-handed treatment of your sister, even if your motive was a noble one. Sometimes, Dominic, I wonder if you will ever grow up." "He is grown up," Madeline said, rushing to the defence of her twin as soon as someone else became critical of him. She came and sat on the arm of the chair beside him and took one of his hands in hers. "He is willing to marry Miss Purnell. And you are willing to renounce Miss Carstairs, Dom, and you have such a tundra for her. I'm sorry. What is Miss Purnell like? Will I like her as a sister-in-law?" "I don't know," Lord Eden said. "I have had only the merest glimpse of her. Edmund says she is lovely. He is the one who found her, you know, and he has already rushed over there to make his offer. I don't think Lord Beckworth will pay much attention to his visit, though. Edmund is in no way responsible. But it is just like him to bear the burden," Lady Amberley said. "I do hope the father says no to him. Edmund will not like a forced marriage. I have hoped he will marry someone quite special. But she is all right for me, Mamma?" Lord Eden asked. "I consider the question quite irrelevant, Dominic," she said, fixing him with a steady eye. You have very badly compromised the girl. You must marry her. Anyone with an ounce of sense in his head must see that. We will just have to hope that Miss Purnell is someone special too. Dom. Madeline raised his hand to her cheek and looked into his pale face. I am so very sorry, dear. I feel dreadfully guilty, you know, because I am largely responsible for what has happened. If I had not teased you with Sir Headley Fairhaven, you would not have made the mistake you made, and Miss Purnell would not have been abducted. I wish there was something I could do. You could go and marry Miss Purnell, he said sourly and ungraciously. She bit her lip. I wish I could, Dom, she said. He squeezed her hand and jumped to his feet. I know you do, Mad, he said, but this is not your fault. You are not to think that. Cheer up now and smile at me. I don't want to leave here with the added burden of knowing I have made you miserable. Come on, you goose. It is not the end of the world. I am going to arrange for a marriage if I can, not an execution. Madeline smiled bleakly at him. I wish it had been me, she said. Tied to that bed, I mean. I could have had a good fight with you, Dom, with both feet and both fists, and perhaps even my teeth. I would have left you with bruises and cuts to wince over for a month, and I would have thoroughly enjoyed myself. I cannot enjoy seeing you in such disgrace. Lord Eden said, turning to leave. Good day to you, Mamma. I'm sorry to be such a constant source of disappointment to you. Perhaps one day I will be able to do something you can be proud of. Take it easy, Mad, and take off that tragic expression this minute. This is not the end of the world. It only seems to be— What a self-pitying little speech, Lady Amberley said, as he reached the door. You are my son, Dominic, and as such a source of enormous pride to me. You do not have to earn my love, you know. There is nothing you could possibly do to forfeit it. That is not to say that you do not do the most unbelievably stupid things on occasion. Go now and see what you can do to put this one right. She smiled at his retreating back, as Madeline withdrew a handkerchief from a pocket and blew her nose loudly. Alexandra sat very still, her hands held in her lap, as Nanny Ray finished pinning her hair into its smooth chignon. She had thought her punishment would be over this morning, but it seemed not. Papa had summoned her to the salon again. He must have more to say to her. Perhaps he had decided that, after all, one afternoon and evening of solitary confinement with her Bible were just not enough. Indeed, she had rarely before known fewer than 3 days of such punishment. She had assumed that his awareness of her social commitments had influenced his leniency. There, Nanny Ray said, patting her on both shoulders from behind, you had better not keep his lordship waiting, lovey, not after yesterday. And why did you not drink the chocolate I had smuggled up to you last night? Alexandra met her old nurse's eyes in the mirror and smiled. You knew I would not, Nanny, she said. Indeed, you would have been shocked had I done so. You sent it only as a token of love, and for that I thank you, but you know that I will not knowingly disobey Papa. On your way, then, the nurse said, clapping her hands. You don't want another day on bread and water, lovey. Alexandra had a confused feeling of going back in time as a footman opened the doors into the salon and she stepped inside. Her father stood before the fireplace as he had the day before, the visitor before the windows, his hands behind his back. Only it was not the same visitor. This man was younger, taller, more slender in build, fairer of hair. But he was quite as fashionable as his brother, and his face looked as good-humoured. He must be the Earl of Amberley's brother. There was a very definite family resemblance. Alexandra folded her hands in front of her and lifted her chin. She looked at her father. "May I present Lord Eden to you, Alexandra?" Lord Beckworth said. She turned her eyes on the Baron and inclined her head. He bowed. "Miss Purnell," he said. "Lord Eden has requested a private word with you, Alexandra," her father continued. "I have granted him 10 minutes. I trust you will listen carefully and do what is right. You will retire to your mother's sitting-room at the end of the 10 minutes. "Yes, Papa," she said. But this was not to be an exact repetition of the day before. Alexandra found after her father had closed the doors behind him. Lord Eden did not stay by the windows. his hands behind his back, as his brother had done. He came hurrying across the room to her, his handsome face alive with concern. "Miss Purnell," he said, "how you must hate me! How you must wish you could put a bullet between my eyes! I am most dreadfully sorry, you know, but I do not know even how to begin to beg your pardon. To say I am sorry is quite insufficient, but I can think of no words that are adequate." She looked at him, at his eager, boyish face. He could not be any older than she, this ogre of sin and vice she had pictured to herself through one night of terror and another of tedious punishment. "You need not trouble yourself any further, my lord," she said. "I have already forgiven you. Did Lord Amberley not tell you that? He did say that you were remarkably decent about the whole matter, he said. But I find it hard to believe that you can have forgiven me, Miss Purnell. I can scarce think of anything more unpardonable that I might have done. We are all in need of forgiveness, she said. How can we expect to receive it if we are not also prepared to give it? He looked somewhat taken aback. You are more kind than I deserve, he said. I have come to make things right if I can. I know that you cannot possibly wish to marry me. You must wish me at the bottom of the deepest ocean. I have heard that you have had an understanding with the Duke of Peterlee. I cannot begin to compete with him in consequence. And you must have rather a poor opinion of the stability of my character. But you may be assured that, as your husband, I would spend the rest of my life trying to make up to you what I have taken from you." Alexandra's eyes had widened. "Oh," she said, "you have come to offer for me too. It is quite unnecessary, my lord, as I told Lord Amberley yesterday. I am grateful that you have come to apologize, even though I had already forgiven you. But really, you need do no more." He looked with boyish earnestness into her eyes. "But you must marry me, Miss Purnell," he said. "I have severely compromised you. I am sorry from my heart that you have no choice. But really, I do not think you have." "No one need even know what happened," she said. "It was all rather silly nonsense anyway. I believe you refine altogether too much on it, my lord." He reached for her hand and held it in a firm grip. Alexandra looked down at their clasped hands, embarrassed, and not knowing if she should snatch her own away. He seemed not to be conscious of what he had done. "The whole thing is already common knowledge," he said. "Did you not know? I did not think you could have escaped doing so. Servants, it seems, are not quite as discreet as we might hope. Amberley has already dismissed the footman responsible, but it is too late to repair the damage. I'm afraid your reputation has been badly compromised." "Oh, nonsense." Alexandra turned away from him, using the movement as an excuse to withdraw her hand from his. "I was not in any way to blame for what happened. Everyone will realize that. And you made a mistake. Everyone will know that too. The whole matter will doubtless become a joke over which everyone will laugh heartily. I shall be horribly embarrassed to be seen in public for the next 2 or 3 days. But a little laughter never hurt anyone. I will be none the worse for it." Lord Eden passed his fingers through his hair, leaving it considerably more dishevelled than even the current fashion would allow. "Far be it from me to contradict a lady," he said, "but do you know much about the ways of society, ma'am?" "I have lived my whole life on my father's estate," she said, "but I do assure you, Lord Eden, that I was brought up to know the difference between right and wrong. And I expect everyone who can lay claim to the name of lady or gentleman to know the same. I expect the same people to have a good deal of sense." "Oh, Lord," he said. "So you see," she continued, folding her hands before her again, and injecting a note of finality into her voice, "your concern is not really necessary, my lord, but I thank you for your visit and your offer. I will wish you good day, my father," said 10 minutes, and he does not take kindly to disobedience. "Miss Purnell." He strode impulsively toward her again and reached out both hands for hers. He did not wait for her to respond. He took her clasped hands and separated them with his own. "I beg you to reconsider. You do not know what is facing you when you leave this house. I cannot bear the thought that I have brought that on you. Marry me? I will not be a hard master. I promise you, I will treat you with the utmost respect and affection. I owe you that, though I do believe that I would offer the same to any wife. Please marry me. Allow me to protect you." Alexandra was touched despite her embarrassment over his proximity and his hands clasping hers. She only just stopped herself from returning the pressure of his hands. "Thank you," she said. "I truly thank you, but I am to marry his Grace of Peterlee. There has been an understanding between us since I was in my infancy. I must leave now, my lord. My father will be very angry if I do not." Then she did return the pressure of his hands before she realized what she was doing, pulled her own away, and made her way from the room before he had a chance to detain her further. She ran up the stairs to her mother's sitting room, thankful that at last the whole ridiculous and humiliating episode was at an end. Lord Amberley sat in Mrs. Eunice Borden's drawing-room listening to her talk, or rather, not listening. She was telling him about a book of poems her latest protégé had presented her with the previous evening. He was smiling and watching her, not deliberately inattentive, but not listening, even so. "It is unusual for you to visit during the afternoon, Amberley," she said finally, breaking off quite abruptly what she was saying. "What?" he said. "Oh, yes, I suppose it is. Do you mind, Eunice? Am I keeping you from something more important?" "Not at all," she said. "I had planned to spend the afternoon reading, but I would just as soon spend it conversing with you. Something is the matter?" He shook his head and smiled at her. "No, no," he said. "I merely felt the need of your good sense." She looked at him closely for a few moments. "If you wish," she said, "we may remove to my bedchamber. Daylight does not seem quite appropriate to such activity, but that is no matter if it will content you." He continued to smile at her. "Would it embarrass you, Eunice," he asked, "to be made love to during the daytime?" "I believe it would," she said frankly, "though it is quite absurd to feel so when the same thing happens after all, whether the room is light or dark. Come along, Amberley. I can see it is what you wish." He rose to his feet and looked down at her apologetically. "You are good to me, Eunice," he said. "You can read me like a book, can you not?" "I can see that something is troubling you," she said, "and that somehow you are in need of me. Perhaps afterwards you will feel like talking about it, but only if you wish. I shall not pry into your affairs," and she was as good as her word, Lord Amberley found. If she was embarrassed, she did not show it, but allowed him to take his pleasure beneath the bedsheets rather more lingeringly than was his habit with her, and to sink into blissful unconsciousness beside her afterward. When he awoke, she was lying as usual on her back, her legs neatly side by side, her hands clasped loosely over the blanket, her eyes open. He felt a momentary regret that he had never been able to give her pleasure in their couplings. She seemed not to want it, and had told him quite matter-of-factly on the only occasion when his hands had strayed that it was quite unnecessary for him to caress her. He lifted his hand and stroked her cheek with one knuckle. "Thank you, Eunice," he said. "I am always happy to give you pleasure," she said. "Have you heard of the scandal?" he asked. "I very much doubt it," she said. "I do not meet a great number of people outside my salon, Amberley, and quite frankly, I do not derive any pleasure from listening to gossip. Most of it is untrue anyway. This is all too real, I am afraid," he said. "Dominic took it into his head 2 evenings ago to kidnap Madeline, in order to save her from an elopement that she had teased him into believing possible. He had some cork-brained friends of his take her to my house, tie her to the bedpost so that she would not run away, and gag her so that she would not disturb the servants' sleep. The scheme worked beautifully well, except that the girl was not Madeline. And I can guess the rest of the story," she said. "The girl has been compromised and must be married. Lord Eden is too young to be faced with such a responsibility, so you are to wed her. It is quite what I would expect of you, Amberley. You have some misgivings about the girl." "She will not have me," he said. "Or Dominic. She must be very new to London and society then," Mrs. Borden said, "or of very firm character. Has she not yet found out what will happen to her?" "I am afraid she must soon," he said. "The scandal broke yesterday when a new footman of mine gossiped. Then you must go back to her and renew your offer, she said. Lord Amberley turned onto his side and raised himself on his elbow. Yes, I am afraid I must, Eunice, he said. She turned her head and looked at him. It is making a decision that is hard, Amberley, she said. Once the decision is made, then there is nothing more to worry about. You have decided to do what is right. Did you wish me to reassure you? Is that why you came? You are right. Of course you are. Oh, yes, I know that, Eunice, he said, the same smile on his face as he had worn downstairs earlier. But I wanted to marry you, dear. You only think you do, Amberley, she said, because you are comfortable with me and we share a friendship. But friendship is not sufficient for a good marriage. At least for you it is not. You need more, you need passion, and you cannot get passion from me, only comfort and companionship. We are only an episode, you know. We would have ended sooner or later. It is as well to end our association now when we still like each other a great deal. I will miss you, he said. I notice that you are assuming that our affair must end if I marry Miss Parnell. Well, of course it must, she said. I know you well enough, Amberley, to realize that you could not be unfaithful to a wife, and I believe you know me well enough to understand that I would not receive another woman's husband. We need feel no guilt over this afternoon. You are not yet betrothed, and I did not know of your obligation. But this is the end now. You must not return.
No,
he said. His smile was a little twisted.
I must not.
Just tell me one thing, she said. Will you be able to make a marriage of it, Amberley? Is there the chance that you will find with this Miss Parnell the passion you will need?
I think not, he said.
But I will make a marriage of it, Eunice. I will owe her that. She is quite blameless in all this, you know, a total innocent. I must spend my life making her a good husband. She was to marry Peterlee. Then she is a very fortunate lady, Mrs. Borden said. Peterlee is humourless and egotistical. No woman could be happy with him. I would say that her misadventure was most fortunate. He grinned unexpectedly. Thank you, Eunice, he said. I must get dressed and leave you now. I must try to find Miss Parnell tonight. If she has the courage or the rashness to go out, she will probably be at either Lady Sharp's soiree or the Higgins rout. If she is wise, she will stay at home, and I shall pay my call tomorrow morning. It was impossible to know. Lord Amberley thought a few minutes later, as he bent to kiss her cheek, whether Eunice was sorry to see him go, or somewhat relieved that she no longer needed to render him a service that she did not enjoy. Lady Madeline Rain was enjoying herself at Lady Sharp's soiree. There were advantages to being 22 and still neither betrothed nor married. She was discovering with pleased surprise. She had been rather fearful that this year she would be just too old to attract the female friendships and male admiration that had always come her way so easily. She had half expected to find herself relegated to spinster status. But it was not so. The younger girls seemed eager to be seen with her and to copy her fashions, and the gentlemen appeared to find her no less attractive for all her declining years. Indeed, they seemed to vie for her attention more than ever. There were 3 of them now, conversing with her and Lady Pamela Paisley, and one of them was Sir Derek Pigton, the adorable blonde giant whom she had not encountered during all her previous seasons, although he must be close to Edmund in age. She was quite in love with him. She had danced with him twice at the Eastern ball, and had allowed him to drive her in the park the afternoon before. He had touched his hat and bowed to her on Bond Street that morning, when she had deigned to nod and smile at him. She hoped it was real love. There was something to be said for having had 5 seasons in a row, and having been free to enjoy them to the full, while she saw around her the girls with whom she had made her come out, seasoned matrons already. Some of them with more than one child, but there was still that eternal female longing to belong to one man, to have the security of his name. She wanted to be married. The only trouble was that she also wanted to be in love, and she had an annoying habit of falling in love with the wrong gentleman, or of falling out of love again, just when she was thoroughly convinced that she was in forever. She had been in love with Sir Headley Fairhaven at the start of the season, though she could not now imagine why. The man was clearly nothing but a fortune-hunter. She had probably imagined herself in love merely to assert her independence over Dominic, who had frowned his disapproval the very first time he had seen her dance with Sir Headley. Thank goodness, at least, Edmund did not interfere quite so openly. He had told her during her very first season that she might choose her own husband within reason. Those last 2 words, of course, had more meaning than had at first appeared. She had accused him of going back on his word when he had discovered a note from Lieutenant Harris giving details of their elopement plans, and had told her quite plainly that it would not do, and that he would not consent to the marriage even if he had to confine her to her room for a year. But she had admitted long ago that on that occasion he had been quite right. She would not have been happy following the drum, and she certainly would not have remained long in love with a man who was well known for his recklessness at cards and for his capacity to outdrink all companions. He had seemed dashing only because he wore a uniform and had a devil-may-care approach to life. But no one could say that Sir Derek was ineligible, not Edmund, and not even Dominic, who was much harder to please where her suitors were concerned. Sir Derek was elegant and wealthy and charming and very, very handsome. She wanted to be in love with him. She wanted to be married and settled in life, and it would undoubtedly be very glamorous to be married to someone like him. Madeline gazed around the crowded drawing-room, well pleased with the evening. She chattered to the whole group, and smiled on them all, and exchanged special glances with Sir Derek. She was sure that he felt the same attraction she was feeling, and she wondered if Miss Purnell was present or about to be. It was rather difficult to look around one for someone one has never seen before, or at least someone one does not remember to have seen before. And how could she possibly ask anyone? Everyone would know perfectly well the reason for her curiosity. It was very probable, of course, that Miss Purnell would not be there. Even if she had planned to come, the scandal would doubtless keep her away. But Madeline hoped against hope that she would come, and that somehow she would be recognisable. And it was very possible that she would be. She would surely have special treatment if she dared to put in an appearance. Madeline desperately wanted to see her. She wanted to see with her own eyes just what a very narrow escape Dominic and Edmund had had. She still found it hard to believe that Miss Purnell had refused both of them. Under the circumstances, the girl appeared to have had little choice but to choose one of them, and anyway, to refuse her 2 brothers. They were surely 2 of the handsomest and most eligible gentlemen in town. She had felt very grateful to Miss Purnell when she had first heard of the rejections, and inclined to like the girl. It was only after her first relief that, perversely, she had started to resent the woman who had refused both her brothers, when they had nobly been prepared to sacrifice their own happiness in order to protect her name. Madeline was still part of the same group, though standing beside Sir Derek Pegton and in semi-private conversation with him, when Maisie Baines joined them. "Good evening, Lady Madeline, Lady Pamela," she said. She fluttered her fan at the 3 gentlemen. "You really would not think she would have the nerve, would you?" Mr. Sheldon looked across the room, over Madeline's shoulder, and raised his quizzing glass to his eye. "One would not expect her to have the courage," he said in tones that set the colour rising in Miss Baines's cheeks. "Grandmamma is in the card-room," she said, "but I know she will wish me to remove to the music-room now." "One cannot be too careful of the company one keeps, Grandmamma says." Madeline turned her head to see the new arrivals. "I cannot help feeling sorry for Miss Purnell," Lady Pamela said. "It is most unfortunate that she went walking alone." "Grandmamma says that she has come by her just deserts," Miss Baines said. Miss Purnell was tall, Madeline saw, and almost exaggeratedly upright in bearing. Her chin was held high. Her face and manner were quite calm and self-possessed. She had very dark hair. She was not pretty. Handsome was perhaps a word that would describe her if everything about her did not look quite so severe. Her green gown was simple and unadorned. She wore no jewellery, and her hair, absent of all plumes or ribbons, was dressed in a plain chignon. She had a hand resting on the arm of a man who resembled her to no small degree. He was taller than she, though not of immense height. He looked strong and agile. Indeed, he did not look as if he belonged in a London drawing-room at all. His complexion was sun-darkened, his hair, dark, straight, and thick, was cut unfashionably long. One lock was fallen across his forehead. His face was as severe as his sister's. He must surely be the brother who had gone to fetch her from Edmund's, his jaw set in a hard line, his eyes watching the occupants of the room intently. Madeline did not remember to have seen either one before. She disliked Miss Purnell on sight. She was proud and haughty. Madeline was very glad she had refused Edmund and Dominic. Madeline would not have enjoyed having such a woman as a sister-in-law. "Would you like me to conduct you to the music-room, Lady Madeline?" Sir Derek asked solicitously. "No, thank you." She smiled up at him and felt a certain breathlessness. His grey eyes seemed very close to hers. His shoulders were very broad. "May I take you to Lady Amberley, then?" he asked. Madeline looked at him in surprise. "Mamma is playing cards with Sir Cedric Harvey," she said. "I do not think she would enjoy being disturbed by me quite this early, sir." He bowed and said no more. Mr. and Miss Purnell had crossed the room to join that toad Albert Harding Smythe, Madeline observed. The man had an air of enormous consequence, even though he apparently had very little else to recommend him. She had waltzed with him once the previous year, and 3 times had had to endure his obsequious apologies and his secret leers as his coat front came into contact with her breasts. Since then, the sight of him had been enough to make her shudder. Poor Mr. Harding Smythe is her cousin. Miss Baines was saying, "How dreadfully embarrassing for him! How can he cut his own kin? She ought not to put him in such a dilemma." But if Mr. Harding Smythe felt the dilemma, he showed no sign of doing so. Madeline watched incredulously as the man waited for brother and sister to come close, and quite deliberately turned his back on them, and laughed heartily at something a near neighbour had said or not said. Miss Purnell's chin rose an inch. Mr. Purnell looked dangerous. His dark eyes burned from beneath the shock of fallen hair. He took 2 glasses of something from the tray of a passing waiter and handed one to his sister. "She ought not to have come," Mr. Sheldon said, lowering his quizzing glass. "Poor lady, we live in a cruel society." Madeline looked across the room to where Lady Sharp stood with the Marquess of Blaise. Why had she not come to greet the new arrivals? She was looking furiously angry and was glaring in the direction of the Purnells. She said something to the Marquess, who raised his eyebrows, pursed his lips, and let his eyes roam insolently over Miss Purnell from head to toe. In the crowded room, a certain space had formed around the pair, who were sipping from their glasses and talking to each other. Miss Purnell's hand was steady. Madeline noticed. "Forgive me, ma'am," Sir Derek said in her ear, "but I really believe your mamma would wish you to join her in the card-room. I'm sure grandmamma will be shocked to know that I have been subjected to this embarrassment," Miss Baines said. Madeline turned to look at her. "Why do you not remove yourself then," she said, "and go to the safety and respectability of your grandmother's side? Why just talk about it, Sir Derek? I'm sure we'll be only too happy to accompany you there." Her voice was shaking. She heard with some surprise. She took hold of the side of her gown and held it against her so that she would not brush against Miss Baines as she passed her, and walked deliberately away from her group, across the room and across the empty space. She smiled. "It is sometimes a disadvantage to arrive late, is it not?" she said gaily. "One finds that everyone's group is formed and everyone chattering so busily that often they do not notice one's arrival." Mr. Purnell inclined his head, but said nothing. His eyes looked quite decidedly dangerous, Madeline thought, when she was unwise enough to look into them. She felt breathless again, as she had a few minutes before, when looking into Sir Derek's eyes. But for a quite different reason. She turned her attention to the sister. "Is it very improper of me to approach you when we have not been formally presented?" she asked with a bright smile. "But Dominic has told me about his atrocious misbehaviour of 2 nights ago, and I feel partly responsible since you were mistaken for me. I am Madeline Rain, you know. Lord Eden is my brother, my twin, in fact. I think there is a special bond between twins. I do not fight nearly so much with Edmund Lord Amberley, that is, as I do with Dominic, but we are not quite so close either. though I love Edmund dearly, of course." She paused for breath and turned the full force of her not inconsiderable charm on brother and sister. She was horribly aware of the space that still circled them and of the stares and muted voices of the other occupants of the room. She opened her fan and fluttered it energetically. "How do you do, Lady Madeline?" Miss Purnell said. Her voice was rather low-pitched and quite musical. She seemed perfectly calm and unaware of the zone of discomfort that encircled her. "I am pleased to make your acquaintance. I wish you would not feel badly about what happened 2 evenings ago. It was all nonsense and best forgotten about." She did not smile at all. Madeline's smile was becoming painful. She fluttered her fan and looked up at the silent brother, and she felt again what a dreadful mistake she was making. He did not at all appreciate her coming to talk to them. Hostility burned from his eyes. His mouth was set into a straight line. She felt a twinge of fright until she remembered where she was in the middle of Lady Sharp's drawing-room, surrounded by a significant number of members of the ton. "Are you enjoying the season?" she asked. "I do not remember to have seen you here during the past several years. It is pleasant, is it not, to give oneself up to pleasure and to have nothing else to worry about for weeks on end? I suppose one would not wish to have a lifelong diet of such entertainment, but a moderate portion can be quite refreshing. Perhaps if one has nothing else to make life meaningful," Mr. Purnell said, "this is as good a way to pass one's life away as any." His voice was quiet and far more refined than Madeline had expected. Her interest in hearing his voice, for the moment, obscured the words he had spoken. When she did comprehend his meaning, she flushed. "Any new experience of life is worth having," Miss Purnell said, looking with reproachful eyes at her brother, "whether it be serious or frivolous, enjoyable or painful. We grow only by the variety of our experiences." The anger disappeared from her brother's face. Madeline noticed. It was replaced by a brooding look. He watched his sister. And then Madeline saw Edmund in the doorway, his hands behind his back, surveying the occupants of the room. She felt a surge of relief, though she did not know quite why. He represented no escape from the awkwardness of her situation. Mr. and Miss Purnell seemed quite ungrateful for the notice she had taken of them. And how was she to extricate herself? She met her brother's eyes across the room, and he smiled. The Earl of Amberley stood in the doorway of Lady Sharp's drawing-room, looking about him. He had been very reluctant to come, even though his mind had been made up all day, and even though he had not really expected to see Miss Purnell, with the gossip still fresh on everyone's lips. It was more than likely that she would remain at home for at least a few days, but there was the chance that he would see her either here or at the Higgins rout, and so he had braced himself for the encounter. He would not, of course, be able to speak privately with her in such a public setting, but he must speak with her, prepare the ground somehow for the visit he must make to Lord Beckworth the following day. He was definitely reluctant, however. He had always planned to marry by the time he was 30, or soon after, but he had not expected ever to be pressured into a marriage not of his own free choosing. He had his title and his lands, and he was a wealthy man. He believed that he was reasonably attractive. He had planned for years the type of woman he would choose to marry when the time came. He would not be overly concerned with beauty or youth, and certainly money would not have anything to do with the matter. He would look for companionship more than anything else. He frequently felt lonely despite the presence of an affectionate family, and his wife must be intelligent, sensible, and reasonably well-informed. But he had also planned to marry someone for whom he could feel affection, someone with whom he could share the innermost depths of his life. Love. He wanted to love his wife deeply, with every fibre of his being. It was not necessarily a passionate physical love that he craved. He thought that Eunice had probably been wrong about that. He had no longing to be in love, to go about with his head in the clouds and stars in his eyes. But he wanted a wife who would be as dear to him as the very air he breathed. He had been a dreamer. He had been contented with Eunice. She did not ignite him with passion, though he always found their beddings quite satisfactory, but she was the sort of person with whom he felt thoroughly at home. Being with Eunice was almost like being with any of his male friends at his clubs, except that there was the added attraction that she was a woman and willing to satisfy his physical need for a woman's body. And now he must marry a stranger, a young lady whom he did not find physically appealing and whose character and intelligence were quite unknown to him. And he must offer her the whole of himself, not just his name. He would do so with any wife, of course. He would never be able to contemplate a marriage of pure convenience, but under these particular circumstances he must work even harder at the marriage than he would normally do. Marrying him would go quite against the grain for Miss Purnell. She had already refused him once. He must find a way of making bearable for her a fate that she had done nothing to deserve. Lord Amberley sized up the situation in Lady Sharp's drawing-room almost immediately. Miss Purnell and her brother were easily distinguishable, stranded as they appeared to be almost in the middle of the room. People stood in groups all around them. There was the noise of talking and even laughter. Very few people were looking directly at them. But despite all these details, it was clear that everyone was self-consciously aware of the presence there of brother and sister, and wished they were somewhere else. Miss Purnell was looking quite as proud and self-possessed as she had the day before when he had made his offer, though she must be perfectly well aware of the tense and hostile atmosphere around her. He felt a twinge of admiration, and he felt more than admiration for Madeline. His sister did her fair share of irresponsible deeds, despite her 22 years. Her exploits frequently irritated him, as did her bewildering tendency to be passionately in love with a gentleman one week and oblivious of his very existence the next. He sometimes despaired of her ever growing up or of ever marrying. Occasionally he even felt he had made a mistake in allowing her almost a free hand in choosing her own future. But there was a sense of rightness and justice in Madeline, and a courage that he had always been proud of, and never more so than on this occasion. She was standing with the Purnells, talking, glowing and smiling, as if she were in the most ordinary of social situations. He must go to her rescue. He met her glance across the room and smiled, but before he could move forward, someone passed him in the doorway, and Lord Amberley stood where he was. The newcomer was the Duke of Peterley. Peterley was a thin, balding man in his 40s, with an air of haughty consequence. He had a reputation for strong and vehement opposition in the House to any bill that smacked of reform to him. Wealth and position were virtues, poverty and social obscurity vices. The poor suffered deservedly. He was always loud to proclaim. His intolerance extended particularly to women. He was a firm advocate of the theory that good sense and docility entered the female frame through the back and posterior by way of a heavy male hand or whip. Lord Amberley disliked him intensely, and he could clearly understand why Lord Beckworth had chosen him for his daughter. The Duke looked about him now, quizzing glass to eye, and set out across the room. Miss Purnell looked noticeably relieved. Lord Amberley saw her shoulders relaxed. She half smiled at the approach of her suitor, and looked at him with bright dark eyes, when he walked right on past her without pausing and joined a group on the far side of the room. Lord Amberley's eyes were fixed on Miss Purnell. There was a moment of visible bewilderment, but a moment only. Her shoulders straightened, and her chin lifted almost immediately. Her face was expressionless. He strode across the room toward her, his smile firmly in place. He held out a hand to her as he approached. "Ah, Miss Purnell, I was hoping to see you here this evening," he said. "How lovely you look tonight." He smiled warmly into her eyes, took her hand, and raised it to his lips. He did not release her hand, but laid it on his sleeve. "Good evening, my lord," she said, her voice quite calm. He smiled at her again and turned to her brother. James Purnell was looking thunderous. Edmund was not surprised to find. "Purnell?" he said, nodding amiably. "Pleased to meet you again, Madeline. Are you enjoying yourself? I suppose Mamma is playing cards?" "Yes, Edmund," she said, smiling brightly at him, "with Sir Cedric. I have been making the acquaintance of Miss Purnell and her brother. There is really a quite excessive squeeze here tonight. Is there not?" Lord Amberley turned back to Miss Purnell, who had not withdrawn her hand from his sleeve, though he thought that perhaps she did not even know it was there. She was almost visibly holding on to her control. "I must pay my respects to our hostess," he said. "Have you already done so, Miss Purnell? Perhaps you would be so good as to accompany me." He really gave her no time to make a decision. He laid his free hand lightly over hers, smiled into her eyes, and led her to the far side of the drawing-room, where Lady Sharp was conversing with the Marquess of Blaise and a small group of lesser personages. "Ah, good evening, ma'am," he said to his hostess, making her his most elegant bow, and then returning his hand to cover Miss Purnell's, which still rested on his arm. "Mrs. Pringle, Blaise, Merridew, how do you do? I do apologise for my lateness, ma'am, but I see that your drawing-room has not suffered from my absence at all. You must have gathered around you quite the most distinguished company of the season so far." As he smiled his most charming smile at his hostess, Lord Amberley wondered for one moment if people really did burst with indignation. If so, Lady Sharp looked as though she might be in imminent danger of doing so. Her smile, he was sure, bore some resemblance to the grimace of a jungle cat just deprived of its prey. He did not wait to find out what her reply would have been. "You must have greeted Miss Purnell already," he said, "since she arrived earlier than I, but I cannot resist taking her about the room with me. You see, I am living in daily hope that she will consent to being my countess, but so far she has proved hard-hearted and kept me in suspense. I'm afraid that I am very dishonourably trying to force her hand by making such a public statement." He smiled down at his companion. He had been gripping her hand quite bruisingly for the past minute. She flushed and lifted her chin an inch in a gesture he was beginning to recognise as characteristic of her. She raised her eyes to his. They were quite empty of any readable message. Lady Sharp gushed. Mrs. Pringle clasped her hands to her bosom and declared that she had never been so gratified by any news. The Marquess of Blaise exerted himself to bend a whole inch from the waist and give it as his opinion that Lord Amberley was a fortunate man. Mr. Merridew bowed to Miss Purnell and removed a jewelled snuff-box from his pocket. The Earl of Amberley smiled and waited. He felt the hand within his own stiffen just a little. "Do come and meet Lady Fender," Lady Sharp said, her smile encompassing both Lord Amberley and his companion. "She will be quite delighted by the news, and of course you must not feel a moment's anxiety, my dear Lord Amberley. Any young lady worth her salt will play hard to get, you know, but no one in her right mind would think seriously of rejecting you." She tittered. "Is that not right, Miss Purnell? How delightful you look in green, my dear." "I was saying so but 5 minutes ago to the Marquess. Whatever am I going to do, James? I am so mortally tired of this whole ridiculous situation, and so very, very angry." Alexandra sat on a straight-back chair in her brother's dressing-room the following morning, one arm hooked over the back, her chin on her fist. She watched as he pulled on his top boots. "I still hate the thought of your marrying Amberley or any other member of his family," James Purnell said. "You will not be happy, Alex. How could you be, with a man whose brother can so carelessly involve you in scandal and so glibly offer to get you out of it again? What does marriage mean to such men, or honour, either? It is all a game. Compromise a girl through some foolish and careless trick, and then marry her if something goes wrong. It is all as simple as that. I hate this age in which we live. I hate this society and its morals." "Perhaps you are overreacting a little," his sister suggested, as if she were not the one most in need of comfort. "After all, we cannot blame Lord Amberley for what his brother did. His offer was generous under the circumstances, but I do consider his behaviour of last evening unforgivable. I had refused him and released him from any obligation he might have felt. Now he has put me in a worse situation than I was in already. He has made my position impossible." "He behaved in a quite disgusting manner," Purnell agreed vehemently. The front lock of dark hair, so carefully combed back from his brow 15 minutes before, fell forward almost into his eyes again. It was kidnapping just as much as what Eden did. How dare he take your hand like that for all to see, and kiss it, as if you are some sort of trollop, Alex, and then take you away on his arm and tell Lady Sharp and whoever cared to listen that you are to be his betrothed. I cannot like it. I cannot like the man. And yet, to be fair, Alexandra said, her eyes straying to the floor and staring right through it, at the time I felt some gratitude. Is not that shameful to admit, James, when he came across the room to me and kissed my hand? I wanted to look around on everyone there and sneer. How dreadful! I do not remember ever feeling that way before. And I felt like laughing in the face of Lady Sharp and Lady Fender and a half-dozen others when they thought that I might be made respectable after all. I hate to admit these feelings even to myself, but I did have them. Marry him, then, Pornell said, his expression softening for a moment as he looked up at his sister, his second boot in place over his pantaloons. If you feel good about it, Alex, enter into this marriage. But I was coping last evening, she said, looking up at him with flashing eyes. I would have carried it off alone, James, with some help from you. I would have stayed and finished my drink and left without giving anyone the satisfaction of knowing that I had even noticed anything amiss. I did not need help. If the Earl had just not come along at that precise moment, I was bewildered at what his Grace had done. And what can he have meant by walking past me as if he did not see me, James? No, don't answer that question. I am not so stupid or so naive that I do not know what he meant. He meant to snub me. He meant to show me publicly that I'm now a soiled creature and quite beneath his notice. He meant me to know that there will be no betrothal and no marriage. And how do you feel about that, Alex? Pornell asked, coming to stand in front of her chair. Is your world shattered? Yes, I think it is, she said, continuing to stare at the floor. I'm not sure I was excited by the idea of marrying his Grace. In fact, I had no feelings either for or against the match, except that I looked forward to a greater measure of freedom. It is just that I have been brought up to the knowledge that I would be his wife some day. There is suddenly a void in my future. The thought is a little frightening. I know, he said. He reached out a hand and squeezed her shoulder. I have lived with the void for a long time, and I still do not know how I will fill it, or if I ever will. But you need a secure and happy life, Alex. You must have it. You have had little enough of happiness in your life so far, God knows. She looked up at him. You refer to Papa, she said. He lives his life as he thinks it should be lived, James. He means well. It is all anyone can do. I wish you did not hate him so. He thinks he is God, he said vehemently, squeezing her shoulder once more. And I will be eternally thankful that he is not. He will be sending for me soon, Alexandra said. Lord Amberley said he would call this morning, and I still do not know what I am to do. Oh, James, I have never known a nightmare like last night. First, that snubbing. It was dreadful, even though both Lord Eden and you had warned me what to expect, and then the Duke, and finally Lord Amberley. I felt like a thing with leprosy. I have never felt much in control of my life, but last night I was totally at the mercy of others. I hated the feeling. I wanted to yell and scream and hit out at people. Is not that dreadful? Purnell stooped down on his haunches and looked into his sister's face. I wish I could protect you from life, Alex, he said, his intense dark eyes glowing. God, how I wish it. I have known some of the cruelty it can inflict. But I wish it would leave you alone. You are the only person in this world I have left to care about. James, she said. She leaned forward in her chair and framed his face with her hands. I wish you were not so bitter, dear, and so full of hatred. I do wish that. Can you not forget about what is in the past and cannot be helped? Can you not look to the future and make something bright of it? Besides, we are forgetting that there was one ray of light last night. There was the Earl's sister. I have seen her before, you know, and always admired her beauty and gaiety, her ability to simply enjoy herself. Was it not kind of her to come and talk to us last night? Kind, he said, drawing back his head and getting to his feet again. The girl likes to make grand gestures, Alex. She saw a chance for heroism. It was a chance not to be missed. For the space of a few minutes she was the focus of everyone's attention in that drawing-room.
I think you do her some injustice,
Alexandra said gently. She risked a great deal to put us at our ease. Perhaps other people will not like what she did, and will shun her too. Purnell laughed, he said. Taking a risk. Nothing is uncalculated with shallow, artificial little creatures of society, such as she, Alex. She knew her brother was about to manoeuvre you into marriage. She ended up being the heroine of the hour. I liked her, Alexandra said. Then you must continue to do so, he said. It seems likely that she will be your sister-in-law. Just don't expect too much in the way of love or loyalty, Alex. The expected knock sounded at the door. Alexandra smiled briefly at her brother as he strode across the small room to open the door. She did not wait to hear the words of the footman who stood outside. She rose to her feet and smoothed out the cotton of her morning dress. She was surprised when she reached her father's office to find him alone. She had expected the Earl to be there. Her father was standing by the window looking out into the street. "Come in, Alexandra," he said, not turning at her entry, "and stand in front of my desk." One was very rarely invited to sit in Papa's presence. Alexandra reflected. "Good morning, Papa," she said, clasping her hands loosely in front of her. "I do not know what is particularly good about it," he said. He turned from the window to look at her. "Though I suppose we must make the best of the situation, I have had 2 visits concerning you this morning." She looked inquiringly at him, but found her eyes dropping before the severity in his, as they had been doing for as far back into her infancy as she could remember. "It seems we are no longer good enough for the Duke of Peterlee," he said. He sent a message to that effect with his secretary. Alexandra said nothing. He did not even come himself. Lord Beckworth's fist slammed down onto the desk before him with such force that Alexandra visibly jumped. "Lord Beckworth is to be communicated with now only through a secretary. Do you realize fully what disgrace you have brought on your family, girl?" Alexandra raised eyes that long training had taught her to keep expressionless. "I think perhaps the Duke of Peterlee is not worthy of us, Papa," she said. "I think little of a suitor who is not willing to stand by me even when I am the innocent victim of a silly prank." "Silence, girl," the Baron roared, so that Alexandra squared her shoulders and lowered her eyes to the floor again. "Innocent, do you call yourself? When you tricked your mamma and your brother in order to wander alone outside a ballroom. That is where bawds and strumpets display their wares. Have you not seen them outside the theatres and opera houses? You were issuing an open invitation, and you try to put all the blame for what ensued on Lord Eden. You are little better than a whore." "Papa." Alexandra's eyes blazed incautiously into his. "How can you say that to me? You know it is untrue. I was foolish, perhaps, but nothing worse. I have not been guilty of any great sin." Lord Beckworth stabbed a finger in her direction. "You are committing the greatest sin of all," he said. "You are denying guilt, convincing yourself that sin is not sin. You are in grave danger of hellfire, my girl. My prayers will be devoted entirely to you today, that your heart will be softened and that you will beg for mercy. You will spend the coming hours on your knees, and when the Earl of Amberley calls on you this afternoon, you will receive him with humility and gratitude, and you will accept his offer of marriage. Do you understand me, Papa?" she said. "May I not just return home?" "Please." "Home," he said. "Your home henceforth is with the man who is willing to lift you above your disgrace, Alexandra. It seems I have failed you. A fatherly softness and love have come between me and my Christian duty to train you properly for a life of virtue. I have failed with my son, and now I have failed with my daughter. I hope for the sake of your immortal soul that your husband will not likewise fail you. I advised him when he called on me this morning to be strict with you from the start. I advised him not to hesitate to beat you until you have learned obedience." Alexandra clasped her hands more tightly in front of her. "I have tried to be obedient to you, Papa," she said. "I have tried all my life to make you and Mamma proud of me." If I have failed, it has not been intentional, and my failure has not been your fault." Lord Beckworth looked weary suddenly. He sank into the chair behind his desk and passed one hand over his bald head. "One tries and tries," he said. "One has a family and wants what is best for them. One wants them to grow in a knowledge of Holy Scripture and the principles of Christian virtue, and one does one's best to do one's duty, not sparing the rod, not allowing weak sentiment to stand in the way of what is right. And how does it all end, First James? And now you. You must marry Amberley, Alexandra. I can do no more for you." Alexandra stood mute across the desk from him. She scarcely dared breathe. These moods of weariness and self-recrimination were more terrible than his moods of righteous anger. Her father's frequent sense of failure almost invariably led to a redoubling of his harsh attempts to pound virtue and morality into his family. She had always thought that once she grew up, reached the age of 18, 21 and 20, she would finally be free of the tyranny of his terrible sense of obligation for her spiritual welfare. But it was not so easy to shake off the pattern of a lifetime when one was a woman, she had discovered as she reached each of those milestones of age. Always one must be dependent upon a man for the very means of survival and wholly subject to his will. "Go your room now," Lord Beckworth said, "and remain on your knees until Mrs. Ray is sent to prepare you for the Earl's visit. You will ignore the bell for luncheon." "Yes, Papa," she said, and turned to leave. "And Alexandra," his voice held her still again, though she did not turn to face him, "if you refuse the Earl's offer, I will consider it a sign from God that I must take on direct responsibility for your soul again. It will grieve me and hurt me, probably more than it will you, but I will have to resume punishing your lapses in the only way your stubborn spirit seems to understand." Alexandra drew a deep and silent breath, lifted her head, and proceeded on her way to her room, where she knelt obediently and unsupervised for almost 3 hours, until Nanny Ray came bustling and clucking to her rescue. She prayed that feeling would never become so deadened in her that she would become bitter and cynical and hate-filled as James was. She prayed for James, that her deep affection for him would prove sufficient to keep alive in him the spark of love that had been all but quenched 5 years before. Lord Eden spent the morning at Tattersall's. He did not go there with any intention of buying horses. He was quite satisfied with the ones he had. But his friend Faber was on the lookout for a new team of chestnuts and had asked him to go along to give a second opinion, and he had nothing else to do. Indeed, he was feeling decidedly restless. The pleasures of the season were beginning to pall, as they always did after a month or so, but this one had just become even more dreary than all the previous ones. Other years he had kept the same flirt throughout, convinced on each occasion that what he felt was true love. And yet he had found each time a few weeks after the season was over, and he was away from London, that he had forgotten the girl. It was really too bad that the one year when he was really in love, the flirtation was over even before the end of the season. Miss Carstairs had refused to drive with him the previous afternoon, and had turned her back on him when he had called at her box at the opera the evening before. Her mother, too, had stared stonily down into the pit, while he had been forced to make stilted conversation with the 3 remaining members of their party. He understood that he was in disgrace, and was no longer considered a desirable suitor. The prospect of balls and other entertainments for the weeks to come, without the chance of coaxing a smile or a blush from Miss Carstairs, was a dreary one indeed. It would be even more painful when she began to turn her attentions elsewhere, as she was bound to do soon. Everyone knew that old Carstairs had brought her to London with the express purpose of finding a wealthy husband for her before the end of the season. Lord Eden wished he had something to do beyond the usual daily round of amusements. He spent part of each summer on his own estate in Wiltshire, but it was a part of the country he had never allowed himself to become familiar with, and the estate was run by an ageing but amazingly efficient bailiff who had been in charge of it since before his birth. His presence there always seemed redundant. He preferred to spend his time on Edmund's estate in Hampshire, where he had been brought up, and where people and surroundings were familiar. But there was nothing very constructive for him to do there. He wanted to be in the army and had done so since he was 16 and had been befriended by the captain of the local regiment. He ached to be in Spain fighting Old Boney, his days filled with physical activity, mental challenge and danger. But Mama always became upset when he broached the subject. She had lost 2 brothers in the wars years before and understandably dreaded that her son might share their fate. Madeline, too, became genuinely distressed whenever he tried to confide in her. It was the only topic on which he could not talk quite freely with her. Edmund had never given his opinion either way. He would give his support if asked for it. Lord Eden was convinced, but he shied away from putting his brother in the dilemma of having to choose between his mother and sister on the one hand and his only brother on the other. And so he ached with empty strength and unchanneled energy. The yard at Tattersall's was crowded with gentlemen eager for the auction to begin, or contented to be in a place where they might converse and gossip freely, away from the inhibiting presence of ladies. Lord Eden frowned when he realised that he was standing directly behind a group that included Albert Harding Smythe. He could not stand the man, and his companions were hardly more tolerable, but he could not move away. Faber, on his other side, was deep in animated horse talk with an acquaintance. "We have had to tolerate them until now because they are mother's relatives," Harding Smythe was saying. "Country bumpkins, of course. They have no idea how to go on in the genteel world." One of his companions sniggered. "You gave the chit a masterly set-down last night," he said. "Perfect timing." She was left with her jaw hanging. The brother turned quite purple in the face. "Yes, well," Harding Smythe said on a sigh. "Even cousins have to realise that there are limits to one's charity. The chit has a tendrie for me. I have been beating her off with my cane ever since she arrived in town." "Not your gold-topped one, I hope," another companion said, recoiling in mock horror. "You would not want to damage that, now, would you?" The whole group guffawed loudly. "It was all very amusing last night," a third fellow said, "but somewhat deflating to find out that Amberley is going to marry her. It was a dirty trick for her to arrive before him like that, so that no one was aware of the betrothal, and none of us knew how to behave toward her. I must say, I felt deuced foolish. One likes to be quite clear on the matter of whom one is obliged to be civil to, and whom one must cut." Lord Eden, standing behind the group, had gone very still. "One does wonder if Amberley is not just too good-natured for his own good," Harding Smythe said. "My cousin Purnell had probably frightened him into making the offer. He is the very devil. You know, those of us who know the type would not be so easily intimidated, but Amberley is almost too civilised. I know that I would not be so easily drawn into offering a slut respectability. Do we know, after all, why she left the ballroom that night? In my experience, only one type of female wanders outdoors alone, and she is in search of only one thing. You know what?" His companions sniggered. "I almost wish I had been wandering outside too." One of them said, "I might have been able to think of more amusing things to do with her, after tying her to the bed, than merely leaving her there. I wonder if Amberley untied her immediately upon finding her, or if there was some, delay." Another said at the same moment that a third turned his head and met Lord Eden's eyes. He turned back abruptly, coughed warningly, and said something in a low voice. The group lapsed into an uneasy silence. Lord Eden strolled forward. "I have not seen you at Jackson's boxing saloon this age, Harding Smythe," he said amiably, smiling at the uncomfortable gentleman in question. "It must be sheer coincidence that you go on the mornings that I don't. I seem to recall from last year that Jackson said you might become quite handy with your fives if you drank less and exercised more and were a little less wary of your opponent's fists. By this year I imagine you must be quite a bruiser, if you feel no fear of a strong-looking gentleman like Mr. James Purnell. Perhaps you would favour me by taking me on tomorrow morning in a friendly bout?" "I'm not much in practice," Harding Smythe said, darting sidelong glances at his listening and watching friends. "Besides, Eden, I have other appointments for tomorrow. I am a busy man." "Ah," Lord Eden said, "I would not wish you to go out of your way to oblige me, my good fellow. Shall I just say that I will be there tomorrow, and that if you are not, I shall consider you a damned coward as well as a scoundrel." He smiled amiably at the group. "I wish you good day, gentlemen." The Earl of Amberley had a strong feeling of déjà vu. He had been through it all before, the interview with Lord Beckworth, the salon at the front of the house. His standing position before the window, he had not been invited to sit down. The entry of Miss Purnell, her severe appearance, he was not sure if she wore the same clothes as on the previous occasion, but she looked very much the same, her proud, controlled bearing, her steady, calm eyes. And again they were left alone. She standing inside the door, he at the window. He drew a deep breath. "Well, Miss Purnell," he said, "here we are again." "Yes, my lord," she said. She was unsmiling, not hostile exactly, but perfectly impassive. It seemed to Lord Amberley. "I'm afraid I put you in a very awkward position last evening," he said. "I had not meant so to force your hand. Under the circumstances, I could think of no other way to act." "At the time, I believe I was grateful to you," she said. "At the time?" He raised his eyebrows. "It is not a pleasant feeling," she said, looking steadily at him, "to be stranded in the middle of a crowded drawing-room, surrounded by people who stare and whisper and are hostile. It is even less pleasant to be snubbed very deliberately and very publicly by the gentleman one has been brought up to consider one's betrothed." "Petterly is not worth upsetting yourself over," Lord Amberley said, taking a few steps toward her. "A true gentleman would stand by his lady, even if she were indeed guilty of some active indiscretion. Forgive me if my words pain you, but I believe you are well rid of such a man." She raised her chin. "I was sickened by everyone's behaviour last evening," she said in a low, rather hurried voice. "It was bad enough that they chose to judge me so harshly for something that was none of my own fault. For that alone I would wish to have nothing more to do with society for the rest of my life. What was worse was the way almost everyone changed as soon as you hinted that we might become betrothed. If last evening is an example of what gentility means, then I am ashamed of the name lady." "You are quite right in your judgment," he said gently. "Unfortunately, Miss Purnell, there is no perfect person on this planet, and certainly no perfect institution. Our society protects itself through its strict moral and social standards, and such high standards inevitably lead to corruption on the one hand, and to the type of hypocrisy of which you have been a victim on the other. But perhaps it is possible to overreact. There are good, if not perfect people in this world, and an institution can have its value even if it is flawed." "Then I am to accept that I must be a pariah, unmarried, but perfectly respectable as your wife?" she asked, looking very directly at him again. He smiled. "You have a way of putting things, Miss Purnell," he said, "a very direct way that makes a person feel uncomfortable. The answer to your question seems so obviously to be no. But the world is not such a black and white place as you imply. Life is what it is. Society is what it is. There is very little we can do to change either. We must accept what we must and change what we can, and somehow preserve our own integrity." "I cannot be such a creature of compromise," she said. "I have been in town for a month, my lord, and I do not like what I have seen. I would like to go home and forget I have ever been here." "And is that possible?" he asked. "Have you put the idea to your father? Is he willing that you return home and remain there for the rest of your life?" She looked back at him silently. "I hate to say this, Miss Purnell," he said. "I really do, but I do not think you have any choice at all about your future, do you? You must marry me." He expected her to argue. Her chin was at a decidedly stubborn angle. Her jaw was set in a hard line. She said nothing. He walked even closer, until he stood just a few feet in front of her, and the tilt of her chin became necessary so that she might see up into his face. "I give you my word, Miss Purnell," he said, "that it will not be such a bad bargain. I do not believe I am either an evil or a hard-hearted man. I do not know of any particular vice in my character. I have managed to live close to a younger brother and sister whose behaviour is occasionally wild without ever resorting to violence or undue irritability. and I have position and wealth to offer you, as well as a home of which I am inordinately proud. Will you marry me of your own free will?" Her eyes did not waver before his. They were dark, luminous eyes. "I will marry you," she said. He smiled half ruefully. "But not of your own free will," he said. She was silent. "Will you tell me what it is in particular that makes you reluctant?" he asked. She said nothing. He took one step forward and reached for her hands, which were clasped in front of her. They were very cold. "You resent the chain of events that has made this necessary?" he asked. "It has all been quite overwhelming, has it not? The unfortunate mistake of identity, the fact that my brother did not return home in time to discover you, and perhaps return you to the ball before you were missed, the fact that I had a new and prattling footman in my employ. You must feel that fate has been unduly unkind to you. But I am here now to protect you and care for you. Is that not enough?" "I have accepted your offer," she said tonelessly. "But you do not want to be married to me?" he asked. "No." He let go of her hands and walked away from her toward the window. He sighed. "I wish I did not have to persuade you into this, Miss Pournelle," he said. "It has never been my wish to coerce any lady into marriage. The very idea of doing so is abhorrent to me." "As you say, my lord," she said, her voice tight and controlled, "there seems to be little alternative now to what you have offered and I have accepted. Circumspection this morning seems somewhat pointless." He turned and looked at her with a troubled frown. "I hate to see you unhappy with the situation," he said. Then he sighed. "But I suppose I can hardly expect you to be ecstatic about finding yourself betrothed quite unexpectedly to a stranger. I can only hope that in time I can teach you to be less reluctant. I shall spend my life as your servant, ma'am." She dropped her eyes for the first time. "Your father advised me," Lord Amberley said quietly, looking at her lowered head, "to keep you on a tight rein and not to hesitate to beat you when occasion arises. Why would he give me such advice?" "I frequently disappoint him," she said, not looking up. "I am weak and thoughtless and often disobedient, even when I do not mean to be. Does he mistreat you?" Her jaw tightened. "He is my father," she said. "He has the right to correct me in the way he thinks best. Does he beat you?" "He has not. Since I was 16, she said. "I see," he said. "And what punishments has he substituted for the corporal ones?" "They are not called punishments," she said, raising her eyes and looking steadily and almost defiantly at him. "They are called corrections. I am required to pray and read Scripture when I have forgotten the peril in which I often place my soul." "I see, but Lord Amberley was not at all sure that he did see." And he could not tell what her attitude was to what she described, whether bitter and cynical or accepting. He had an almost panicked feeling that he was betrothing himself to some alien creature, a woman with whom he might never find a point of likeness. "I assume that you would spend the rest of your life on your knees with an open Bible before you if you were to dare to refuse me?" He supposed he had meant the words as something of a joke, but she did not smile or reply. She clasped her hands before her and raised her chin once more. He strode over to her again and repossessed himself of her hands. "Listen to me, Miss Purnell," he said. "We both know that this betrothal must happen. I wish it did not so much for my sake as for yours. But the announcement must be made. Your father and society must be satisfied. Society will not be allowed to gloat, however. I shall see that you are taken away from here. I shall invite you and your family to Amberley Court. There you may spend the summer away from the public eye, getting to know me and the home that will be yours. And I hope, I will make every effort to ensure it, that you will find after all that this marriage is not so repugnant to you. I will care for you, Miss Pournelle. I will lift this burden that accident and my family's carelessness have placed on your shoulders and give you contentment in its place. And I will not press for an early marriage. You may decide the date for yourself if you will. Will you agree to this?" He squeezed her hands. "Yes," she said, looking him steadily in the eye. "Splendid," he said. "You have made me happy, Miss Pournelle." He raised her right hand to his lips and kissed the palm. She flushed deeply, he noticed. "I have accepted your father's invitation to dinner this evening," he said. conditional on your acceptance of my offer, of course. Will you object to my inviting you to join me at the theatre tonight with your family? I will not make the invitation public if you would rather not. It is necessary, is it not, she said, her tone bitter, to show the respectable members of the ton that I am indeed now to be taken back into their favour. Yes, he said gently, it is necessary. Very well, she said. I am sure Mamma and James will be delighted. He smiled faintly to himself at her failure to assure him that she too would be delighted. I will go one step further, he said. I will arrange some sort of betrothal celebration at my town house here. You will be presented to the ton, Miss Purnell, as my honoured bride-to-be. I will leave you now. He raised her left hand to his lips and kissed the back of her fingers. He turned to leave, but he stopped as he reached the door and turned back to her. I want you to know one thing, he said. When you do marry me, Miss Purnell, you must rest assured that I will never under any circumstances lay a violent hand on you or on any children of our marriage. Neither will I ever impose prayer or Bible reading on you or them. God's word was never intended as an instrument of torture. It is the word of inspiration and of love in its purest and most unconditional form. I will never impose any form of punishment on you. And although in the marriage service you will promise me obedience, I will not hold you to that promise. Obedience is for servants who are paid for their services, not for a wife who is a man's companion and lover. She did not turn before he left the room. Good Lord, Mamma, it isn't true, is it? Lord Eden looked very tall and restless, standing in the middle of his mother's sitting-room. I am afraid it is, Dominic, she said, looking up from her needlepoint at her younger son. Do sit down, dear. You give me the headache pacing about like that. Madeline will be home at any minute, and she is bound to be in the highest of spirits after driving with Sir Derek Peagton. He is her latest true love, you see. It will be too much for my nerves to have both of you prancing about before me. Not at your ages, and with your sizes. Lord Eden sat. Edmund is to marry Miss Purnell, he said, stunned. But she refused him the day before she refused me. It seems that Edmund did not consider his responsibility at an end there. Lady Amberley said, resuming her needlework. The whole thing turned into something ridiculously nasty, as you must know, Dominic, and that poor girl was in the thick of it. Of course, Edmund offered for her again. At least, I assume he is making the offer official some time today. He certainly made it clear to several people last evening that he intended to do so, and it is only what we might have expected. Edmund can always be depended upon to look to the well-being of people he feels responsible for. Sit down, dear. Lord Eden had leapt to his feet, but he sat again at his mother's quiet bidding. And I can't, I suppose, he said. It should have been me, should it not? I should have been the one to see that I must go back and persuade her to reconsider. I should not have felt the relief I did when she refused. I had no right to feel relief. It is not right that it is Edmund doing this, Mamma. It should be me. It must be me. I think not, Dominic, his mother said placidly, stitching on. It is true that you were the one who unwittingly caused the girl's character to be destroyed, and I am proud that you acknowledged the fact and went to make your apologies and your offer to Miss Purnell. But it is true, too, dear, that you are very young. 22 is too young for a man to marry. Men, alas, do not grow up as quickly as women. That is not to say that they do not grow up at all. You have only to consider your brother to know that extraordinary steadiness of character can develop before a man's 30th birthday. But you are too young for marriage, Dominic. You would not do either yourself or Miss Purnell any good if you married her. Edmund would have realised that. Lord Eden leapt to his feet again. What nonsense, Mamma, he said, before flushing, as she raised her head and her eyebrows. Pardon me. I did not mean to sound so ill-mannered, but I am a man. It is just that I am your younger son, and you see me as a boy still. And you have insisted on protecting me from any experience that will make me more of a man. The army, she said wearily. I was made to be a soldier, Mamma, he said. Can you not see that? I can find nothing else in my life to make it a joy to live. I need action and responsibility. I would find the latter at least if I were to acquire a wife. Miss Purnell is my responsibility, and I shall tell Edmund so. She is not a commodity to be wrangled over, his mother said with gentle firmness, folding her needlepoint and putting it to one side. She is a person, dear, and undoubtedly a bewildered and unhappy person too. All her plans for her life have been totally overset in the past few days. And so have Edmund's, Lord Eden said. I had not heard that he was even considering marriage yet, Mamma, and he seemed quite happy with Mrs. B. Well, anyway, he seemed quite happy. It is not right that he should be forced into this marriage. Miss Purnell is not remarkably pretty, and she seems an overly serious female. Mrs. Borden is not right for Edmund either, Lady Amberley said. I am quite relieved that he will be forced to give her up. And Edmund will. He is not the type to keep a wife and a mistress. I was very much afraid that he would drift into a permanent relationship with her, even marriage, perhaps. I'm not sure that Miss Purnell is the right wife for him either. Unfortunately, I have not even met the girl. But you can be sure that Edmund will make the best of the marriage. If the girl is at all likeable or lovable, Edmund will both like and love her and bring her to like and love him. Lord Eden sat silent, his hands dangling between his knees. We all owe it to Edmund to accept Miss Purnell as if she had become betrothed to him in the most regular manner. Lady Amberley continued. I was extremely proud of Madeline last evening. Everyone else in that sharp woman's drawing-room was behaving with perfect snobbishness, avoiding the girl as if she had the plague. Madeline went and talked to her and risked being looked upon askance herself. I wish I had not been playing cards. I would have taken the girl on my arm and strolled from group to group with her. I would have dared anyone to snub her. Ridiculous people. Lord Eden had no chance to reply. The door to the sitting-room swung open, and his sister burst in, still wearing a lavender pelisse and chip-straw bonnet. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes sparkling. I heard you were here, Dom, she said, and came right up, Mamma. I thought I would be late for tea. What a love you are to have waited for me. Sir Derek's phaeton was the most splendid in the whole park, I do declare. Lord Eden stood up and grinned at his twin. Would it have looked so splendid with another gentleman in it? He asked. She put her head to one side and a finger to her chin, considering, well, perhaps with you, Dom, she said. And now you have got the compliment you were looking for. Are you satisfied? Do I hear wedding bells again? Her brother asked. With Sir Derek? She asked, removing her bonnet and twirling it by the ribbons before tossing it toward an empty chair. How would I know, Dom? He has not asked me yet, but he is most excessively handsome. Even Mamma admits that. So were Prescott and Mitchell and Roberts and what's-his-name from Dorset, and one or two others, Lord Eden said. You are not to tease me, Madeline said, tossing her pelisse in the same general direction as her bonnet. You know you fall in love quite as often as I do, Dom, and I am always interested and sympathetic when it turns out that the girl is not quite the right one after all. Have you heard about Edmund? Of course I have heard about Edmund, he said, scowling. I have never heard such depressing news. Will she have him, do you suppose? I don't believe she will have much choice, Madeline said. You cannot imagine what it was like for her last evening, Dom. I felt dreadfully distressed to think that you and I were the cause of it all. But Edmund was perfectly splendid. You should have seen the way he turned on his famous charm for Miss Purnell. Even I was impressed, and the way he pokered up for Lady Sharp and all the tabbies. He had everyone in the room fawning over him and practically eating out of his hand. Edmund ought not to do it, Lord Eden said, sitting down again as his sister seated herself on an ottoman beside her mother. She isn't the wife for him, Mad. I'm not so sure, she said. You would have admired her last evening, Dom. She was really quite magnificent. When everyone was loudly ignoring her, she looked just like a queen. I would have been howling with misery and mortification if it had been me. She did not break, even when that horrid man, the Duke of Peterley, cut her very deliberately. And when Edmund took her about, she looked along her nose at the lot of them, as if she were a dowager duchess. I think I am going to like her. We must all try to, dear, Lady Amberley said, turning to receive the tea tray that a footman had carried into the room. She is to be part of our family. Edmund's wife. I shall try to love her. I just hope we do not have to see too much of her brother, Madeline said. He gives me the shudders. He has such a dark and hostile look, and those eyes of his gaze quite through one as though one were a moth caught on a pin and spread out for his inspection. I have not once seen him smile. Some people do not, her mother said. That does not mean that they are not perfectly civil people. He does not like me, Madeline said decisively. He thinks me silly and frivolous and empty-headed, and the horrid thing is that I become all three when I am close to him. I don't like him. He rode past the phaeton this afternoon, and I smiled my best smile and waved to him. I thought his neck must be broken. Such an effort it cost him to incline his head ever so slightly, and not a smile or a word. He will probably avoid the lot of us, Lord Eden said. I don't imagine I am his favourite person at the moment either, Mad. And he probably resents even Edmund for forcing his sister into this marriage. He probably had his heart set on being brother-in-law to a duke. A mere earl must seem quite a come-down. You are being spiteful, Dominic, the Countess said, handing a cup of tea to Madeline to take to her brother. It is unfair to judge another on a very slight acquaintance, or no acquaintance at all. I expect better of my children. I beg your pardon, Mamma, Lord Eden said, pulling a face at Madeline as she bent to set the cup and saucer down on the small table at his elbow. Alexandra was not to escape lightly after the Earl of Amberley had left her. She had promised that she would call on her mamma to tell how the interview had gone, but she had hoped to escape to her room soon afterward to ponder the new direction her life had taken. However, when she left the salon, she found the butler bowing before her and informing her that she was to wait on Lady Beckworth in the drawing-room. Her heart sank. Mamma must have visitors. She could not have been less pleased to see who the visitors were. Aunt Deirdre, Caroline and Albert were all in attendance. They had not been near since the scandal of the ball. She had seen Albert, of course, the evening before, when he had snubbed her. Alexandra's eyes met her brother's across the room. "Alexandra, my dear girl," her aunt said, rising from her seat on a sofa and coming toward her with outstretched hands. "What very splendid news, to be sure. I was dreadfully distressed to hear of your ill fortune, as Caroline will tell you. I was so miserable with the migraines that I could not even come out to comfort you. I was never more pleased than when I heard this morning from Albert that you were to be betrothed to the Earl of Amberley. Such a very eligible gentleman, to be sure. I had to hurry over here to satisfy myself that it was indeed true. Imagine my feelings, my dear, to find that you were even then closeted with the Earl. Is it true? Have you accepted his offer?" "Yes, I have, Aunt," Alexandra said calmly. "I thank you for your good wishes." Caroline shrieked and jumped to her feet. "I knew you would be respectable again, cousin," she said. "Did I not say so, Mamma? I was never more happy in my life." "Thank you," Alexandra said, removing her hands from her aunt's and taking a seat close to her mother's. "Of course," Mrs. Harding Smythe said, "being a countess when you had expected to be a duchess is a little lowering, but you must not look at the matter that way, Alexandra. You must remember that under the circumstances you are fortunate to have found a husband at all." Alexandra favoured her aunt with a steady look that soon had the older lady busy smoothing the silk of her dress over her knees. "It is a great relief to know that you have accepted the Earl," Lady Beckworth said, leaning forward and patting her daughter on the arm. "You have done what is right, Alexandra, and doing what is right is its own reward. Papa will be pleased." Alexandra looked across the room to where her brother was standing, one elbow propped on the high marble mantelpiece, one booted leg crossed over the other. He was looking broodingly back at her. She half smiled, feeling her customary urge to push back the lock of dark hair that had fallen across his forehead. "You are indeed fortunate, cousin," Albert said. "It pained me to see you go into company last evening, when you did not realise that it was not quite proper to do so. I am afraid I was absolutely powerless to help you. Had you waited for Amberley to bring you in? Of course, everything would have been different. Everyone would have divined the truth and welcomed you. However, one can hardly blame you. You have not been in town long enough to understand such niceties of polite behaviour." "You were quite right, Albert," Purnell said quietly, causing his cousin, whom he usually ignored, to turn toward him in some surprise. "We are bumpkins indeed. We should apply to you more often for advice. In our backward part of the country, polite means treating other people with courtesy and consideration for their feelings. I, for one, had no idea that Londoners speak a different language." "I am sure everyone present in Lady Sharp's drawing-room appreciated your predicament, James," Albert said, "and honoured you for the way you stood by Alexandra. You will find, I believe, that no one will hold your loyalty against you." Purnell inclined his head. "I will be forever grateful to the members of polite society," he said. Albert seemed to suspect that he was being mocked. He turned back to the ladies. "You will be happy to know that you will be received by the ton again, Alexandra," he said. "That will perhaps make up somewhat for the unfortunate marriage you were forced to contract?" "Unfortunate," said Lady Beckworth, as her daughter's chin came up. "They have the rank and the wealth, of course," Albert said, "if that is all that concerns you, aunt. But I know that uncle puts great emphasis on moral and religious virtue, and I must say I honour him for doing so. He could not have been pleased at having to accept the offer of such a man as Amberley." "I do not know that any of the Rains are very bad, Albert, dear," his mother said, frowning, "except that Lady Madeline likes to flirt quite outrageously at a time when she should be thinking of donning a spinster's cap. She has not been able to trap a husband in 4 years for all her wealth and loose ways." "I heard that she was going to elope with Fairhaven," Albert said. "It was to stop her from doing so that Eden tried to have her confined and taken home. Unfortunately, he took Alexandra instead. But Eden is even more wild than his sister. He is always fighting and provoking quarrels, I have heard, and no lady is safe with him. Apparently, he thinks himself irresistible to the fair sex. It comes of the unfortunate fact that the old Earl died 10 years ago," Mrs. Harding Smythe said. "The present Earl was very young to take over all the responsibilities of his new position and the upbringing of 2 such ebullient children. The Countess, poor lady, is placid and overindulgent. She has not been able to control them at all. The Earl, unfortunately, takes after her. His is not a firm character, not at all like Beckworth's. I will be marrying Lord Amberley, not his brother and sister or his mother," Alexandra said quietly. "I am sure that Papa would not have approved his suit if he felt him to be an unsuitable match for me." "Oh, of course not, dear," her aunt hastened to assure her. "It is just unfortunate that, having had such a father, you will find it quite impossible to find a husband worthy of him. My brother is quite without equal." "My uncle probably does not know about Amberley's mistress," Albert said. "He has had her for a year or more, though I have never been able to see the attraction. Mrs. Borden looks and behaves altogether too much like a man for my tastes. However, perhaps it is that very fact that attracts Amberley. My uncle, of course, is too unworldly to have heard of such sordid matters. And under the circumstances, I suppose it does not signify a great deal. The important thing is that you are respectably betrothed, Alexandra. I'm happy for you. Now, there is another word," James Purnell said, pushing himself to a standing position before the fireplace. "Happy. In the country it means joyous, contented, pleased. What does it mean in town, pray, Albert? No, don't answer now. I would like to hear a full explanation. Shall we leave the ladies to their tea while you show me your team? You are always assuring me that you have an eye for good cattle. I would like to learn from you." Albert found himself looking up into his cousin's direct, dark gaze, and not particularly liking what he saw. He rose to his feet, so that he was not at quite such a disadvantage, although he was still more than 4 inches the shorter of the two. He bowed when Purnell gestured toward the door, bowed again to the ladies, and accepted the invitation with as good a grace as he could muster. "I am so gratified to see that dear James is willing to learn from Albert," Mrs. Harding Smythe said. "He will be able to benefit such a great deal, you know, and Albert will be only too pleased to share his experience. Now, Alexandra, my love, Do tell us all about your interview with Lord Amberley. Caroline giggled. Did he go down on his knees, Alexandra? She asked, clasping her hands to her bosom. Oh, I shall positively die if my future husband does not do so. I shall feel absolutely cheated. Alexandra folded her hands in her lap and looked up at her aunt. His lordship said all that was proper, she said, and I accepted him. Hold still, lovey. I have almost finished. Nanny Ray was coaxing strands of Alexandra's dark hair into ringlets at the sides of her face. But I cannot wear it like that, Nanny, Alexandra said, pretty as you have made it look. It just does not seem right. Such pretty wavy hair you have, Nanny Ray said with a cluck of the tongue. Much prettier than that of any of the other misses I have seen since we have been here. And they all have curls and ringlets, and the Lord knows what. None of them have their hair all confined as you do. I don't know, Alexandra said doubtfully, examining the results of Nanny's artistry in the mirror. Papa has always said that a girl's hair should be down until she is 16 and then up. He says that only vanity makes a lady want to show off her hair. I have never seen Mamma's brushed out more than 2 or 3 times in my life. Nanny Ray compressed her lips and viewed her charge's mirrored image over the tops of her gold-rimmed spectacles. Your papa also brought you to town so that you might learn how to live as the upper classes live, she said. Ladies here try to look pretty, lovey. They don't go out of their way to hide their beauty. Oh dear, Alexandra said. Is that what I'm trying to do, Nanny? But I don't have any great beauty to hide, do I? Nanny Ray sniffed. Not much, she said. You could only be the most sought-after young lady of the season if you wanted to be. That's all. Oh, come now. Alexandra laughed. You must own that you are somewhat biased, though I do love you for saying so. Have I done the right thing, Nanny? But what does it matter whether it is right or not, when it is the only thing I can do? Oh, but it feels so strange to be betrothed to a stranger. My life feels as if it has been turned quite topsy-turvy. I can't say either way, Mrs. Ray said, rummaging in a box in a drawer of the dressing-table and coming out with a string of pearls. I don't know his lordship. Perhaps you have been saved from the frying-pan only to be cast into the fire, but I can't see that it makes any difference if that is so. You know how I felt about the Duke? Yes, Alexandra said, bending her head forward so that the pearls could be clasped at the back of her neck. And it seems that you were right all along. I was enraged by his snubbing me last evening. I suppose everyone else thinks he acted with perfect propriety, but I just cannot accept it. I don't like town ways, Nanny. There, the older woman said, patting Alexandra on the shoulder. Perhaps this Earl will marry you and take you away from this house, lovey. And perhaps he will teach you something about real life. Perhaps my girl will be happy after all. Alexandra smiled and turned on the stool. You are always telling me how unhappy I am, Nanny, she said. You are absurd. I have never felt particularly so. Only a little restless, perhaps, and eager to begin my own adult life. She stood before the pier-glass and surveyed herself from head to toe. She was wearing a new gown, a royal blue silk, high-waisted, simple in design, perhaps a little lower at shoulders and bosom than she was accustomed to. The feathery ringlets at either side of her face touched her shoulders. Papa will not like it, she said. He will say I look like a coquette. You look like a very pretty young lady about to meet her betrothed for dinner and the theatre, Nanny Ray said firmly from behind her. I think I do like this gown, Alexandra said, though I have been afraid to wear it until tonight. My hair feels strange. Well, Nanny, perhaps it is as well to begin a new life with a new look. I don't know. Are you ready to go down yet, lovey? Mrs. Ray asked. If not, I must leave you. I have 101 things to do. I cannot stand around here all night long gossiping and admiring pretty young ladies. Alexandra smiled and turned around. I'm going to stay here for a while, she said. I do not need to go downstairs just yet. You go on, Nanny. Far be it from me to keep anyone from work. She was afraid to go down. She acknowledged the fact quite freely to herself when she was alone. She was afraid to step out into the unknown as she would be doing when she left her room and went downstairs to join her parents and the Earl of Amberley in the drawing-room. Her life would be forever changed, and she was bewildered by the speed with which it had all happened. She had been contented with her life, oh, not happy. Nanny Ray was quite right about that. For years she had fretted against the restrictions of her home life. She had longed for the freedom she should have had when she left the schoolroom, the freedom to think and speak and do what she wished, and what she thought right. The lifetime necessity of thinking twice about every impulse, lest it offend some notion of propriety, had become more and more irksome. The corrections Lord Amberley had been quite correct to call them punishments, to which she was constantly subjected, and which she could in no way fight, had become an increasing humiliation. Yet she had been content. With a life so restricted in its freedom, and with her only real friend, her brother, from home so frequently, it was almost inevitable that she had developed a rich and intense inner life. Very little of her living was done outside herself, she often thought. Almost all was done inside. She played the pianoforte, often for hours at a time, if she was not engaged in some other imposed task, and if she was not confined to her room as she so frequently was. If Mamma came to the music-room, she played music from the sheets kept in the stool, and indeed she loved all music. But if she were alone, she often closed her eyes, forgot her surroundings, and played from her heart. She should write down some of her compositions, James had told her more than once. But how can one write down the fleeting impulses of the moment? A butterfly is ruined if killed and spread out to be admired. A butterfly must be free. The music in her must be free. She sketched and painted, sometimes outdoors, though she was rarely allowed to go far from the house, but more often indoors. She liked painting portraits, though there was a limit of subjects at home, and most of the people who sat for her, some of the servants, James, once Mamma, were not happy with the finished paintings. She was not content to paint only what she saw with her eyes. She wanted to paint what she felt. She wanted to reveal the person as she knew him or her, and so colours and lines and textures were sometimes changed from the strictly realistic. The last painting she had done of James a year before had shown him with his head thrown back, his hair wind-blown, his face lit by a warm smile. It was ridiculous, Mamma had said. James never looked like that, and he was older than the very young man of the portrait. James himself had made no comment. He had merely squeezed her shoulder until it hurt and taken the portrait away. She did not know if he had kept it or destroyed it, and she wrote endlessly stories, reflections, poems. All the thoughts and feelings that might have been confided to a sympathetic mother or to a sister or friend were poured out on paper. It was mainly poetry that she wrote. The discipline of having to express herself through metre and rhyme helped her to formulate and organise her thoughts, and sometimes to calm her feelings. She had never shown her writings to anyone. Only Nanny Ray and James even knew they existed, and so she was not an actively unhappy person, she reflected, despite what Nanny and her brother believed. It was true that the older she got, the more irksome became the restraints on her freedom. And yet the certain knowledge she had always had that one day she would marry the Duke of Peterlee had buoyed up her spirits. She had never known more of him than a brief and formal meeting every year or two could reveal, and had occasionally been chilled by his advanced age and distant hauteur. But she had always reminded herself that she would be a duchess, and that she would spend most of her days in London. During her month in London she had met the Duke a little more frequently than ever before, but she had ignored any unease she had felt. The Duke was not a warm or a charming man. He was not well liked. Her flesh had secretly crept when she had thought that she must become this man's property to be used as he would. But there were compensations to outweigh these misgivings. When she married, she would finally pass beyond her childhood. Surely the Duke would not dictate her every action as Papa had done. And now all was changed. Alexandra sat down at one end of her high bed and clasped the fluted bedpost. She was to marry the Earl of Amberley. She was to be the Countess of Amberley. She still could not quite grasp the reality of all that had happened to her in the past few days. She had been so totally out of control of her own destiny. She always had been, of course, but she had never realized it as she did now. She had been rather proud of herself at first. Apart from the terror she had felt during that night at the Earl's town house, and the dreadful embarrassment she had felt at being found by him in quite the state she had been in, she felt she had handled herself well. She had not given in to either hysteria or the vapours, and she was very satisfied with the firm, though polite, refusals she had made to both Lord Amberley's and Lord Eden's offers. For once she had had important decisions to make, and she had made them herself, according to her own wishes. She had felt her age for the first time in her life, even last night at Lady Sharp's. During that terrible ordeal of knowing herself outcast, she had held on to her pride. She might have crept away or rushed away with James as soon as she had realized what was happening, but she had not done so. She had held her ground and would have continued to do so for another 5 or 10 minutes before making as dignified a withdrawal as she could. It was true, of course, that she had not expected the Duke's snub. She was really not sure how she would eventually have reacted to that. She had not been given a chance to find out. She had been touched and a little embarrassed by the approach of Lady Madeline Rain. She had recognized the girl's motive and had honoured her courage and kind heart. She could not agree with James that her motives had been calculated and self-serving. But what of Lord Amberley? He had come gallantly to her rescue. Again she could not doubt his motive, and completely destroyed all her newfound pride. At the time she had been grateful, the moment of triumph had been irresistibly sweet as she had watched all the cold, condemning faces turn to warmth and deference. She had held to his arm as if it were the only solid anchor in a sea of troubles. It was only when it was too late that she had realized the implications of what had happened. For one thing, she was bound to marry him. There was no further choice. Even if Papa had not been quite so insistent, there was her own common sense. For a whole hour she had allowed the cream of the ton to believe that she was about to engage herself to the Earl of Amberley, and this when she was already in the thick of scandal. There was no possible way she could have refused his offer earlier that afternoon. And for another thing, she had just lost again an independence, a control over her own affairs that she had had for only one brief moment. Her father had always controlled her. The Earl of Amberley had taken over that control the evening before. He had seen her in a difficult spot, and with that dreadful male arrogance that all men seem to share, he had assumed that she could not possibly extricate herself without his assistance. She was once again the helpless female in the hands of a new and totally unknown owner. She tried not to hate him. Indeed, she did not do so. He had made a great sacrifice in order to come to her rescue. He had sacrificed his own freedom, his own future, and all without any real obligation to do so. He was not the one who had compromised her. And there was kindness in him. If his behaviour of the night before had not proved that, his words of that afternoon certainly had. He had tried his best to assure her that life with him would not be intolerable, and those parting words of his had been kindly meant too. He would never strike her or punish her. He had said, indeed, he would never even demand her obedience. She was not sure how far she trusted his words. How could a man never demand obedience from his wife? What if she defied him every day of his life? But the words had been soothing, and had opened to her mind a seductive glimpse of heaven. A wife is to be a man's companion and lover, he had said. Strange, alien words. She knew very little about love, apart from the deep bond of affection she shared with her brother. But the word lover seemed far more intimate than love. It brought to mind the strange feeling she had had the evening before, with her hand on the Earl's arm and his hand covering hers, and it brought back the distinct physical shock she had felt that afternoon when he had touched her palm with his lips. She found the Earl of Amberley rather frightening. Despite all his kindness and his meddling male ways, there was a raw masculinity about him that she had never encountered before and had no idea how to cope with. The thought of being this man's property frankly terrified her. The thought that soon she must allow him marital intimacies threatened to rob her completely of breath. There was only panic to be gained from such a thought. She resented such thoughts, such fears, such dreadful helplessness. She deeply resented it. Though her rational mind, the more kind-hearted and the fairer part of her mind, knew that Lord Amberley must be suffering from an equal feeling of frustration, she still resented him. She was betrothed to him, and there was nothing now she could do about that. When she married him, she would become his property to do with as he wished. She shivered. But he would not own her, for all that. She would see to it that he never owned anything more than her body. He had a mistress. Albert had said he had a mistress, so she would be unimportant to him anyway. His life would not be utterly changed by this marriage as hers would be. He would still have his mistress, and he would still be a man, still essentially free. A tap on the door of her bedchamber brought Alexandra out of her unwelcome reverie. James put his head around the door. "He is here, Alex," he said. "Did you know? I thought you might like to have an arm to lean on when you go downstairs." "Have I done the right thing?" she asked. "Did I have any choice? Oh, James, I am so frightened." "Then it will be our secret, as always," he said. "Put your shoulders back and your chin up, Alex. That's my girl. I don't know if you're doing the right thing or not. I wish I did. I have always felt helpless where you are concerned. I want you to be happy more than I want anything else in the world. I don't like Amberley or Eden or Lady Madeline, but who am I to judge? Perhaps they are what you need, and I really cannot see any alternative. If you go back home, Papa will completely destroy your spirit. It is a miracle that he has not already done so." "Oh, James," she said, reaching out for his hands. "It is not as bad as that. Papa has only done what he thinks best for me. He wants to make a slave of you," her brother said viciously. The wayward lock of hair slid down across his brow. "James," her tone was tender as she reached up to push back the hair. Her expression changed suddenly. "Is it true that Lord Amberley has a mistress?" she asked, flushing. Her brother frowned. "Damn Albert," he said. "Who knows if it is true? It means nothing anyway, Alex. 9 out of 10 gentlemen you see around you have some females set up somewhere. Even pittily, believe it or not. That paragon of virtue even has 2 children by his mistress. It is all something you need not know about. It is better that you do not know." She closed her eyes. "But I do know," she said quietly. "I do know, James, and how am I now to respect Lord Amberley?" "We must not keep him waiting," he said, reaching out an arm for her hand, "or Papa will have you on bread and water and down on your knees all day tomorrow. Yes, that is good, Alex. You look as proud as a queen. Keep looking so. Keep all the hurt and the bewilderment and the fear inside you. It is better if no one ever knows. People will not try to hurt you if they think it cannot be done." "James," she said, "oh, dear James, I wish I could soothe away the hurt that is in you. Sometimes one feels so helpless." He laid a hand over hers as they left the room together, and smiled the smile that only she saw with any regularity. "If only you can escape from this web of our life," he said, "you will make me very happy. It is too late for me, Alex, but not for you. You must take the chance to live if it is offered you. I hope I am mistaken in Amberley." His customary brooding mask descended on his face as they approached the drawing-room. Alexandra, already straight-backed, lifted her chin an inch higher as a footman opened the double doors for them. Their arrival at the theatre had proceeded without incident. Lord Amberley was relieved to find. They had not come face to face with anyone of consequence on the way in, but the theatre had been more than half full when he entered his box, and he had felt rather than seen eyes and lorgnettes and quizzing glasses turn their way. He had been too busy seating his betrothed, making sure that she was sitting in a position from which she might have a good view of the stage. By the time he sat down beside her and looked around him, there was no visible sign that their entrance had caused any stir at all. He had been quite prepared to assume a haughty manner and to put his own quizzing glass to use if necessary. But it was not necessary. He glanced with some admiration at the woman beside him. Her face was perfectly calm, her chin high, her shoulders back. She would not have crumbled, he felt, even if the audience had risen en masse and hissed her. She had a great deal of backbone, a great deal of presence. Unfortunately, although disaster seemed to have been averted, it was not proving to be a comfortable evening. Lady Beckworth was gracious, though very grave. She rarely initiated conversation, though she would sustain it if someone else did so. James Purnell was taciturn, even morose. He spoke scarce a word. Miss Purnell was perfectly composed, quite distant, and almost silent. Lord Beckworth had declined to accompany the party to the theatre, explaining that he disapproved of acting on the grounds that it was a form of lying, as was the writing of novels. He permitted his family to attend only because it was an acceptable pastime with the ton. Altogether, then, the Earl of Amberley was feeling quite uncomfortable by the time the curtains came down to signal the end of the first half of the performance. He had tried repeatedly, both before the performance and at appropriate moments during it, to draw his betrothed into conversation. She looked encouragingly lovely in a gown more fashionable than any he had seen her wear, and with her hair worn in a more becoming style than usual. But he distrusted her straight back and her lifted chin. They protected her against any snub she might receive from members of the audience around her. They also made her quite unapproachable. "My mother and sister are in the box opposite," he said. "May I have the honour of escorting you across there, Miss Purnell, and presenting you? My mother, I know, is eager to make your acquaintance." She turned her dark gaze on him, a look that always somewhat disconcerted him. Her eyes did not flutter over his face and neckcloth as the eyes of most females did. She always looked either deliberately away from him or so directly into his eyes that he had to restrain himself from pulling back so that she would not see into his very soul. "Thank you," she said. "I would like that." She was tall. He had noticed that before, of course. She had a good figure. One tended almost not to notice that fact, since the pride of her bearing took away something of her femininity. But the lower-than-usual neckline of her gown revealed the tops of well-formed breasts and the beginnings of the cleavage between. He knew that she had long, shapely legs. Her dark hair, in its severe chignon with the few ringlets as the only concession to the festive occasion, shone in the candlelight. He wondered if his memory of that hair all down about her face and shoulders exaggerated its almost voluptuous waviness. She was a strange woman. She was obviously capable of exuding a breathtaking sexuality, and yet she walked beside him, her hand resting very lightly on his arm, her body not close enough to touch any part of his, controlled, withdrawn, sexless almost. He touched her fingertips with his own and smiled down at her. "I have not had the opportunity to tell you how very lovely you look, my dear," he said. "I like your hair that way." "Thank you," she said, and then she blushed hotly as he drew her more closely against his side so that another couple might pass them in the corridor. She stiffened very noticeably and put more distance between them than before, as soon as she was able. "I'm sorry," the Earl of Amberley murmured as he tapped on the door to the box where his mother was, and handed his betrothed inside. He frowned slightly at her back. Was she frigid? Was he going to have to cope with that problem? He was not at all confident that he knew how. Madeline jumped to her feet when they entered, abandoning two young men mid-sentence, it seemed. One of them was Sir Derek Pigton. She held out both hands to Alexandra and smiled brightly. "How delighted I am you have come," she said. "I was about to persuade Sir Derek to accompany me to your box, but I saw that you had left already. Hello, Edmund. I'm very pleased, Miss Purnell, very pleased that you are to be my sister." She squeezed Alexandra's hands. Alexandra smiled back. Lord Amberley watched with interest. She had lovely, even white teeth. It was the first time he had seen her smile. Lady Amberley was more restrained than her daughter in her greeting. She turned away from Sir Cedric Harvey, with whom she had been in conversation, and indicated an empty chair next to her own. "How do you do, Miss Purnell?" she said. "Do have a seat." "Yes, yes, Edmund. I realise this must be Miss Purnell, so I think we can dispense with the formalities. Let me look at you, my dear, and do you take a good look at me? Let us frankly size up each other." Alexandra took the chair. Her composure seemed not to be affected by the Countess's forthright manner. Lord Amberley took up his position behind his betrothed's chair and looked around him, one hand playing with the ribbon of his quizzing glass. He intercepted several interested and curious glances from the occupants of the other boxes. "My younger son has treated you quite abominably, albeit quite unintentionally so," his mother was saying. "I am deeply shamed, my dear. I was more relieved than I can say when Edmund called on me this afternoon to tell me that you had honoured him by accepting his hand. You must be quite apprehensive, Miss Purnell, and quite unsure that you have done the right thing. You may take my word for it that there is no more honourable gentleman in England than Edmund. I am partial, of course." She smiled and reached across to squeeze Alexandra's arm above the wrist. "Thank you, ma'am," Alexandra said. "The honour is all mine, I assure you. I shall do my best to make Lord Amberley a dutiful and obedient wife." "Gracious child," Lady Amberley leaned back in her chair. "You must do no such thing. It will only go to his head if you do so, and he will go around expecting it as his due from every female under his influence." Lord Amberley watched the shoulders of his betrothed straighten. She made no reply. "Let me present you to Sir Cedric Harvey," the Countess said. "He is a dear friend of our family, and you will have to become acquainted with him if you are to be Edmund's wife." Alexandra inclined her head as the older man stood and bowed to her in an old-fashioned courtly manner. "Sir Cedric is an important person in my life, Miss Purnell," Lord Amberley said with a smile. "When I assumed my present title quite suddenly at the age of 19, he was there to save me from collapsing under the shock and strain." Sir Cedric laughed heartily. "Even at that age you had a deal of sense, Edmund," he said. "Can't see that you would have fared much worse than you have, even if I had not been available to help." Lord Amberley touched the shoulders of his betrothed lightly and felt her stiffen again. He felt annoyance flare in him for a moment. "Perhaps we should return to my box," he said. "It must be almost time for the play to resume." "Edmund must bring you to call one afternoon, Miss Purnell," Lady Amberley said as Alexandra got to her feet, "and he told me this afternoon that he is going to organise a garden party in order to present you to the fashionable world as his future countess." "I am delighted. We must get to know each other better, my dear, before we all retire to the country and are thrown into one another's company for almost every moment of the day." As Lord Amberley and Alexandra left Sir Cedric's box, they almost collided with Lord Eden, who was on his way in. "I say," he said, "are you leaving already? I saw you up here from the pit and came to pay my respects. How do you do, Miss Purnell?" He flushed quite noticeably as he bowed to her. She curtsied. "I am quite well, I thank you, my lord," she said. "Are you?" he asked. "Is it true?" He looked up at his brother. "Do I understand that congratulations are in order?" Lord Amberley smiled. "I hope so," he said. "Miss Purnell has consented to be my wife, Dom." Lord Eden looked back down at her, his flush deepening. "May I wish you happy, ma'am?" he said. Lord Amberley was surprised to see his betrothed reach out a hand and touch his brother's sleeve for a brief moment. "Thank you," she said, and she smiled again, a smile that reached all the way to her eyes for a moment as brief as that during which her hand had lain on his arm. "Edmund is a lucky dog," Lord Eden surprised his older brother by saying. "You will be wishing to return to your box. The play is about to resume, I believe. I shall see you later, Edmund." Lord Amberley raised his eyebrows. He was usually long abed by the time his brother came home, except on those now-ended occasions, when he had spent many hours of certain nights in Eunice's bed. Later, he agreed. Lord Amberley was sitting in his library several hours later, slouched down in a worn leather chair, a glass of brandy dangling from the hand that lay draped over the arm. He wondered if he should wait up for Dominic much longer. He yawned. He was missing Eunice. He would give almost anything at the moment to be sitting with her in her parlour, just talking and talking. Why was it, he thought, that some of the profoundest truths one's mind was capable of grasping came to one during late-night conversations? His mind was always stimulated by Eunice. She was perhaps the most intelligent woman he had ever known. He needed a little of her sanity now. He wanted to blank his mind to his own unenviable position. There was nothing he could do to change matters. especially now when his second offer had been made and accepted. The thought of marrying Miss Purnell was singularly unappealing, far more so tonight than it had appeared during the afternoon. He and she were universes apart. He could see no point of likeness at all. She was not ugly. Quite the contrary, in fact. When he looked at her objectively, he could admit that she was rather lovely. She had a body that could be voluptuous and a face that could be beautiful. Indeed, she had appeared both to him during that first encounter in Madeline's bedchamber. But she was not voluptuous, and she was not beautiful. He did not find her in any way attractive. He could not quite explain to himself why not. Was it the character within that was unlovely? Yet she was perfectly well bred, and she certainly had self-possession and dignity and courage that he could admire. But she was so totally untouchable. He had looked at her once at the theatre, when she was watching the action on stage. He had looked at her well-formed mouth and tried to picture himself tasting her lips with his mouth and his tongue. He just could not imagine it. His eyes had swept her body. He had tried to imagine it spread beneath his own in bed as it would be when they were wed. It could not be done. He could not picture himself making love to the girl, or even simply having intercourse with her. Yet she was to be his wife. Beckworth must be largely to blame for her strange character, of course. From a few facts she had let slip, he understood that she must have had an incredibly narrow and strict upbringing. And was that upbringing ingrained in her very character, or was there some hope of softening her, making her more human with the patience of his regard? And he must cultivate a regard for her. He must learn to esteem her, to respect her, to love her even. He could not tolerate in himself a willingness to do the right thing by marrying her, if he ended his obligation there. Making her respectable was not simply a matter of speaking a few words at the altar so that she might acquire the protection of his name. It meant making her his wife, making her half of his life for the rest of his days. It would be a formidable task. Lord Amberley sighed and lifted the forgotten glass to his lips. He was relieved when the door was suddenly opened, and his brother's head appeared around it. "Ah, you are still up, Edmund," Lord Eden said, coming into the room and setting his hat and cloak on a chair by the door. "I thought you would be in bed. I did not mean to be late. But it is Bates's birthday, you know, today that is, and I had agreed to help him and a few other fellows celebrate it. I understood it was to be at the other end of the day tomorrow, so to speak, but nothing would do but for us to toast him as soon as midnight struck. I have been having a brandy," Lord Amberley said, elevating his glass. "Have one, Dom." "No," his brother said. "I have had enough for one night. Listen, Edmund, I wish to talk to you tonight, about Miss Purnell. It won't do at all, you know. I am the one who should be marrying her." "Too late, Dom," Lord Amberley said with a grin. "She prefers me." "Poppycock," Lord Eden said, jumping up from the chair he had just taken and beginning to stride about the room. "The poor girl just discovered what spite the ton is capable of. That is all I heard what happened at Lady Sharp's. I should have been there, and I should have been the one to go back to Curzon Street this afternoon. I will marry her. I will go there tomorrow and explain—" "You will do no such thing," his brother said, yawning so that his jaws cracked. "The matter is all settled, Dom. Let's go to bed." "It is not at all settled, Lord," Eden said. His face was flushed. "Miss Purnell seems to be a sensible female. She will see immediately when I explain why things must change. She will be just as happy to marry me. I dare say I can offer as much respectability as you, Edmund." Lord Amberley placed his almost empty glass on a small table at his elbow and rose to his feet. "Enough, Dom," he said, a note of finality in his voice. "Miss Purnell is my betrothed. I owe her as much protection as if she were my wife already. Protection even against you. I will not have her harassed. You will have me to answer to if you try." He looked his brother steadily in the eye. Lord Eden looked rebellious. His face was still flushed. "But you cannot possibly wish to marry her, Edmund," he said. "She is like a marble statue." Lord Amberley's lips thinned. "Miss Purnell is to be my wife," he said softly. "You will do well to be careful of what you say about her, Dominic. I will not countenance any remark that even hints at disrespect. Lord Eden ran a hand through his hair, leaving it considerably dishevelled. You know very well what I meant, he said. You are taking her into the country, Mamma said tonight. I am coming too, Edmund, unless you expressly forbid me the house, and I am going to take her from you. I'm going to persuade her that she prefers me. I won't have you doing this for my sake, and I know that that is why you are doing it, rather than urging me to do what is right. You do not want to see my life ruined. You would rather ruin your own. Lord Amberley grinned unexpectedly into the tension that had developed between them. Should we send for the duelling pistols now? He asked. Somehow I think not. We might damage the walls and books in here, not to mention each other's person, and we would undoubtedly alarm the servants. Leave matters as they are, Dom. If you had lived hundreds of years ago, you could have ridden off in a cloud of romance to the Crusades. Unfortunately, you are living in the very prosaic 19th century. Let us go to bed. He set a brotherly arm around the other's shoulders. I shall do it all the same, Lord Eden grumbled as his brother lifted the branch of candles, and they left the room together. I am not a boy any longer, Edmund. I wish you would realise that. This is entirely my problem, and I do not need your protection. I'm going to take her from you. Lord Eden was feeling more cheerful than he had a right to be feeling, he thought, considering the fact that he was about to try to take on a life sentence, but the sun was shining outside. Lord Beckworth had not been home on Curzon Street, nor the rather disconcerting Mr. Purnell, and Lady Beckworth had been quite gracious, giving it as her opinion, when he had waited upon her during the afternoon, that it would be quite unexceptionable for her daughter to drive in the park with him. Miss Purnell herself had raised no objection, and Miss Purnell was really not a bad looker, after all, he was relieved to find. She was wearing a primrose dress that made her look far more youthful than anything else he had seen her in. The matching pelisse and straw bonnet she donned in order to ride out with him made her look rather like a ray of sunshine. He did not know quite what had given him the impression during his first interview with her that she was a thin, plain, and uninteresting lady. Indeed, when he thought about the matter, he believed that she had looked rather handsome the night before, when he had seen her at the theatre with Edmund. Lord Eden handed Alexandra into his curricle and took his seat beside her. She was looking rather tense, but that was not unflattering. He was forever conscious of his age, which was not very advanced at all for a man. He was accustomed to not being taken very seriously by his elders. With very young ladies, of course those below the age of 20, he had had considerable success, but Miss Purnell was no girl. He was not even sure that she was not older than he. It was encouraging to know that she took him seriously enough to feel nervous with him. "Are you comfortable?" he asked, smiling reassuringly at her. "Some ladies are a little apprehensive about the high seat, but you may rest easy. I handle the ribbons with great care, especially when I have a lady's safety in my hands. Even Edmund will admit as much." "I feel perfectly safe, thank you," she said. "I trust your driving implicitly, sir." Her voice was quite grave. Most young females of his acquaintance would have sounded breathless and even adoring, saying the same words. Lord Eden winced as he grasped the ribbons and gave the horses the signal to start. His arms were feeling deucedly stiff. He would have thought himself in better physical condition. Of course, the morning's boxing bout had been no ordinary one. He smiled to himself. Yes, there was another reason for his present cheerful mood. "Did you enjoy the play last evening?" he asked conversationally, and settled into a pleasant verbal exchange of trivialities as he manoeuvred his curricle along the streets leading to Hyde Park. Harding Smythe had put in an appearance at Jackson's that morning. 5 of Lord Eden's acquaintances had had a bet on the question of whether he would do so or not. 3 of them had felt that the prospect of facing Eden's well-known fists would keep the man away. 2 had believed that the challenge had been made so publicly that Harding Smythe could not stay away without losing face. It was difficult to make serious business of a boxing match at Jackson's. It was not easy to give one's opponent a thorough drubbing. Gentleman Jackson had not acquired his nickname without reason. Rigidly applied rules and gentlemanly etiquette determined that no one lost his temper and no one got seriously hurt at the famous saloon. The punishment of Harding Smythe had had to be carefully planned. Faber and 2 of his other cronies had volunteered for the task of distracting Jackson's attention. Not one of the 3 was up to the task of challenging the pugilist to a bout, but they had gathered around the man who had, making a great deal of noise and peppering Jackson with questions on strategy when the bout came to an early end. One true and rash friend had even offered his body for demonstration purposes. They had created a long enough diversion. By the time Jackson had noticed the crowd of interested spectators gathered around the ring in which Lord Eden had taken on Harding Smythe, that reptile was reeling, and seemed not quite to know where he was, or what he was doing there, or from what direction the next punishing fist was likely to come. He had been down on the canvas twice, but Lord Eden had stood over him, not laying a hand on him, finding just the right taunting words to bring him staggering to his feet again. He would know for days to come that he had been used as a punching ball. He would be more careful in future of what he said about his own cousin and about Edmund, implying that Edmund had enjoyed Miss Purnell while she was still tied to Madeline's bed. Indeed, clearly the man and his friends knew nothing whatsoever about the Earl of Amberley. The sore arms were worth enduring, Lord Eden thought, turning his horses carefully through the gates of the park and noting that the sun had brought out conveyances and horses and pedestrians by the score. The public and scathing set-down he had received from the lips of Jackson, no respecter of persons, was cheap at the price too, and the week's banishment from the boxing saloon for ungentlemanly conduct. He would cheerfully do it all again if he could. Miss Purnell's chin lifted when they entered the park. He noticed with interest. She looked more like the proud and severe lady he had confronted a few mornings before with his marriage proposal. But the straw bonnet, trimmed with yellow and blue flowers, spoiled the effect. It was decidedly pretty. "I wish I had been at Lady Sharp's 2 evenings ago," he said impulsively. "I would have had a thing or 2 to say to a few people. I would have made very sure that no one harassed you, Miss Purnell." "Really? No one did," she said. "I was merely made to feel that I had been set down in the middle of an ice-house. I had no idea that people could behave so, and for such a trivial cause." "How you must hate me," he said. "I marvel that you can sit there, ma'am, and be so civil to me. I cannot imagine what possessed me. Looking back now, I can think of 100 courses of action that I might have taken under the circumstances. The easiest would have been to have stalked over to Fairhaven the moment I heard him talking of an elopement, and drawn his cork right there. It would have been embarrassing in the middle of a ballroom, I suppose, but at least only I would have suffered. And he, of course, though as for that, he deserves to suffer too. He has run off with Miss Turner and caused a pretty scandal." "It is easy to think of the right thing to do or say after the event," Alexandra said. "I wish I had been at Lady Sharp's all the same," he said. "If I had, I would have known sooner that you were in need of my protection. I would have been the one to take you about and present you as my future bride, and I would have been the one to call on you yesterday morning, and I would now be a happy man. Good day, ma'am." He raised his hat to Lady Fender, who had given the signal for her barouche to come to a halt alongside his curricle. "Ah, Miss Purnell," she called, nodding graciously at Lord Eden. "My felicitations, my dear. It seems that Amberley did prevail upon you, then, to accept his offer. I wish you joy. You cannot do better than to ally yourself to the Rain family, you know." The plumes of her bonnet waved again in Lord Eden's direction. "Thank you, ma'am," Alexandra said unsmilingly. "I'm very sensible of the honour that is being done me." "She was present in Lady Sharp's drawing-room?" Lord Eden asked as they drove on. "Yes," she said. "The old Tabby," he commented. "How do you do, my lord, my lady?" He bowed to a couple who passed them in a landau, nodding and smiling in Alexandra's direction. Alexandra inclined her head. She did not smile. Lord Eden noted with some satisfaction at any of the people they passed and greeted in the next few minutes. "I want you to reconsider, Miss Purnell," he said abruptly, as soon as it seemed his conversation would not be overheard by a dozen people. My lord? She asked, looking at him blankly. I want you to marry me, he said. It is far more fitting. I am the one who compromised you, and besides, I am more of an age with you, better able to take you about and entertain you. Edmund is something of a dry stick, you know. He flushed at the disloyalty of his words. But the matter is no longer open for discussion, she said. I have accepted Lord Amberley, my lord, and our betrothal is common knowledge already, as you can see for yourself this afternoon. It can be changed, he said. A betrothal is not like a marriage. It is not binding. Besides, the summer is coming. We can leave town. We can marry immediately if you wish, and retire to my estate in Wiltshire. People will soon forget. I will be able to bring you back here next year or take you travelling. You will not have a dull life, Miss Purnell. I promise you that. And I promise to be a faithful and considerate husband. Why are you doing this? She asked quietly. There is no need, you know. I have been restored to respectability. As you can see, these people seem to be satisfied by the fact that I am now engaged to your brother. Why are you willing to face another scandal? I want to marry you, he said. I feel a deep regard for you, Miss Purnell. I love you. He looked at her, embarrassed by his own words. They were so patently overdone, so obviously untrue, and yet they did not feel entirely untrue at that moment. He had turned his curricle out of the main path and taken a quieter, more shaded one through the trees. The patterns of light and shade that passed over her, the sunny yellow of her clothes, the pretty straw bonnet, all made her look unexpectedly appealing. Her dark eyes fixed steadily on him enhanced her beauty. It is your brother, is it not? She said. You love him a great deal. I have noticed already that there is a closeness of regard in your family. I can sympathize with that. My brother is very dear to me. I think I would sacrifice a great deal to see him happy. You are prepared to sacrifice the whole of your future, my lord. Oh, I say, he said, feeling himself flush and wishing that he could make his reaction more manly.
I have really bungled, have I not? I really meant what I said just now, Miss Purnell. I do feel a regard for you. I do not know you, of course, but I have seen enough to find that I admire you greatly. Not many ladies would have lived through the last few days with as much dignity as you have shown. You are a woman of strong character. I believe I would be truly honoured to be entrusted with the protection of your name.
I think I will like you too, she said, when I know you better. You have done something rash and impetuous, and you're willing to take the consequences. Unfortunately for me, I am the consequences. I do not enjoy my role, my lord, but I have been persuaded that my best course of action is to engage myself to marry your brother. I must live by that decision. All sorts of people, including me, would be embarrassed if I were to change my mind now today. I thank you, but I must beg you to say no more. I cannot give up so easily, he said. I will not. Is it such a bad thing for your brother, then? She asked. To be marrying me? He looked at her unhappily. This plan had seemed so right to him before he had begun to put it into operation. He had been all persuasive charm, she all timid and yielding femininity. Why was it that now it seemed so wrong? I have succeeded in sounding very insulting, have I not? He said. As if you are a burden that either Edmund or I have to take on. That is not true at all, I do assure you.
I really want to marry you, Miss Purnell. I find the prospect more and more appealing.
And your brother does not? She asked. He felt himself flushing anew.
I do not know, he said.
I have not discussed feelings with Edmund, but I think for your own sake, Miss Purnell, that you will be better off with me. Edmund is a very private person. He does not mix readily with other people. I think he prefers to be alone. Perhaps he would not. Maybe he is not the sort of man who— He drew a hand along his jaw and sighed. I cannot talk for Edmund. It would be unfair. I can only talk for myself. I am not doing a very good job of this, am I? She laughed unexpectedly, a light, amused laugh. Yes, I think you are, she said. Not a very good job of persuading me to marry you. It is true, but you are doing a wonderful job of making me like you. You are an honourable man and a loyal brother. My lord, I am glad you asked me to drive with you this afternoon. I confess I have been feeling dreadfully depressed about this whole matter, and unwilling to come out again to face people. I have not liked what I have seen in the past week. You have restored my faith in humanity. Well, he said, fingering the folds of his neckcloth, that is something at least, I suppose, but I had hoped to be taken more seriously as a suitor. I will not give up this easily, you know. You will have to. She reached across and patted him briefly on the arm. But I do appreciate the manner in which you have tried to make me feel wanted, as well as the concern you have shown for your brother. Perhaps I can ease your conscience. It is not on account of your inadvertent kidnapping of me that I have accepted Lord Amberley. Not at all. It is rather on account of the unfortunate way in which he chose to rescue me from embarrassment at Lady Sharp's. You are not to blame for this forced marriage, you see. He smiled ruefully. I do not know why you are so kind to me, Miss Purnell, he said. In your place, I think I would hate me. But I cannot so easily put my conscience to rest. I will not deny that Edmund's happiness is important to me. But so is yours, you see, and I have certainly destroyed that. I have heard what Peterley did at Lady Sharp's, and I would dearly love to call him out, except that I have the feeling he would look down his nose at me as if I were a worm beneath his boot, or worse, a child fresh from the nursery, and refuse to come. But I will slap a glove in his face if you wish. I think the Duke of Peterley is best ignored, she said firmly. But thank you. Are we to go down this path again, my lord? I believe it is the 5th time. Good Lord, is it? He said. I was just congratulating myself on having found a new thoroughfare that I had not seen before. They both laughed. Edmund is giving a garden party next week, he said. Mamma is afraid that many people will not come on such short notice, but I will wager that there will be an admirable squeeze. Oh dear, she said. It was to escape a squeeze that I went outdoors alone at the Eastern ball. Lord Eden proved correct about the garden party. It was true that the invited guests had been given but little notice of the event less than a week at a time of the year, when every day presented them with a dozen entertainments among which to choose, but the prospect of attending such a betrothal party proved irresistible. Lord Amberley was one of the most eligible bachelors in town, and had been the object of many a matchmaking mamma's matrimonial hopes for several years past. And Alexandra, of course, was the object of much curiosity. Despite the story that had been circulated, many wondered if it was likely that she had been abducted unwillingly by Lord Eden. The story of his having tried to kidnap his sister seemed somewhat difficult to believe when one thought about it. But why was it that it was the elder brother, rather than Lord Eden, who was to marry her? The whole scandalous episode was quite deliciously intriguing, and so the vast majority of those invited, and a few besides, arrived at the Earl of Amberley's town house on a gloriously sunny and warm afternoon, which succeeded 3 days of clouds and chill and intermittent rain. Those who had not yet seen the newly betrothed pair together came in order to do so, and judge for themselves whether it was a match of convenience or inconvenience. Others hoped to see Lord Eden present too, and to observe for themselves whether he and Miss Purnell would exchange guilty looks or indeed any looks at all. Alexandra had not wanted the betrothal party. She had never enjoyed the squeezes of fashionable society indeed, as she had told Lord Eden. It was her attempt to escape from one that had led to all her troubles. To be the centre of attention at such a gathering was terrible indeed to her. Besides, she had not wanted her betrothal to be made so very public. Why pander to the expectations of a society she had come to despise? However, Lord Amberley had felt that it was necessary to make such a public gesture to present to the beau monde his prospective bride, and to announce thereby her respectability. He was careful to choose his mother, the Countess of Amberley, as his hostess for the afternoon. And, as he had explained to Alexandra when he called at Curzon Street 2 days after their visit to the theatre, in order to take her to visit his mother, he wanted to show her off. "I want everyone to see you, Miss Purnell," he had said, "and know what a very fortunate man I am." Alexandra had made no protest. What was the point? She had agreed to this marriage. She must live by the consequences. but she felt the hypocrisy of it all. Lord Beckworth, too, had considered some form of engagement party necessary. "We have all been brought considerable shame by your careless and scandalous behaviour, Alexandra," he had said. "Everyone has been apprised of the fact that we are no longer good enough for the Duke of Pittoley, and if you now marry the Earl of Amberley quietly and creep away to his estate in the country, how is everyone to know that there was not real substance to your disgrace? How is everyone to know that you are not with child?" Alexandra had gaped and flushed painfully, swallowed the words that had leapt to her lips and lowered her eyes. Her mother had shifted uncomfortably in her chair and coughed behind her hand. James had not been present at the time. "We will all attend this garden party, Alexandra, and you will behave with pride and decorum," her father had continued. "You will spend the whole of the day before it, and the morning of it alone in your room preparing your mind." And so she had had no real choice. She reflected, as she stood in the receiving line with Lord Amberley on one side of her and his mother on the other. She was 21 years old. She was engaged to be married, and she was caught utterly in the unenviable position of owing obedience to two men. Lord Amberley had said he would never insist that she obey him, and yet when he had decided upon something as he had now, she had had no power to resist. Perhaps she was being a little unfair. Had she said to him in so many words that she did not want this garden party, perhaps he would not have insisted. Perhaps he did not realize just how abhorrent to her such a public display was. "I think we have stood here long enough," he said at last, looking down at her with those smiling blue eyes that she always found so disconcerting. "Will you take my arm, my dear, and we will mingle with our guests?" He also had a habit that she was still not used to of covering her hand with his as it rested on his arm and caressing her fingers. Alexandra did not believe he meant any familiarity. The gesture seemed almost absent-minded, but she did not like it nonetheless. She felt uncomfortable waves of sensation sizzling up her arm and into her breasts when he did so, and she became more than ever aware of his physical presence. She became breathless and quite unable to relax or to concentrate on what was happening outside her own body. She felt out of control again. "Shall we talk to my aunt and uncle?" he asked. "They are almost my closest neighbours at Amberley. We will be seeing a great deal of them during the summer, I dare say." "I would like that, my lord," she said. Relatives of his neighbours, people she would meet frequently when she went into the country with him. The whole situation was taking on an appalling reality. "I have not met them before this afternoon." She was not sure for the following half-hour whether she was comforted or further dismayed by the friendliness of Lord Amberley's Aunt Viola and Uncle William Carrington. "It is time Edmund settled down," her uncle said to Alexandra, his eyes twinkling. "Our Walter will be 20 next spring, and of course young Dominic is of age already. But how can we expect any young lady to take them seriously when the greater prize is still unattached? You are doing our family a great favour, Miss Purnell." "Gracious, William," his wife scolded. "One would think that Walter and Dominic were in danger of going through life in bachelor solitude. They are mere babes yet. I wonder if mothers ever admit that their sons are grown up," Mr. Carrington said, smiling at Alexandra. "So, my dear, Edmund is bringing you into the country for the summer, is he? You will like Amberley Court, one of the loveliest estates in all England, I dare say. My sister certainly had an eye to what was good for her when she married Amberley. Edmund's father, that is." He laughed heartily. "William," his wife said, "you know very well theirs was a love-match pure and simple. Take no notice of him, Miss Purnell. He is such a tease. One never knows when to take him seriously. We brought Anna with us, Edmund. I hope you do not mind. She is only 15, and some would say that she should not be allowed at a function such as this at her age, but she begged and begged until William said she might come. He never could say no to Anna." "I'm delighted to see her again," Lord Amberley said. "I see that she has discovered Dominic. I told her that she was to curtsy to him as to you, and leave him to his adult companions," his aunt said, staring across the garden to her daughter and Lord Eden. "I might as well have saved my breath to cool my tea with." Lord Amberley grinned down at Alexandra. Anna has had a grand passion for Dominic since she was 10 years old, he said. She swears that she is going to marry him one day. I have already warned him that I cannot spare him my little girl to carry off to Wiltshire, Mr. Carrington said with a chuckle. Anna will have to marry one of the Courtenay boys. William, his wife said. The very idea, one of the Courtenay boys. Besides, Miss Purnell, there is no question of Anna's marrying Dominic. He is her first cousin. It is just a stubborn case of hero worship. You will be thinking this whole family quite mad. On the contrary, Alexandra said quietly, I have been realizing how pleasant it must be to have several close relatives living nearby. I have had only Mamma and Papa and my brother James all my life. After a year married to Edmund, Uncle William said, you will probably be wishing that you still had just your Mamma and Papa and your brother close by Miss Purnell. You will have Anna and Walter and Madeline and Dominic to plague the life out of you, not to mention all the Courtenays, and not to mention you, William. His wife retorted, Take no notice of him, Miss Purnell. You will be very happy with Edmund, I am sure, my dear, and we will be very happy to have a new young countess at Amberley. Alexandra would have smiled if she had not at that moment felt Lord Amberley's hand on hers and looked up to see his blue eyes smiling at her. I have scarcely had a chance to talk to Lord and Lady Beckworth this afternoon, he said. Shall we go and find them, my dear? Yes, she said. They are with your mother and Sir Cedric Harvey. She turned to smile at Mr. and Mrs. Carrington, whom she liked a great deal despite the fact that they seemed to inhabit a different world from the one she had been brought up in. They have the biggest hearts of almost anyone I have known, Lord Amberley said as they moved away. Are you comfortable, Miss Purnell? I know it took a great deal of courage for you to come this afternoon, but I am glad that you did. I'm very proud to have all these people see me with you. He curled his fingers beneath hers and squeezed her hand. This time that strange sizzling sensation began in her throat and spiralled downward into her stomach. You really will come tomorrow to take me to the tower, Dominic? The thin young girl clinging to his arm was saying. Promise. I have said I will, haven't I? He said, smiling affectionately at her. You have grown, Anna. At this rate, you may even reach my shoulder before another year has passed. I really do not mind if I never do, Dominic, she said. You are so tall, but I wish I would not merely grow upward, she sighed. I wish I looked more like Madeline or Miss Purnell. You will, Anna, he said kindly. By the time you make your come-out, you will take the Tun by storm. Do you really think so? She asked. Really, Dominic? And will you be there to see it? I would like you to lead me into the very first set, at my very first ball. By that time I will look old and decrepit to you, he said with a grin. You will want someone younger and altogether more dashing, Anna. No, I won't, she said. You know I won't. Do you think Miss Purnell beautiful, Dominic? I do, though Walter says she is too serious. I agree with you, he said, and she is not always so serious. She is doubtless nervous this afternoon. And who would not be at her own betrothal party? I think you will like her when you get to know her. Yes, she said, I am glad she is to marry Edmund. I like Edmund, though he is not nearly so handsome as you, Dominic, or so tall. He grinned. I am going to return you to your mamma, he said. I see some friends of mine that I should pay my respects to, and you would not want them to see you with a 15-year-old cousin, she said with a sigh of resignation. All right, Dominic, but I will grow up. I promise you. He laughed. The party was even more of a squeeze than he had anticipated. His thoughts had taken a decidedly gloomy turn, and he needed the company of his friends to cheer him. The betrothal of Edmund and Miss Purnell was now very formal and very public. He could not possibly break it up without sacrificing all his honour. He shrugged as he turned away from Anna and his aunt and uncle and crossed the lawn to a group of his acquaintances. The summer in the country would present him with a wholly new opportunity to see what could be accomplished. Madeline was sitting in the conservatory at Amberley Court, her fingers absently playing with the velvety leaf of a pink geranium plant. She was staring gloomily out through the large windows onto a rain-soaked lawn. Her twin looked equally dejected, one booted foot resting on the window seat that extended around 3 sides of the room. His elbow was propped on his knee, his chin in his hand. "It is not so much the rain," Madeline said. "Indeed, it is sometimes quite enjoyable to tramp along the cliff top or down on the beach with rain and wind lashing against one's face and hair. It is being home again, I suppose, after living for more than a month without a moment to spare for thought. The change of pace is too drastic. Elsewhere always seems so much preferable to right here," Lord Eden said without looking around. "Do you know what I mean, Mad? When I am in Wiltshire, I think I am living in the middle of nowhere, and I long to be here. When I am here, I fret for more social activity and hanker for a journey to London. And when I am in London, I tire of the shallowness and the tedium of it all, and want to be somewhere else again. Is there something wrong with me?" "It is not that I do not want to be here," Madeline said. "It is in the country that I am happiest. Perhaps if I never left here, I would not feel dissatisfied at all. But there is always the lure of the season. Is there something wrong with me, Dom, that I still have not found myself a husband?" He looked around at her. "I don't think so," he said. "In fact, I think you occasionally show some good sense, Mad. All the gentlemen who have shown interest in you for the last 4 years are nothing but loose screws, the lot of them, if you ask me. It does you credit that you have not married any of them." "Oh, Dom!" she cried, showing the first spark of spirit in an hour. "What a lowering thing to say! It implies dreadful things about my charms if I cannot attract a worthy suitor." "I thought you were keen on Pegton," he said. "What happened, or should I ask, what did not happen?" "He kissed me," she said, "at Edmund's garden party. It was most improper, Dom. He took me behind the summer-house into the trees. I knew what he was going to do, of course, and I must confess I did not do much to dissuade him. He is exceedingly handsome, you must admit." Then he murmured something about having to talk to Edmund to discuss a settlement. "A settlement," Lord Eden said. "Nothing about undying love, Mad. No proposal." "No, nothing," she said. "I think he took for granted that I would marry him. He had good reason to, I suppose. I thought I would too. Well?" Lord Eden looked with some impatience at his twin, who was frowning at the tiled floor. "I said no. I did not think that would be a good idea," Madeline said, looking up. "And I really did not think so. I did not want to marry him at all. I do not know what will become of me, Dom. That was the best offer I have ever had, and I really thought I loved him. I am 22 already. That is positively old. I cannot possibly appear next year for yet another season." "Pegton is all looks and surface charm," her brother said. "He is no great loss, Mad. Some day the right gentleman will come along, and you will live happily ever after. Why did you lose interest in Pegton, anyway? Isn't he a good kisser?" "Yes, he is altogether too good," Madeline said. "I'm not sure he has any business kissing ladies that way. He quite put me to the blush. But all the time it was happening, instead of just blanking my mind and enjoying it, I was remembering how he was so solicitous of my reputation at Lady Sharp's, wanting to take me to Mamma so that I would not be contaminated by being in the same room as Miss Purnell. And he was so careful to avoid me for the rest of that evening after I had gone to talk to her. By the next day, of course, it was unexceptionable to consort with me again. Miss Purnell had made herself respectable by engaging herself to Edmund. Lord Eden sat down beside his sister and crossed one ankle over the other knee. "She should be here soon," he said, "if the rain has not completely halted them on the road. You will help me, Mad." Madeline released her hold on the leaf and turned to look up at him. "I really don't think I ought," she said. "It would be far better to leave matters as they are, Dom. Edmund is betrothed to her, and he does not seem unduly unhappy about the idea. He will make the best of the marriage. Edmund is always so excessively kind to other people. Miss Purnell cannot help but like him and respect him. But it is not fair." Lord Eden looked earnestly at his sister. "Don't you see that, Mad? Edmund is always cheerful, always kind, always correct. He was only 19 when Papa died, 3 years younger than we are now, and ever since then he has been shouldering the burdens of this family, getting you and me out of scrapes, making sure that our lives are comfortable and carefree. One tends to forget that Edmund is as human as the rest of us. He has feelings and dreams and hopes, just as we do." "It is different," Madeline protested. "Edmund is not restless as you and I are. He is happy, Dom, happy as he is, and he is almost 30. It is time he married. Miss Purnell is a good bride for him. She is a little strange, I will admit, but I admire her. She has great pride and self-possession. I am determined to like her. Sometimes I could shake you." Lord Eden uncrossed his legs and got to his feet again. "Mad Edmund is being forced into a marriage with a stranger, and a rather strange stranger too, as you have just commented. He doesn't deserve that. Edmund deserves a bride who will love him and appreciate his goodness. He deserves a little happiness in return for that which he is so careful to spread around him. He was happy with Mrs. Borden, you know." "Did you know about Mrs. Borden?" "She was his mistress, I gather," Madeline said with a blush. "I saw her once, Dom. She is a perfect fright. What could Edmund possibly see in her?" "I don't know," Lord Eden admitted. "But he liked her mad. I would not doubt he has given her up now. It is not fair. You have to help me persuade Miss Purnell that she prefers me." "You were in love with Miss Carstairs just a little while ago," Madeline said, "though I thought her altogether too silly and childish for you, Dom. Have you forgotten her so soon?" He rounded on her. "What a foolish question, Mad," he said. "I credited you with more intelligence and more understanding. You know that my feelings for Miss Carstairs have nothing to do with the matter. The point is that someone has to marry Miss Purnell. And who else should it be but me? Certainly not Edmund. There is no more reason why Edmund should marry her than there is that the man in the moon should do so. Can you not see that?" Madeline got to her feet and tapped her hand lightly against his waistcoat. "Yes, I can, Dom," she said. "Of course I can. I just do not want to see you trapped in a bad marriage for the rest of your life. That is all. It would break my heart. But you are right, of course. It would be no better to see Edmund unhappy. But you see, I would not know that Edmund was unhappy because he would never let anyone see it. Oh, yes, I suppose I would know, but I would think, as I have always thought, that it is just Edmund, and that he does not feel things as strongly as you or I. Have I really felt that way about him all my life, Dom? How perfectly horrid I must be." Lord Eden grinned down at her. "You will help, then?" he asked. "I don't know how," she said. "Edmund would have my hide if he caught me at it. He considers a betrothal quite as binding as marriage, you know. And there was the announcement in London. And the garden party. You do not have to do anything," her brother said. "Just be willing to back me up when I invite her walking or riding. Come with us. Bring poor Nell along with you, and be sure to give me a chance to talk to her sometimes without being overheard." "Oh, famous," Madeline said, raising her eyes to the ceiling. "I am to be the grand prize winner, I see. Mr. Purnell gives me the shudders. One never knows what he is thinking, and usually one is thankful one does not. And those eyes. You can rise to the challenge, Mad," he said. "You have never had a problem making conversation. Usually quite the opposite. And talk to Miss Purnell when you can. Nothing much, just a hint here, a word there. Anything you can think of without being too obvious. I mean to have her, you know, and I am usually successful with the ladies once I have set my mind to one. What a truly modest brother I have," Madeline said. "Perhaps the next few weeks will be quite as exciting as London after all, if only you did not have to be married to Miss Purnell at the end of it, Dom. I think I might like her, but she is all wrong for you, and Mr. Purnell is to be my portion, is he? Yes, very exciting. Perhaps you should set out to ensnare him," Lord Eden said with a grin. "We could have a double wedding, Mad." "Oh, spare me," she said with a shudder. "I think I shall rush into the village and order a dozen spinsters' caps, large size. I shall pull them down over my eyes and my ears so that I might resist the strong temptation to flirt with Mr. Purnell. I would rather flirt with an alligator. Oh, Dom, is that a carriage I hear?" Both stood very still and listened. Then Lord Eden crossed to the windows and peered through. "Can't see a thing." "What with the rain and the trees," he said, "but those are definitely horses, I hear. Come along, Mad. We should be with Edmund when he welcomes the guests. Do you think you might contrive to call me Madeline in public?" she asked. "The other is so lowering, Dom." Alexandra was sitting quietly gazing through the carriage window. She was feeling relieved that her mother had finally fallen quiet. Lady Beckworth had scarcely stopped fretting since they had left London the day before. She thought the turnpike charges excessive, when only 2 of them were travelling in the carriage. She wished Alexandra would not open a window to breathe in the air or to talk to James, who rode alongside them. She thought the service at the inns where they stopped for their meals slovenly. The servants would not have dared behave so if Lord Beckworth had been with them. The sheets were not properly aired at the inn where they had stayed the night before. They should have stayed there another night rather than risk travelling today in the rain. Lady Beckworth had been terrified all day that they would be overturned in the mud, and indeed the carriage had swayed and skidded quite alarmingly on a few occasions, but James had considered conditions quite good enough for travel, and Alexandra trusted her brother's judgment. Now they had turned through the imposing iron gates of Amberley Court and past the stone lodge and the nodding porter, and finally all was quiet as they waited for their first glimpse of the house. Meanwhile, they travelled along a densely tree-lined winding driveway. It felt almost as if they were in an enchanted world. James had ridden on ahead, the driveway being too narrow to accommodate both a horse and a carriage travelling side by side. Alexandra felt her heartbeat quicken. She really did not wish to be where she was, despite all the publicity that had surrounded the event. She still had not adjusted her mind to her new status as the betrothed of the Earl of Amberley. It was rather strange, perhaps, that she who had never known freedom and never expected to know it, except in a very relative way as a wife rather than a daughter, had glimpsed it very briefly, lost it almost immediately, and now longed passionately for it. And yet even that one glimpse had been elusive. How could she be free? If Lord Amberley had not renewed his offer after his Grace rejected her, would she have been free of the domination of a man? She would still have belonged to her father, and for the rest of his or her life she could not have expected any further marriage offers. Her fate would have been an unenviable one, to put the matter lightly. Why, then, did she not just reconcile her mind to marrying the Earl of Amberley? He was not an unpleasant man. Indeed, he would probably be a far kinder and more indulgent husband than the Duke of Peterley would have been. He was certainly younger and more personable, and he had treated her with marked courtesy during the few occasions she had seen him before his return to the country more than a week before. At their betrothal party in particular, he had taken pains to make it appear that he was actually proud to be her affianced husband. Why not marry him willingly, then? Pride, perhaps? How could she marry a man, knowing that he had offered for her only because he had felt that he had an obligation to do so? He could not possibly wish to marry her. He was a handsome man, and a fashionable man. She was a plain, unfashionable woman who had felt all at sea in London. She had had no idea how to go on. She had not known until her arrival there how very different her life had been from that of most of her peers. She did not know how to enjoy herself or how to laugh. She did not know how to show her feelings at all. All her life she had been taught that self-control was one of the most important virtues to cultivate. The Earl of Amberley could not possibly like her then, and she could never willingly marry him, knowing that life at home with Papa would be preferable, at least that life would be familiar to her. And did she like Lord Amberley? She asked herself, staring off through the trees beside the carriage. How could she know they had not really had a chance to get to know each other in London? He had behaved honourably to her and had treated her with marked kindness and courtesy. He had been the perfect gentleman. But the perfect gentleman is not a real person. The Earl of Amberley was, but she had not glimpsed that person at all. He was a total stranger, and a stranger whom, despite everything, she still resented. He thoroughly disturbed her. That was an absurd admission to make of a gentleman who had such easy, charming manners and such smiling blue eyes. But it was true none the less. She was aware of him physically in a way she had never felt with anyone else. She had never been afraid of meeting anyone else's eyes. Yet she was afraid to look into Lord Amberley's. Afraid of... what? Drowning. She could think of no other word to describe the sensation. And she had never been afraid of anyone else's hands. Oh, Papa's perhaps large, blunt-fingered hands that could inflict pain until one had bitten the inside of one's mouth raw, but hands that had never hinted violence to her. Lord Amberley's were long-fingered, well-manicured hands that nevertheless looked strong, but she dreaded the touch of those hands. They aroused uncomfortable aches in her that she could not quell and that she did not want to feel. They made her aware of her own unawakened femininity. She feared the Earl of Amberley because she sensed that he could make her into the sort of woman she had only dreamed of being and was frightened of becoming in reality. Then, of course, there was the fact that he had a mistress, a woman whom he must be very well used to touching, and a woman whose experience would humiliate her and make her feel like nothing at all. She had never felt of much worth, yet she had dreamed of being a duchess, a person of some consequence. Well, she was to be a countess, a person of consequence still, yet one who had been trapped into marrying a husband who did not really want her, who would lavish all his attention on a mistress. Fortunately for Alexandra's peace of mind, her attention was distracted from such thoughts by a shriek from her mother beside her. She turned her head sharply to see that the trees on the other side of the road had given place to empty space. Even through the rain she could see a magnificent panorama spread out below them. They were perched on the side of a hill above a deep and wide valley through which a river wound its way. In the valley were trees, meadows, cultivated lawns, fountains, ornamental gardens, and an arched stone bridge. Low on the hill opposite, and dominating all, was a Palladian mansion of a magnificence to make her catch her breath even at this distance. Ooh! Alexandra's mouth formed the word, even if no sound escaped her. "We will never get down there in all this mud," Lady Beckworth wailed, fumbling in her reticule for a handkerchief. "We will be overturned and go tumbling into the valley. We will be killed, knock on the front panel for the coachman to stop, Alexandra." But Purnell rode up beside the window before Alexandra could comply. The carriage eased to a halt at the same moment. Alexandra pulled down the window. "You will be quite safe," he said, leaning forward so that a stream of water flowed from the brim of his hat. "The roadway has been heavily inlaid with stone, and the incline is not nearly as steep as you might imagine from here. The road descends quite gradually. Are you all right, Mamma?" "Your papa would never allow this," she said faintly from behind the handkerchief. "He would take us back to the nearest inn, James." "I would not take any needless risk with your life, Mamma," he said, "or with Alex's. Close the curtains over the window, Alex. Mamma will not be so frightened if she cannot look down." Brother and sister exchanged warm smiles before he rode on again. He laid his wet-gloved hand over hers where it rested on the window for a brief moment and squeezed it as he looked down into the valley to the house. Alexandra felt comforted as he rode away. The gesture of sympathy had nothing to do with muddy roads and an incline into a valley she knew. She did not close the curtains. Her mother's attention had become too deliberately intent on the Bible she had drawn onto her lap from the opposite seat to stray even once to the window. Her lips were moving in silent prayer. Alexandra gazed down in growing wonder and trepidation at the house and gardens spread out in the valley. Lord Amberley saw the approach of 2 carriages and a rider from some distance. He was sitting in the long gallery, whose tall front windows faced east to the hillside that formed the main approach to the house. He had half expected that their arrival would be delayed until the following day. There were many people who chose not to travel English roads during heavy rain, but he sat there anyway, unable to settle to any other activity. His betrothal seemed so much more real to him now than it had when he was in London, or even in the week he had been at home. In London he had been so concerned to save Miss Purnell from undeserved ostracism, and then so intent on seeing that she was fully accepted again by all who had been prepared to shun her, that he had scarcely had time to consider the full implications for himself of his engagement. And during his week at home, Miss Purnell's arrival had been comfortably in the future. He had much to do to catch up on estate business that his bailiff had been attending to during his absence. Only yesterday and today had it fully dawned on him that his fiancée was coming to his home. Not just a visitor to be entertained and waved on her way after a suitable time, but his betrothed, his future wife, the woman who would occupy this house with him for the rest of their lives. The strange thing, the ridiculous thing, was that he could not picture to himself Miss Purnell's face. He could see in his mind a rather tall woman of proud and disciplined bearing. He could see dark hair worn in severe fashion, but there was a blank where her face should be. It was controlled and frequently impassive, he knew. Her eyes were dark, but he could form no vivid mental picture. All he could remember of her were wide dark eyes, flushed cheeks and dry lips, wild and luxuriantly wavy hair, long shapely limbs, and a bed that looked invitingly tumbled. But that was not Miss Purnell, he knew. Memory had played him false that first time. When he had seen her for a second time, she had been a different woman altogether. The heat of the moment had painted her lovely in his imagination. Miss Purnell was not very lovely, and she was not particularly attractive. She rarely spoke. She held herself stiff and aloof so that it was hard to imagine that she was made of flesh and blood. She flinched from his every touch, and this was the woman he was to marry. This was the woman with whom he must share his home and his bed and his very self, his hostess, his closest companion, his lover. The mother of his children. It was a daunting prospect. Lord Amberley rose to his feet when he spotted the carriages. He watched them make their slow descent to the valley. There was no danger. The stones on the road made it impossible for either hooves or wheels to skid, even in the worst weather. But it was natural for strangers to be intimidated by the drop on one side of the road. James Purnell must be the rider, he guessed. Miss Purnell and her mother would be in the first carriage. The other, smaller and plainer, was undoubtedly a baggage coach. Possibly Purnell had brought a valet and Lady Beckworth, and Miss Purnell a maid, though it was unnecessary. He had been prepared to assign servants to them. Lord Amberley left the gallery and walked through to the great marble hall, when he saw that the carriages had reached the valley floor and had turned to cross the stone bridge and skirt the formal gardens before driving up to the marble steps at the main entrance to the house. Rain or no rain, he intended to be on the steps to greet his guests. He would have done no less for any visitor. For his future bride, even a winter blizzard would not have kept him indoors. He greeted James Purnell, who was dismounting from his horse. A footman let down the steps of the carriage and helped Lady Beckworth to descend. "Good day, ma'am." Lord Amberley took her hand and bowed over it. "How pleased I am that you have arrived safely. Welcome to Amberley Court." He turned back to the carriage as Purnell offered his mother his arm and hurried her up the steps and inside out of the rain. Lord Amberley waved aside the footman and stretched out his own hand for Miss Purnell's. She put hers in it after a moment's hesitation. "Welcome, my dear," he said, smiling up into her eyes. "Welcome to your future home." The steps were already slippery with rain. He released his hold of her hand, placed both hands on her waist, and lifted her to the ground. "It does not always rain here, I promise," he said gently, noting her hasty withdrawal from his touch. "I have ordered sunshine and warmth especially for you. Come on inside. You will wish to warm yourself and have some tea." He gave her his arm and hurried up the steps with her. Did she even know that she had not uttered one word, he wondered. He looked down at her again as they entered the hall. Yes, that was what her face was like, of course. Every feature in place where it should be. A marble face, a statue's face. A face that could be plain or quite extraordinarily lovely, depending on the spirit that shone behind it. So far in his acquaintance with her, no spirit seemed to have been present, except perhaps on that very first occasion. She had a very small waist. Surprisingly, she had felt as light as a feather when he had lifted her a few moments before. Lord Amberley turned his attention to his other guests, and suddenly all seemed noise and confusion. His mother, Sir Cedric Harvey, Dominic and Madeline, had all materialised from somewhere to add their greetings to his. The rain stopped during the early evening, the clouds dispersed, and a weak sun appeared over the western hills. The grass was wet, but Lord Amberley suggested a stroll in the formal gardens with his betrothed after dinner. The walks there are gravel, he explained, and will not soak the hem of your gown. Lady Amberley, who had looked cheered at the suggestion of fresh air and a little exercise, was obliged to remain indoors when Lady Beckworth pleaded fatigue from the journey. Sir Cedric Harvey remained with them. Lord Eden, too, hung back when he realised that his presence would make an odd number. He won a drowning look from his sister, who had already committed herself to the walk and who would be expected to stroll with James Purnell. Alexandra held to the corners of her shawl as they left the house, and took Lord Amberley's arm only when it would have appeared pointedly rude not to do so. He was not a great deal taller than she, certainly not as tall as either James or Papa. Perhaps that was another reason for her discomfort with him, she thought as he led her across the cobbled terrace to the gardens which stretched east of the house. She could not hide behind his shoulder as she could have done with a taller man. "I'm disappointed that it was raining when you arrived," he said. "I would have liked you to see the house and gardens from the hills in all their splendour. I am very proud of both, you see. They looked quite lovely even in the rain, my lord," she said. "I had no idea that Amberley Court would look as it does." "I have a distant ancestor to thank," he said, "or perhaps political conditions at that time. The original house was built in the valley here in Queen Elizabeth's time for defensive purposes. We are only 2 miles from the sea, you know. Any house built on the flat land above would have been visible from the sea, and far less attractively situated, I think." James said he thought, "We must be close to the sea," she said. "But this is not the original house, my lord." "No," he said, "it was burned to the ground 80 years ago. The fire was a great tragedy. Many old family treasures were lost. However, my grandparents had excellent taste. They had the present house built, and my grandmother directed the construction of these gardens. You can see them in all their geometric precision from up in the hills. I will take you up there when the sun is shining, and you will see for yourself. You are fortunate to live in this part of the country, my lord," she said. "I find Yorkshire somewhat bleak, though I have lived there all my life." "But not for the rest of your life," he said. "You forget that this will be your home, too, once we are married." He smiled down very directly into her eyes as he spoke, and touched his fingertips to her hand. Alexandra stiffened and looked around hastily to see that James and Lady Madeline were still close by. They had walked down a different path, but were still clearly in sight. "I would like to think that our betrothal really begins today," he said. "I think of you as more than an ordinary guest. Do you think you could bring yourself to call me by my name? It is Edmund. And may I call you Alexandra?" "If you wish, my lord," she said doubtfully. She had been taught that it was disrespectful to call any but servants and brothers and sisters by their Christian names. "But you would feel uncomfortable doing so?" he asked. He had stopped walking and had turned to look at her. He was suffocatingly close. "Yes," she said. "In my family it is not done. Mamma and Papa do not use each other's names, but it will be as you wish." "Not necessarily," he said. "Do you say so just because I am the man? I refuse to win your compliance on such nonsensical grounds. Mamma was quite right in what she said to you at the theatre. You must never give in to me just because I am your betrothed, or later because I am your husband. Give in to me because you agree with me, or else disagree with me, and argue and fight to win your point if necessary." He smiled down at her, his blue eyes twinkling, but she would not relax and join in his merriment. "How can that be?" she said somewhat bitterly. "Our society, and more important, our religion, are built entirely on the idea that women are subject to their fathers and husbands. Can it be otherwise?" "I think so," he said, the smile fading. "I disagree with your reference to Scripture, if indeed it is from there that you have taken your ideas. It seems to me that woman was created to be man's equal. Adam was bored, was he not, before Eve was created? It was not because he needed someone to lord it over. He already had a world full of creatures on whom he could exercise his love of power. What he needed was a companion, someone against whose wits he could sharpen his own, someone to discuss with, argue with, fight with, laugh with, someone to love, no less. And what set me off into this sermon? He was grinning again. And yet, she said quietly, when men decide that a woman must marry, she has little choice. When men decide that honour dictates a certain course of action, honour becomes more important than a woman's inclination. His grin disappeared. "Do you refer to yourself?" he asked. "I suppose you were coerced into this betrothal, but by circumstances more than by the will of men, surely. Did your father exert undue pressure on you? You said men, not a man. Am I the other? Or Dominic? Perhaps there is some truth in that. Undoubtedly there is. We are weak creatures, I will admit. Sometimes the problem is that it is impossible to know which course of action is right and which wrong." Alexandra merely lifted her chin. "But why are we so serious?" he said. "I believe the question was whether we call each other my lord and Miss Purnell, or whether it is now appropriate to become Edmund and Alexandra. We will keep to formality for now, since it seems to be what you wish, but not after our marriage, not without a fight on my part, that is. I do not believe I could call my wife Lady Amberley or my lady. You may call me Alex," she said hastily. "It is what James calls me. I prefer it to my full name." He took her hand again and drew it through his arm. He smiled. "Alex, it is to be then," he said. "Thank you. I am doubly honoured if I am to share the shortened form with your brother. You are fond of him, are you not?" "He is the dearest person in the world to me," she said. "Many people do not like him because he is serious and frequently silent and cynical. He has lost his faith in the world, you see, and that is a dreadful thing to happen to any human being. But I know him as he really is, and as he used to be." He was silent for a moment. They were standing looking into the rainbow colours created by the spray of water from a marble fountain at one side of the garden. "From what I have seen," he said, "I think he returns your regard. I'm glad of that. I think it must be a good feeling to inspire such loyalty and affection in you, Alex." She shivered at the sound of her name on his lips, almost as if he had caressed her. "I'm afraid I have not known many people in my life," she said. "James has been everything to me. I have lavished all my love on him. Edmund." His name was blurted out at the end of her speech, embarrassing her and causing her to pull her hand from his arm and move forward to the edge of the basin into which the water spilled. She held out a hand to the spray. "Tomorrow I will show you the house," he said from behind her. "I hope you will grow to love it as much as I do." His voice sounded almost wistful. Madeline felt as if the smile on her face must be petrified. She would not be able to remove it if she tried. She chattered determinedly on, despite the fact that she had little more than monosyllables in reply from her companion. What could she talk about? She could not remember ever having had to think of a topic of conversation. Talk usually flowed from her, and around her. But then she had never met anyone quite like Mr. Purnell, taciturn, brooding, and disturbingly handsome. "Do you like the sea?" she asked. She had led him down a different path from that taken by his sister and Edmund. She was afraid that they would overhear her conversation, or lack of it, and think her very foolish. "We are very close, you know, only 2 miles. I like it," he said. "It represents escape from this island." She looked up at him, startled, and felt the urge she had had since the start of their walk to reach up and put back the lock of dark hair that had fallen across his brow. She resisted the urge now as she had done then. "But do you wish to escape?" she asked. He inclined his head stiffly. "There is only one thing that keeps me on these shores," he said. "Oh!" Madeline gave in to curiosity before she could check herself. "What is that?" She did not think he was going to answer. He looked at her, his face a blank mask. "My sister," he said curtly. "Miss Purnell?" she said, turning onto a path that led even farther away from the other two. But she is well settled now, sir. She is betrothed to my brother. He did not reply. When she stole a look into his face, she could not fathom his expression. Contempt? But no, she was reading what was simply not there. Any lady would be fortunate indeed to have Edmund as a husband, she said a little more hotly than she had intended. He is kind and utterly trustworthy. You need have no worries for your sister. He inclined his head again. As you say, he said, Madeline was feeling anger in addition to the irritation his earlier silence had provoked. If Miss Purnell turns out to be just half as kind and responsible as he, they will be happy indeed, she said. Again she thought he would not reply. He stopped abruptly beside a fountain that was the companion to the one at the opposite side of the garden, and trailed his hand in the water of the basin. Alex is not an ordinary girl, he said quietly. She has had no ordinary upbringing. She has goodness and sweetness and, yes, a great number of other qualities too, but they are deeply repressed. I do not know if any man or woman has the skill or the insight to draw them out. It was the most Madeline had ever heard him say. She felt an almost overwhelming impulse to place a consoling hand on his sleeve. She clasped her hands very tightly behind her. "She is to be my sister," she said. "I am determined to try to make a friend of her. So is Mamma, and so is Dominic. Where would you go, Mr. Purnell?" "Where?" he asked blankly, shaking his hand dry and walking on again beside her. "If you left England," she said, "where would you go?" He shrugged. "It does not matter," he said, "away from here." "Away from England. That is the only important thing." "Away from yourself?" she asked tentatively. "Is that what you wish to escape, sir? It cannot be done, you know. You have to take yourself wherever you go." She was sorry as soon as she had spoken. It really was a presumptuous and insulting thing to have said, even if it seemed likely to be true. Those very piercing dark eyes looked through her so that she was convinced that he must see the flowers behind her through her head. The mask came down over his face again. "You are a philosopher," he said curtly. "I thought you were merely a very pretty and silly product of fashionable society." Madeline winced. She supposed they were now even, having exchanged lowering insults, though she had not meant hers to be an insult. Mr. Purnell was so hard to like that it seemed probable that he did not like himself. If he could learn to do so, perhaps other people would treat him more warmly, and he would be happier. Then he would not feel the need to escape. "We ride down to the sea quite often," she said. "There are magnificent cliffs and a lovely wide sandy beach. Perhaps you would enjoy a visit there tomorrow. I think Dominic is planning to invite Miss Purnell. Do you both ride?" He nodded curtly, and that was that for that particular line of conversation, she thought with an inward sigh. What next? The weather, reminiscences of London, the house and its splendours, his journey, his home? What? "Dominic wants to join the army," she said, "though both Mamma and I vigorously oppose the idea. Mamma lost 2 brothers in the wars, you know, and cannot bear the thought of the same thing happening to Dom, and I cannot let him go. We are twins, you see, and there is a special bond between us. I would not know a moment's peace if he were in Spain. I have heard that the heat and the rains and the mud there are quite as dreadful as the attacks of the enemy, though I do not suppose that is quite true. Not many men would actually die of mud and rain, would they? Though I have heard that the heat has killed men because of all the marching they have to do with heavy equipment and the lack of water and other supplies. Prattle. Prattle, she thought, listening to the sound of her own voice. Very silly, he had just called her. Why was it that she felt very silly with him? Other gentlemen had always made her feel interesting and witty. But James Purnell, strolling along beside her, his eyes passing over carefully cultivated box hedges and flower beds and gravel walks, was scarcely listening. What had made him say that about wanting to escape? He had never put his deepest desire into words for anyone before, though he thought Alex knew. And now he had bared part of his soul to a young lady he despised himself for finding attractive. He had sworn to himself years ago that he would never again allow another person a glimpse into his inner self. He would never give anyone else a chance to hurt him. Soldiers must take risks, he said, but then so must we all to a lesser degree. Life is a risk. But one can minimize the risk, he thought, by putting on armour and being careful never to take it off. Alexandra came downstairs. After breakfast the following morning, feeling almost cheerful. The sun was shining, transforming the view from her bedroom window from lovely to breathtaking, and she was to go riding with Lord Eden, Lady Madeline, and James. Lord Amberley was to be busy at estate business during the morning, so that he could devote the afternoon to showing them the house. Riding had always been her favourite outdoor activity. Indeed, it had been almost her only outdoor activity. She liked to ride out onto the moors and drink in the wildness of it all with her senses. She had never been allowed to go alone, and she was strictly forbidden to gallop, a wild and unladylike activity, according to her father. But it was one command that she had frequently disobeyed when she was with James. They had often challenged each other to races and gone galloping over the moors in neck-or-nothing fashion, so that it was amazing that neither of them had ever had an accident. She went out onto the terrace, knowing already that she was going to enjoy the morning. They were going down onto the beach, Lord Eden had said. That would be a new and surely glorious experience. Her 3 riding companions were already there, all mounted. So were Anna and Walter Carrington and Lord Amberley, the latter holding the head of a dark mare fitted with a side saddle. Alexandra loved it on sight. Miss Purnell. Anna, her face alight with eagerness, brought her horse forward as soon as Alexandra appeared at the top of the marble steps. Walter and I rode over to see if you had arrived safely. Mamma said we might, though. She warned us that we were not to disturb you, as you were likely to be tired after your journey, but you are to ride to the beach. May we come with you? Dominic says. We may, if it is all right with you, please. Alexandra smiled. Hello, Anna, she said. Of course, I have no objection to your coming, but have you ridden a distance already this morning? Only 3 miles, the girl said, pointing vaguely up the hill behind the house. You will see our house soon. Mamma is going to invite you, though you do not need an invitation. Dominic or Madeline will bring you any time you wish. Do come soon. I want to show you my colt and my dog. The dog has just had puppies, 4 of them. They are the prettiest things. Anna, Lord Amberley, leading the mare up, was laughing. Pause for breath, dear. And may not I bring Miss Purnell to see the colt and the puppies? Why have I not heard about them, by the way? No, don't answer. I think everyone else is ready to ride. May I ride with you, Dominic? Anna asked, walking her horse across to him. Lord Amberley turned to Alexandra. I wish I could come with you, he said. Unfortunately, I have an appointment with my account books. Somehow they do not seem nearly as inviting as a ride. I shall have to keep reminding myself that I will be spending all the afternoon with you. I look forward to showing you the house. I warn you that I am inordinately proud of it. His grin was almost boyish. Alexandra felt decidedly guilty as she placed her booted foot in his clasped hands and allowed him to help her into the saddle. She could not wait to get away from him. She felt suffocated by his presence, and so aware of him, his broad shoulders, his thick dark hair, his intensely blue eyes, that she could concentrate on nothing else. She wanted to ride free, to be alone with her own feelings as she usually was. She did not know how to cope with such intense physical sensations. I shall see you at luncheon, Alex, he said, standing back so that she could join Madeline. Yes, she said, his use of her name catching at her breath. She could not bring herself to use his. She tried to smile at him. Why was it that her face felt stiff when she was with him, so that every expression was formed with a conscious effort? The tide is out this morning, according to Walter, Madeline said. I am glad. The beach is a great deal larger when it is out. You will be able to see how very splendid it is. 5 miles of glorious golden sand, Miss Purnell, and almost a mile from the cliffs to the edge of the tide. When the tide is in, it comes right up to the cliffs, so that there is almost no beach at all. I'm not familiar with the sea, Alexandra said, but I love wild nature. I love the moors near our home, though they are desolate and can be dreary in poor weather. The sea is never dreary, Madeline said. It is always different. Mama always says that it is the big frustration of her life. She likes to paint it, you see, but she can never capture in paint what she sees before her, she says. For my part, I have never tried. I prefer to paint something that stays still and does not change. Do you paint? It is one of my great loves, Alexandra said, though I do not believe I have any great talent, but I can sympathise with Lady Amberley. I can never quite reproduce what I see and feel. Perhaps that is the fascination of the task, though where would be the satisfaction in doing something that one felt one could do perfectly? There would be no challenge, Madeline laughed. You and Mamma will get along famously, she said. Shall we use first names, by the way? I hate calling you Miss Purnell. It makes you sound like an ageing spinster. And I noticed that you called me Lady Madeline at breakfast. It sounds horribly formal when we are to be sisters, does it not? Alexandra smiled. Informality seemed to be a characteristic of the Rain family. Unfamiliar as she was with such an attitude, she was not sure that she disliked it. Very well, she said. I think that is a good idea, Madeline. She looked closely at her companion as they rode on, talking easily. She envied her. How wonderful it must be to glow so openly with love of life. Madeline was perhaps not beautiful in any obvious sense. She had regular features and hair of no extraordinary colour. In height and build she was not very different from Alexandra herself. Her eyes, which were a dark green, were her only unusual feature, and yet she gave the impression of quite vivid beauty. The full force of a sunny personality was in her face and in the graceful, energetic movements of her body. "We should be able to see the sea in a minute," Madeline said. She raised her voice in order to include the group of 4 riding, a little ahead of them. "There is a strange illusion when you first see the water. Is there not, Dom? You would swear that it is much higher than the land. It can be quite frightening. You can imagine it rushing in to swallow up the valley, and you in it. You used to tease me about it, Dom. Do you remember?" Lord Eden turned to look back at them. He wore a boyish grin. "I used to tell you horror stories," he said, "that had you shrieking in terror. And then I would chase after you and beat you wherever I could lay my fists," she said. "When you could catch me," Lord Eden added with a laugh. "Brothers are dreadful horrors, are they not, Alexandra?" Madeline said, turning to her companion for support. Alexandra met her brother's eyes and exchanged a smile with him. She could not remember a time when she had had cross words with James or when they had teased each other. She had always assumed that they had a normal relationship for a brother and sister. Was it possible that even in that they were different from others? But she did not care. She would not have things any different. "There is to be a dance tomorrow at the Courtneys'," Anna said. "Everyone is to be there, except me, that is. I have begged and begged to be allowed to go. I'm 15 after all, and this is only the country. But Mamma says no, and Papa will do nothing but make jokes. I will wear my feet out, before I even make my come-out, if I attend dances too soon, he says. Is not that ridiculous, Dominic? It is hard to be almost grown up, he said, smiling indulgently at her. I tell you what, though, Anna, when you do start attending dances, you will be so pretty that the men will not let you sit down all night. You will be able to dance to your heart's content." "Oh, do you think so?" she asked, brightening. "Of course," he said, "that is not much consolation at the moment, is it? We must have Edmund play the pianoforte one day, and I shall dance with you in the music-room. Just the 2 of us, and a waltz too. Agreed?" He winked at her. "Oh, will you, Dominic?" She gazed eagerly and worshipfully at him. Alexandra caught sight of the sea at that moment. They had ridden to the point at which the valley widened and the river spread into an estuary. The grass had coarsened and was interspersed with sand. Madeline was right. The water did seem higher than the land, even though it was far away, across a wide expanse of golden sand. "Oh, look, James," she said. "How perfectly magnificent. Lord Eden rode up beside her. "It is lovely, isn't it?" he said. "Unfortunately, when one grows up in such a place, one takes it very much for granted. It is only since I have realized that this is not really my home, but Edmund's, that I have come to know what a very uniquely beautiful place it is. We always like to think that this is one of the most magnificent beaches in Europe, though we have not seen many more to compare." Alexandra breathed in deeply. There was a salt freshness to the air that was irresistibly exhilarating. "The beach is a lovely surface to gallop along," Lord Eden said. "I can remember many races here." Alexandra turned to him with shining eyes. "Is it?" she said. "Oh, yes. I can see that you must be right. May we gallop?" "Now?" he asked doubtfully. "Are you sure you're up to it, Miss Purnell? Edmund has not given you the friskiest horse from the stables, I see, but he has not given you the most sluggish either." "It is perfectly manageable," Alexandra said. "Oh, please, may we?" He looked at her assessingly. "Well," he said, "if you insist. Let me see now. Do you see that black rock? The one that looks as if it must have toppled down off the cliff." He pointed off to their right to a large rock isolated on the beach about a mile or more distant. "Yes," she said, shading her eyes with her hand. "I'll race you to it," he called with a laugh, spurring his horse forward in a spray of sand before Alexandra could guess his intent. But she was not to be outdone so easily. While the others turned to watch in some surprise, she urged her horse forward and was after Lord Eden. The sandy surface was unfamiliar to her, but she gave the horse more rein as she became aware of the firmness underfoot and bent low over the horse's neck. With every fibre of her being she was aware of the thundering of the horse's hooves, the salt air whipping against her face, and the horse of her adversary just too far ahead to be caught. She was laughing when she finally came up to him at the black rock. He had already thrown himself from the saddle and was reaching up, grinning, to swing her down to the sand beside him. "Unfair," she said breathlessly. "I demand a rematch, sir, with nothing less than a starting pistol." "It would make no difference," he said. "Come, Miss Purnell, you must admit that you have met with superior horsemanship. If I were to give you a head start, I should still be waiting here ready to lift you down by the time you finished. You will rue those words one of these days," she said, and glanced back along the beach. The others seemed a great distance away. She began to feel uneasy. She should not have ridden off with Lord Eden like this, unchaperoned. Mamma would have a fit. He saw her look and grinned. "The others are coming this way, I believe," he said. "We might as well sit and wait for them." He suited action to words and seated himself on a flat part of the black rock. After a moment's hesitation, Alexandra joined him there. It did not seem so very wrong to be alone with him like this. She liked Lord Eden greatly. He was sunny, natured, like his sister, handsome, charming, boyish, yet totally unthreatening. She was as comfortable with him as she was with James. She supposed that she should dislike him, or at least resent him. He was at the back of all her woes. Without him she would not at present be at Amberley Court, trapped in a betrothal that was none of her choosing. But she could not resent him. She could almost imagine how that whole mad episode had developed, Lord Eden on the spur of the moment dreaming up an unnecessarily complicated and risky plan to save his sister from a rash elopement. Madeline would have been furious if everything had proceeded according to plan, of course. The two of them would have probably ended in a noisy fistfight. Alexandra smiled to herself as her mind contemplated behaviour that was so alien to her own nature and experience. Yet she liked them both. For his part, Lord Eden was feeling somewhat dazzled. In the past few minutes Miss Purnell had been transformed before his eyes into a strikingly beautiful young lady. Her cheeks were flushed from the exercise, her eyes dancing with merriment, her hair somewhat dishevelled beneath the green riding hat she wore. Her mouth curved into a smile. For the first time he had become aware that she could be a vibrant and astonishingly lovely woman. He had brought her on the ride in the hope of having a private word with her. He had hoped to charm her, to entice her into falling in love with him. He had not expected the task to be easy. Miss Purnell was markedly different from all the young girls he could so easily attract. She appeared to have far more character and to be far more serious. But he had set himself the task anyway. He must rescue Edmund. Not that he had disliked Miss Purnell in London. Indeed, he had found her surprisingly likeable and approachable during that drive in Hyde Park, but he had thought her over-serious, not at all the right bride for Edmund. Edmund was quiet and serious himself. He needed a bride who would bring gaiety and brightness to his life. Miss Purnell could never do that. Together they would live a life of unrelieved gloom. Those had been his thoughts. Now he was not so sure. Perhaps there was a great deal more to Miss Purnell than was apparent on a short acquaintance. Certainly the idea of marrying her himself was becoming far more palatable, but then by the same token, perhaps Edmund too was finding the prospect of marrying her more appealing. Perhaps he would not be thankful after all for being rescued, and it would be deucedly awkward to announce to the world at this late date that Miss Purnell was to marry Dominic, not his elder brother. Lord Eden gazed out to the distant line of the incoming tide. He hated having to deal with ticklish problems. Give him a daredevil deed to do, and he would face it eagerly, without a qualm of fear. Give him a mental problem, and his mind stagnated, and his head began to ache. As it was doing now, he shook the problem from his mind, and turned back to his companion. "You have done lots of riding?" he asked. "I will concede, you see, that you are an accomplished horsewoman, almost worthy of racing against me." He grinned. She raised her eyebrows and gave him a mock-severe look. "On the moors," she said, "there are miles and miles of wide-open space, and I wager I would beat you soundly there. Indeed, I should probably have to ride back to you in order to bind up a broken limb. You would doubtless stumble into a foxhole or a rabbit-hole." He laughed. "I like any kind of outdoor activity," he said. "Hunting, fishing, fowling, playing cricket. Anything. Sometimes I think there are not enough activities in this world to use up all my energy. Perhaps I should try your moors sometime. I have never been allowed to spend much time outdoors," she said rather wistfully. "Wiltshire is lovely too," he said. "That is where my own home is, you know, though I never seem to be able to get out of the habit of thinking of this as home. My estate is quite close to Stonehenge. I hope you will see it one day. Do you like to travel?" "I do not know," she said with a smile. "In my mind, yes. I would love to see Paris and Florence and Venice and 100 other places. But perhaps the discomforts of travel would make the reality less appealing than the expectation." "Ah," he said, "perhaps we will both see those places one day, Miss Purnell, when the wars are over. Perhaps I will take you on a gondola in Venice, in the moonlight," she laughed. "And you will sing me a serenade," she asked. "Or will you hire someone to do it for you?" He looked sidelong at her smiling face. "I will have to think about that one," he said. They sat in companionable silence for a few minutes as the other 4 riders drew closer. Should he say anything, Lord Eden thought? Should he suggest to her yet again that she change her fiancé? Damnation! The idea sounded ridiculous when put in quite those words, like changing a hat or gloves. He said nothing. "Dancing tomorrow at the Courtneys," he said finally. "I will wager it is all in your honour, Miss Purnell. I must have a dance with you, may I?" "It will be my pleasure, sir," she said. "Shall I write your name in my card now before it fills up?" "By all means," he said. "I see Walter and your brother thundering along to reserve their own sets." They were both laughing when the others came up to them. Alexandra was feeling more carefree than she could remember being as she rode back along the beach with Anna on one side of her, and Madeline on the other. How lovely it was to have friendly acquaintances, she thought. How much she had missed during her life. And how she wished now that she had accepted Lord Eden's offer of marriage. She could feel relaxed with him. She could enjoy his company. She could have been feeling happy if she were here as his betrothed. But perhaps not, she thought after some reflection. Perhaps her feelings would be different if she really were betrothed to him. It was rather different being a gentleman's acquaintance and friend and being his future bride. It would spoil her pleasure in his company, perhaps, to know that she must be his wife, that at some time in the near future she must share the intimacies of marriage with him. Her carefree mood was not to last for the remainder of the morning, she discovered as they turned their horses into the grassy valley again. Lord Amberley was riding toward them. "I must have been mad," he said, drawing his horse alongside hers after greeting everyone, "to think that I would be able to concentrate on account books this morning. I have wasted an hour staring at columns and figures that refuse to penetrate any deeper into my consciousness than my eyes." "We have been along the beach for a mile," she said. "I raced with Lord Eden, but he beat me. It was unfair, of course. He was off before I was ready." "That's Dom," he said. "He was fortunate he was racing against you and not Madeline. I assume you behaved like the perfect lady when you finally came up to him. Madeline would have launched herself at him, fists first. They lapsed into silence. But it was not the comfortable silence she had felt earlier with Lord Eden. Alexandra found herself searching her mind for something to say. She found herself stiffening and feeling dull and uninteresting. She found herself so thoroughly aware of him that she forgot the presence of the 5 other riders quite close by. "You are an experienced rider, then?" Lord Amberley said. "I was not sure when I was selecting a horse for you." "I suppose I should have asked you at breakfast. What are your other interests, Alex? I know so little about you." "I like music," she said, "and painting." She did not want to answer. She did not want any of her inner life to be known by this man. She wanted to protect herself against him. "Music," he said. "Do you play an instrument or sing, or do you prefer to listen?" "I play the pianoforte," she said. "I have no particular talent. I play for my own amusement." He smiled. "I play too," he said. "I will enjoy showing you the music room this afternoon, Alex. I look forward to hearing you play. But if you're like me, you prefer to play when there is no audience. You must feel free to use the room whenever you wish." "Thank you," she said. She glanced across into his face. Did he understand? He liked to be alone too. She could not bear it if he was forever encouraging her to play for him. She would not be able to do it. She would come to hate music. "What do you like painting?" he asked. "I'm afraid I have no skill with a brush. Mamma likes to paint, though. Why, I do not know." Her attempts seemed to frustrate her more than bring her pleasure. "I can understand that," she said. "She is an artist, not just a dabbler, I would guess. No one who takes an art seriously can gain unalloyed pleasure from it." He looked at her keenly. "Ah," was all he said. "I have a library I'm proud of," he said. "Do you read My Father's Library is Restricted?" she said. "I'm afraid my reading has been confined mainly to the Bible and some sermons and poetry." "Wordsworth?" he asked. "Have you read any of his poems?" "No," she said. "I will lend you my copy of his lyrical ballads," he said. "Perhaps you will not like his poems. They are very different from what has been written in the last century. But if you like nature, wild nature, I mean, then I think you will at least understand what he is trying to do. He is intent on showing us the natural world, not as we see it with the eyes, but as we feel it with the heart." He laughed. "Am I making sense to you?" She looked back at him with wide eyes. For the moment she had forgotten her awkwardness with him. "Oh, yes," she said. The house had come into view ahead of them, past the green valley. It was quite breathtakingly lovely. Alexandra felt almost an ache inside her as she gazed along the grey stone of the eastern front with its pillared and pedimented entranceway, and at the south wing with its tall arched windows. It was such a magnificent tribute to the work of man, and yet blended so perfectly with the scenery. "I never look at it," Lord Amberley said quietly from beside her, "without feeling something like a lump in my throat and an almost unbelieving gratitude that it is mine. Why me, to think of all the thousands and millions of other people to whom it might have belonged? I pray that I will never take it for granted. Whenever I return from London and see it from the top of the hill, as you did yesterday, I wonder how I could have borne to leave it. I'm afraid I may well become a hermit in my old age." He smiled at her in that way he had that made his eyes impossible to look into. Alexandra turned away from him. "It is lovely," she said, hearing the echo of her words long after they were spoken and realizing all their inadequacy to express how she had felt looking at it moments before, when it had first come into view. His voice was brisker when he spoke next. "I left my mother and yours in the gardens," he said. "I hope we will be able to offer Lady Beckworth sufficient entertainment while you are here." "Mamma is quite content to sit indoors with her sewing," Alexandra said. "I don't think anyone need worry about entertaining her." "Well," he said, "I believe my mother has a few visits planned. You will find yourself much in demand, you know, Alex. Everyone I have spoken to in the last week is eager to meet my future countess. You are a great local event. I hope you will not find your life too demanding. I shall try to see that you also have time to yourself. You like to be alone, do you not? In that way you and I are alike." Alexandra looked at him, startled. She had not thought that there could be any likeness between them, and she felt true alarm. Coming to Amberley had been ordeal enough. The prospect of spending a few weeks with her betrothed and his family had been daunting. She had been warned in London that she would also be called upon to meet and socialize with his aunt and uncle. Must she also meet other neighbours? But of course, she might have guessed as much. She had realized during her month and a half in London that her own family was unusually unsociable. It was not normal almost never to visit others or be visited by them. "I shall be pleased to meet your neighbours, my lord," she said. He turned to smile at her. "Edmund," she corrected herself, and blushed. Lord Amberley was pleased that his mother had decided to join him during the afternoon when he took his guests on a tour of the house. She was able to listen to Lady Beckworth's comments and answer her questions, while he concentrated on those of his betrothed and her brother. He found himself nervous. He normally loved showing the house and its treasures to visitors, and he had looked forward to that afternoon. But in the event, he found that Alex's opinion of what she saw was too important to him for him to relax. She was to be his wife. They would live much of their life together in this house. And it was so very precious to him. It would depress him if she did not love it almost as much as he did. The trouble with Alex was that it was so difficult to know what she was thinking or feeling. He could understand, after knowing her for a few weeks, that she had learned more self-discipline in her 21 years than anyone else he had known. He recognized that her very upright bearing, her raised chin, her impassive expression were a mask behind which the real woman hid. And it was his task to penetrate that mask, to persuade her to put it off forever with him. It would not be easy. He did not even know who the real Alexandra Purnell was. He did not know how much there was behind the mask. He had had only a few tantalizing glimpses, most notably that morning. He had been enchanted when he had given in to his restlessness and ridden down the valley to meet her and the others. Her face had been flushed and animated, her eyes alive, and she had raced along the beach with Dominic. It was hard to imagine her doing anything so spontaneous. What had been her feeling about the house when she had slowed her horse almost to a standstill as it had come in sight? She had seemed unconscious of both him and the others who had ridden past them. And yet when she had spoken, she had been so lukewarm in her praise that he had felt rather as if he had been slapped in the face. Lord Amberley took his guests first through the state apartments, through the grand dining-room and drawing-room and ball-room, full of treasures of painting and sculpture that had been gathered during the last century, first by his grandfather, and then by his father during his grand tour. The rooms were used only rarely, he explained, but at least once a year during the annual summer ball that his grandparents had made a tradition of in the neighbourhood. "My grandmother was responsible for the wall of mirrors," he explained in the ballroom. "Apparently she was afraid that in the country there would be too few guests to make balls splendid enough occasions, so every year we have candles and guests doubled in number." Alex, he saw, was looking immaculate again after her ride of the morning, and she was distant from him, not hostile, not unresponsive, but totally unknowable. It was impossible to tell whether she liked what she saw or not. He took his guests through the state bedroom, with its gilded and painted ceiling and its ornate canopied bed hung with gold hangings, and listened to Lady Beckworth's enthusiastic comments. His mother was explaining to her that the room had never been occupied by royalty, though the one in the old house had reputedly been slept in by Queen Elizabeth herself during one of her progresses through the country. He should have kissed Alex that morning, Lord Amberley was thinking. There had been a chance when they had returned to the stables. The others had already dismounted and moved away, and he had thought of kissing her as he lifted her down. She had looked lovely, and he had set himself the task of getting close to her, physically as well as emotionally. He did not want to marry her without ever having touched more than her hand, and he did not want a marriage in which his only physical contact with his wife was the nightly ritual for the begetting of his children. He must begin touching Alex, kissing her occasionally. It did not seem to be too difficult a task he had set himself, but with Alex it was... She made herself appear so thoroughly untouchable that he wondered how she would react to being kissed, and she was certainly not the sort of woman one looked at and dreamed of touching. He had let the opportunity pass him by in the stables that morning. He led his guests into the library, one of his favourite rooms. It was a large room, 3 walls lined with bookcases and filled with books, which his grandfather and his father had collected and which he had added to. "I have made it into a sitting room as well, as you can see," he said, indicating the elegant Adam furniture grouped around the marble fireplace. "I spend a great deal of time here." "What is the painting on the overmantel?" Purnell asked, strolling forward to examine the Apollo with his lyre more closely. Lord Amberley joined him there after glancing at Alexandra, who was examining the books in one of the bookcases. She turned to him when he came up behind her a few minutes later. "I did not dream that so many books existed," she said. "One could spend an eternity in this room and not be bored." He smiled down at her. Her eyes were dark and wide, and for the moment defenceless. "Will a lifetime of access to the room suit you?" he asked. "Do you have that book of poems you told me about?" she asked. "The one about nature." She followed him to another bookcase, from which he took a leather-bound volume that looked as if it had been used a great deal. "There are poems by 2 poets in here," he said. "Perhaps you will like Coleridge's too. They are splendid works of the imagination. I prefer the others because I can relate to them more closely. You might like to try the poem about Tintern Abbey. The scene described reminds me somewhat of Amberley." She took the book from his hands and held it against her. "May I take it with me?" she asked. "Of course," he smiled. "Anything that is mine is yours too, Alex." She flushed and looked sharply down at the book. "The music room is next to this," he said. "Come, I want you to see the pianoforte." It was all so very splendid, Alexandra thought, overwhelming. It was very clear that Lord Amberley loved his home. Not just his voice and manner as he showed them each room and pointed out its treasures revealed the fact, but also the details of the rooms themselves. The library was clearly a central room in his home. It was no mere showpiece, it was used, and the music room made her ache with longing. It was a large room and almost bare. The only major piece of furniture in it was the pianoforte, a rich work of art in itself, and with a tone to match, as she had been able to tell from running her fingers over the keyboard. Anyone who did not truly love music would have crammed the room with other furnishings. Music must matter to Lord Amberley. She wished she could hear him play, but she would not ask him to do so. She hated to be asked herself. "Alexandra is quite accomplished on the pianoforte," her mother said. "Oh, are you?" Lady Amberley was smiling at her. "So is Edmund, you know, and Madeline, to a lesser degree. She will not practice. Will you play for us, Alexandra?" "Oh, not now," she said. "I'm out of practice. Perhaps some other time," Lord Amberley said. "You must come here whenever you wish, Alex, and get used to the instrument. Each one is different, you know." She was grateful to him for the quiet way in which he had smoothed over the moment, and quite overwhelmed by it all. How could she be this man's countess, mistress of this splendid house? The reality of her situation was becoming more painfully obvious to her as the hours and days went by. She ran her hand over the smooth, shining wood of the pianoforte as her mother and Lady Amberley walked out into the great hall. James was already out there examining the marble busts that lined the walls. "Alex," Lord Amberley said from behind her, "you are feeling the pressure of being here as my betrothed, are you not?" "Yes." She turned to face him, his book clasped against her. "You need not," he said. "I will try not to put unnecessary demands on you. I like to use this room as an escape, or at least as a place in which to be alone for a while, and the library too. You must feel free to do likewise. I would like you to start thinking of this house as your home. I'm sure it is difficult. I try to imagine what it must be like for a woman who must leave the home she has been familiar with all her life and go to live in her husband's. It must be unsettling in the extreme." "Thank you." She tried to smile. "The house is lovely." He took them into the green salon at the south front of the house and explained that it had been designed and furnished especially for his grandmother, who disliked the main reception salon next to it. She objected to the heavy crimson colour of the walls and furnishings, he said, and to the ornate gilded chairs. Grandpapa would not change that room because he felt it made an impressive contrast to the marble hall for visitors. So he had this room done for her. "They were always quarrelling, those two," Lady Amberley said with a laugh, "but no one ever doubted their deep love for each other either. They always managed a compromise when their differences were irreconcilable. I wonder the Countess would dare to express disapproval of her husband's taste," Lady Beckworth said. Alexandra was enchanted with the room, which was all white and gold except for the green carpet. It was like a garden. She crossed to one of the long windows which looked out on the rose arbour. "Grandfather had it placed just there deliberately," Lord Amberley said, coming up behind her. "It seems almost an extension of the room, does it not? Or perhaps the room seems to be an extension of it. I think she must have been happy here," Alexandra said. This room was made for happiness. Her heart ached with a longing that she could not identify. Lady Amberley had already taken Purnell's arm and led him and Lady Beckworth into the long gallery. She used to sit here during the mornings with her sewing, Lord Amberley said, though the room was not intended for such a use. "I used to come in here sometimes when I could escape from my nurse or from my tutor when I was a little older. When I was a very small child I used to stand on the chair behind her. She always sat straight, never touching the back of her chair. I liked to watch the design of her embroidery take shape. She used to make me take off my shoes, but she would never scold or shoo me off back to the nursery. And when my nurse would finally come, Grandmamma would always lie and say that she had invited me to visit her." Alexandra turned and looked up at him. That ache had become almost unbearable. "How wonderful it must have been," she said, "to have someone, just one person, who did not always point out just your faults, and someone who would defend you even though both you and she must have known that you were in the wrong. You must have been distraught when she died. How old were you?" 13, he said. "I grieved very deeply, as did we all. She was quite a character, but she was not my only advocate. Love has always been the ruling force in this family. Love, not discipline love," she said, looking into his smiling eyes and clasping her book firmly against her stomach. "Is it enough? What about discipline and training?" "Oh, I had my fair share of both," he said. "I always knew sometimes, quite painfully so, when I had done something that was unacceptable. But yes, love is enough, Alex. Discipline, even punishment, flow from it. I was never in doubt that I was loved quite unconditionally." There was a tickle in the back of her throat that she had to swallow to control. She was on the verge of tears, she realized in some surprise. Had she always been loved by her parents? She was not sure. She had always assumed so, though she had felt too that she must earn their love. And sometimes, try as she would, she had not been able to live up to their expectations. Unconditional love. He reached out and touched her cheek with his fingertips. "You will be part of this family, Alex," he said. "You will see for yourself." She did not shrink from his touch. It comforted her, soothed the ache in her throat. And then she closed her eyes as his mouth came down to cover hers softly, warmly. His lips parted over hers. She could taste him. He was part of the comfort of the room, the love that his grandmother had brought and left there. But suddenly she was pushing against him with the book and staring at him in shocked disbelief. She could feel the colour flooding her face. "Oh," she said, and feebly. "How dare you? Forgive me," he said. He did not move back from her. His blue eyes looked gently down into hers. "I did not mean to insult or to frighten you, Alex. I want to show you affection. You are to be my wife." Her back was to the window. She thought she would suffocate or drown in his eyes. "Affection?" she said. "We are not married yet, my lord. You take liberties that you have no right to." He took a step back. "I have been too hasty," he said. "Forgive me, please, Alex. I did not mean to upset you." But he had upset her. Her feelings were in turmoil. The intimacy of the moment had terrified her almost to the point of panic. But it was, when all was said and done, only a kiss. How appallingly naive and straight-laced he must think her, and not without reason. It would have been better far to have passed off the moment without comment. And she had not been guiltless. She had invited his kiss, even though she had not realized at the time that that was what she was doing. "Come," Lord Amberley said, holding out an arm to her. "Let us join the others in the long gallery, shall we? It is my favourite room in the house." Alexandra focused all her efforts on bringing herself under control. She felt so dreadfully foolish and very bewildered. She straightened her spine, drew back her shoulders, lifted her chin, and took his arm. But a footman appeared in the doorway before they reached it. "Mr. and Miss Courtney have been shown to the drawing-room, my lord," he said with a bow. "How opportune," Lord Amberley said to Alexandra, after sending the footman to take the same message to Lady Amberley in the gallery. "I am sure everyone is ready for tea. I am afraid I sometimes get carried away when I am showing off the house. I will show you the gallery and the chapel some other time. If you wish to see them, that is." "Yes, I do," she said. "Mr. Courtney is one of my more prosperous tenants," he said. "I had hoped that you would not be subjected to visitors until you had had a day to recover from your journey. But you had Anna and Walter this morning, and now this I hope you will not mind."
"No," she said.
He looked silently down at her as they climbed the marble stairs to the drawing-room. She dared not look across at him and meet those blue eyes at such close quarters. She only barely had her feelings under control.
"Say you forgive me, Alex,"
he said quietly, just before they reached the double doors leading into the drawing-room.
"I am more sorry than I can say to have discomposed you."
"You have not discomposed me," she said, looking straight ahead at the back of the liveried footman who was about to open the doors for them. "And there is nothing to forgive, my lord."
"My lord,"
he repeated softly.
"Edmund,"
she said. Wilfred Courtney was an extremely large man who creaked inside his stays, but still filled every chair he sat in almost to overflowing. His powerful neck bulged from his high-starched collar. His face was florid and genial, his head bald and shining. He looked like a prosperous farmer who lived off the fat of the land, and in his particular case, looks did not deceive. His daughter looked as if she could not possibly be his offspring. Tiny and dainty, she had masses of auburn ringlets, large hazel eyes that looked eagerly on the world, expressive eyebrows and thick lashes, both of which features she knew how to use to advantage. Susan Courtney, apple of a doting father's eye, sister of 4 elder brothers, eternal pride of a mother who had never been more than passably pretty herself, had been raised to believe that life had more to offer her than another farmhouse and another farmer like her father. She rose and curtsied low when Lord Amberley led Alexandra into the room, and again when the 2 older ladies and James Purnell followed them. She peeped shyly into his lordship's face when he presented Alexandra, and more searchingly into his betrothed's. She looked up at Purnell from beneath her dark lashes and blushed becomingly. Mr. Courtney pumped Lord Amberley's hand and boomed his hearty congratulations. "I have been saying to Mrs. Courtney," he declared, "and she agrees with me, your lordship, as do all my sons and little Susan here. that you could not have done better for us all in these parts than to present us with a new countess. No offence, ma'am." He bowed and creaked in Lady Amberley's direction. "But we will be particularly honoured to have 2 Lady Amberleys." "Do be seated, sir," Lady Amberley said, nodding graciously in acknowledgment of his compliment, and seating herself after gesturing Lady Beckworth to another chair. "Yes, we are all delighted at the prospect of welcoming Miss Purnell into the family. She has done us a great honour. Do sit down, Miss Courtney. How pretty you are looking, my dear. Gracious, it seems, but last year you were a child." The girl laughed. "I am all of 17, your ladyship," she said. "I have been allowed to sit at table with guests and dance in company for the last year now. Papa had an offer for me just after Christmas, but it was not a very advantageous one, he asked me, but I begged him to decline. It was Mr. Watson." Mr. Courtney beamed fondly at his daughter. "We don't have to sell our little girl to the first bidder," he said with a rumbling laugh. "We can do better for her than Watson. I am sure you will agree, my lady. And yet Watson is one of the more reliable and honest of my tenants," Lord Amberley said. "Even if you could not accept his offer, Miss Courtney, I am sure that you must be gratified to have received it." "Oh, quite so, my lord," she said, looking up under her lashes at James Purnell, and blushing again. "But he is exactly twice my age. I must admit a preference for someone younger and more handsome." Lady Beckworth had been looking disapprovingly at Susan Courtney from the moment the girl had opened her mouth. "Age and looks have little to say in the choice of a husband," she said. "I am surprised that your papa has allowed you a voice in the matter. He would probably make a far wiser choice than you." She turned to Mr. Courtney. "A child of 17 cannot know her own mind, sir." He laughed, seeming quite unoffended. "I always look at it this way, my lady," he said. "It is little Susan here who will have to live with a husband for the next 40 or 50 years. Not me. She should at least be allowed to choose someone who will not make her feel ill every time she has to look at him." He laughed heartily. "You have a point there," Lady Amberley said, exchanging an amused glance with her son. "Ah, here come Madeline and Dominic, and Sir Cedric." Miss Courtney jumped to her feet again, and her father hauled himself to his... "Ah, my lord and my lady," he said, "it is always a treat to look on youth and fashion. And good day to you, sir." Susan, meanwhile, was curtsying to Madeline and darting glances at her fashionable muslin gown and short fair curls, and to Lord Eden, and blushing. "Why, it is Susan," he said, coming forward and reaching for her hand. "It must be 2 years since I saw you last. You were a mere child. I was sent to stay with my Aunt Henshaw last summer, my lord," she said. "And I am 17 now. And all quite grown up," he said, grasping her hand and keeping it within his. "And it used to be Dominic, Susan." "Oh," she said breathlessly, "it would not be seemly now, my lord." "Do sit down," he said. "May I sit here beside you? You must tell me if you still like to play with all the new kittens on your farm." 23 of them we had at the last count, your lordship," Mr. Courtney said, with a booming laugh. "My Howard drowns the new ones whenever he can, but if Miss here gets wind of it, she cries until we are all fit to cry with her." "They are such pretty, helpless creatures, my lord," she said, looking earnestly up into Lord Eden's eyes. "I do not know how anyone could be so cruel as to even think of killing them." She peeped across at James Purnell, who was sitting close by, his eyes on her. "Do you eat beef and pork and mutton and chicken, ma'am?" he asked, unexpectedly.
"Why, yes,"
she said with a blush. "We frequently have 2 meat dishes at a meal, more even if we have guests, as we frequently do." "Do you not pity the cows and pigs and sheep and chickens?" he said. "One does not like the thought of killing them." "Naturally," she said, "but one must eat, sir. I would not be able to endure watching the butchering, of course. I am perfectly sure I would quite faint away. I always do at the sight of the merest drop of blood." She shifted her gaze back to Lord Eden. "Perhaps it is a pity for their sakes that they are not pretty animals," Purnell said. Mr. Courtney laughed. "Right you are, sir," he said. "We would be overrun with animals. And talking of guests, my lord?" He turned to address himself to Lord Amberley. Mrs. Courtenay sent me with the express purpose of inviting all present company to dinner tomorrow evening. Nothing very formal, you understand, just 4 or 5 courses. A few more of our friends are to join us in the parlour afterward. Miss here has persuaded us to allow some dancing. Those of us who do not indulge in such exertions will play cards in the dining-room when the covers have been removed. Lord Amberley smiled at Alexandra, seated beside him on a love-seat, and took her hand in his. "We would be delighted to accept your invitation," he said. "I have been telling Miss Purnell how eager I am to begin showing her off to my neighbours." "And I don't wonder at it, neither," Mr. Courtenay said. "Such a lovely lady. Mrs. Courtenay and I are only anxious lest you decide to wed somewhere else. You would doubtless be able to invite dozens of fashionable guests if the nuptials were in London, but here you would be among friends, my lord, friends and well-wishers." Lord Amberley smiled at Alexandra again. "We have not discussed the matter," he said, "but we will have to consider your suggestion, will we not, my dear?" "Yes," she said, looking at his hand, in which her own lay rather than into his eyes. She looked up at the beaming face of Mr. Courtenay. "I think this is a good part of England, sir. Friends are important." "Right you are, miss," he said. "I was about to take my leave with my little girl here, but I see the tea-tray has just been brought in, and I never say no to a cup of tea." He patted his ample stomach and laughed. "Perhaps it would be as well if I sometimes did. 2 of the officers from the regiment will be coming tomorrow night." Susan was telling Lord Eden. They were at the Mrs. Stanhope's tea on Monday last, and were excessively amiable. They accepted invitations from Sir Peregrine Lampman and Mrs. Cartwright as well as ours. "Indeed?" he said. "I do not know whether to be pleased or dismayed, Susan. Am I to have to compete against uniforms?" "Oh, la!" she said, gazing at him with large hazel eyes. "You do not need a uniform to look handsome, my lord." He grinned at her. "I take that as a compliment, Susan," he said. "Tell me, are there to be any waltzes tomorrow?" "Mamma said no at first," she said, "but Captain Forbes particularly asked her at the Stanhope tea, and he is so very fashionable that Mamma could not bring herself to say no. Besides, Howard reminded her that all our guests from Amberley Court must be familiar with the waltz, having just come from London. Mamma has said we may dance a few." "Splendid," he said. "Will you reserve the first for me, Susan?" "I do not believe I would be able to acquit myself well with such a fashionable gentleman," she said with a blush. "Nonsense," he said. "What you do not know, it will be my delight to teach you, Susan." He watched her dark eyelashes fan across her flushed cheeks and glanced downward to her well-rounded breasts, which were moving with her quickened breathing beneath the thin muslin of her dress. Lady Amberley began to pour the tea from a silver tea-urn into Wedgwood china cups, and Madeline rose to her feet to hand them around. Madeline and Alexandra went strolling in the rose arbour after the guests had left. The day was still sunny and warm. The air was heavy with the perfumes of many flowers, and made drowsy by the droning of insects and the humming of bees. "We grew up in close association with several of our neighbours," Madeline explained. "We were never made to feel as if we belonged to a race apart merely because we were from Amberley and had titles to our names." "Then you must have grown up with many friends," Alexandra said. "That would have been pleasant, and enemies," Madeline said with a grin. "I never was popular with the boys because I always wanted to do whatever Dom was doing, and it was usually something forbidden or something deemed unsuitable for girls. Dominic and I were forever squabbling about the matter at home, though he would never criticise me in public. But surely you were not allowed to play with the boys anyway," Alexandra said. Madeline looked at her with a smile. "But of course," she said, "there were no rules. Only what we children imposed upon ourselves, or upon those weaker than ourselves. Children are inveterate bullies, you know." "I was never allowed playmates," Alexandra said. "The rector's children would have been considered suitable, perhaps, but they were all boys." "None?" Madeline said. "What a sad little girl you must have been. You were doubtless very happy when the time came to go away to school." "I was kept at home," Alexandra said, with a governess. Papa could never find a school of whose rules and moral principles he sufficiently approved. Madeline gazed at her in some horror. "You have never had friends," she said. "How perfectly dreadful! What one does not have, one does not miss," Alexandra said. "And I had James." "Your brother stayed at home too?" Madeline asked. "No." Alexandra reached out to cup a dark red rosebud between her fingers and bent over it to smell its fragrance. "He went to school and to university for 2 years. He did not finish there. He would not go back after— well, something happened to upset him, and he did not go back. He has always been my closest friend." Madeline could think of nothing to say. It seemed unimaginable to her that anyone would be able to make a friend of the silent and morose Mr. Purnell. But if one had no choice, and if one had never had a true friend, she supposed that it might be possible. "You are a very good rider," she said, changing the subject. "I thought for a minute this morning that you were going to catch up to Dominic, and he is the best rider in our family." "Riding has always been one of my main pleasures," Alexandra said. "I enjoyed the gallop this morning, though I should not have done so. It was always strictly forbidden at home." "I could see that Dominic was enjoying your company," Madeline said. "Perhaps I should not say this, but he was disappointed, you know, when you refused him in London, and even more disturbed when he heard that you had accepted Edmund. I think he is still not happy about your betrothal." "It has been altogether an embarrassing situation," Alexandra said after some hesitation. "Both of your brothers were placed in a nasty predicament. I have done what seems best under the circumstances." "I believe Dominic has a tenderer for you," Madeline said. She flushed at her own lie. "It is strange, but we have never heard Edmund say that he planned to marry. I think he might have turned into one of those men who are devoted to their homes and duties and never take a wife." She wished she had not started this particular speech. "Perhaps we should be thankful that he is to marry after all." Alexandra said nothing, but her pace had increased. She was walking in the direction of the house, no longer showing interest in the flowers around her. Madeline bit her lip and hurried to catch up. No one had ever said she was good at intrigue. She had meant to make subtle hints. Instead, she had been quite bluntly insulting. She had almost told Alexandra that Edmund did not want her, and it was Edmund to whom she was engaged. Damnation take her twin, Madeline thought in most unladylike language. In future, let him do his own wooing and his own lying. It was quite nonsensical to think of him married to Alexandra anyway. "Not a quite such an angle, Nanny." Alexandra frowned as she felt the feather of her riding hat brush against her neck. "It is intended to be worn straight on the top of my head." "Not so, lovey," Nanny Ray said, surveying her charge's mirrored image over the top of her spectacles. "Hats are meant to be worn somewhere on the head, but no one ever said they were to be worn at the exact centre. Ladies' hats are meant to look fetching. This one looks fetching worn at an angle, a jaunty angle." Alexandra laughed despite herself. "But I do not wish to look fetching or jaunty," she said. "I want to look correct, Nanny." "Correct!" Her nurse sniffed and moved the hat up an inch on Alexandra's head. "With such a handsome lord as yours, and a kind man too, lovey, it is time you started to think about more than being correct." Lord Amberley had stopped Nanny the day before as she was about to disappear down the servants' stairs. He had asked her if she found all to her comfort at Amberley Court, and if there was anything he could do for her that might make her feel more at home. Nanny had answered in the affirmative to the first question, and in the negative to the second, bobbed a curtsy and made her escape. But she had been wholly enslaved by his blue eyes and his kindly smile. Alexandra wandered to the window of her bedchamber after Nanny Ray had left. She buttoned her velvet riding jacket to the chin, glancing at the clear blue sky as she did so. She sighed. If only Nanny knew how much more she had thought about in the past 2 days than just doing what was correct. She was to go riding northward through the valley with Lord Amberley, just the two of them alone. She had been very reluctant to accept the invitation when she knew that James was going with Sir Cedric Harvey up onto the Western Hills to see the view from the top of the cliffs, that Lord Eden and Lady Madeline were going visiting, and that Lady Amberley and Mamma were driving into the village of Abbotsford to call on the rector. She had not wanted to ride alone with his lordship, but James had not been his usual sympathetic self when she had appealed to him. He had told her that she must begin to accustom herself to the company of the man she had chosen to marry, and even Mamma had considered it quite unexceptionable for her to ride alone with her betrothed on his own land, so go she must. But she did not look forward to doing so, and there was the social gathering at the Courtneys to look forward to that evening. She would meet an unknown number of Lord Amberley's neighbours and acquaintances. Her betrothal and coming marriage were becoming quite horrifyingly real to her. She felt as if a net were closing around her. She should not have come. She had thought more than once. Not to his home. Even her awareness of the foolishness of the thought did not amuse her. She had to come to his home sooner or later. Of course, until she had arrived at Amberley, she had not known what Edmund's home meant to him. Home to her had always meant a house where she lived in relative seclusion, according to prescribed rules. It had been the anchor of her existence, the place where she knew she was being trained for the real life ahead of her, the life of the Duchess of Petterley. Amberley was different, very different, even after more than a month spent in London. Alexandra had not realised just how very different her life had been from that of most other people around her. Now she was beginning to realise it. Amberley was a place of happiness, a place where everyone seemed free to say and do whatever he or she wanted. It was a place of unashamed beauty, a place where love was important, and it was not the sort of love that she had been given. It was a warm and free love in which censure seemed to play very little part. Amberley was a place of friendship, a place where one could be invited to dine with a mere tenant farmer and accept that invitation without any sense of either outrage or great condescension. It was a place where a child from the schoolroom could ride with his elders and talk freely with them, a place where children were free to play with those of lesser social status, and where boys were free to mingle with girls, where girls were sent to school so that they might befriend other girls, not withheld for fear that they might become contaminated by those of looser morals. It was a place where people did things together for enjoyment, not in order to judge one another. She had been persuaded the evening before by Sir Cedric to go down to the music-room to play the pianoforte, not to give a recital to a silent and critical audience, but to accompany his singing. "Will you oblige me by coming, Miss Purnell?" he had asked when everyone else was still drinking tea in the drawing-room after dinner. "You play the pianoforte. I have been told, and I love to sing. Perhaps this will be my only chance to have you as an accompanist in future. You may wish to make all sorts of excuses in order to avoid the pleasure." "How very unfair you are being to yourself, Cedric," Lady Amberley had said with a laugh. "You know very well that I always come to listen to you from choice. He has a lovely baritone voice, Alexandra, as you will hear for yourself. I shall come along too. Would you care to join us, Lady Beckworth?" It had ended up with them all going downstairs except James and Lord Eden, who had gone walking up into the hills, and it had been a relaxed evening in which everyone had been willing to play or sing, talent notwithstanding. And Lord Amberley had talent, she had discovered. He had played a short Bach fugue that had held her spellbound for a few minutes, and Amberley was a place where people touched and showed open affection. Alexandra fingered the feather of her hat as it curled around her ear. She was staring sightlessly from the window. She had forgotten entirely that Lord Amberley might already be awaiting her downstairs. Yes, she was very strange indeed, quite out of tune with her world, and not at all sure whether she wanted to try to fit in, or whether she would deliberately hold herself apart from it all. What would it have been like to grow up in such a place, with parents and grandparents who loved her unconditionally, as Lord Amberley had put it? Parents who did not make her feel that their love and the love of God must be earned and could easily be forfeited by a selfish or thoughtless deed. What would it have been like to have had friends with whom to play, in whom to confide? She had been fortunate to have James. She loved him dearly, and had convinced herself for years that he was the only friend she needed. But James was 5 years older than she. and James had been away so much during her own childhood and girlhood. What would it be like to feel free to chatter when there were older people in her company, and free to offer her opinions in the presence of gentlemen? Free to smile and to dress her hair and her person in order to draw the admiring glances of the people around her? Free to touch and be touched, free to show affection, and free even to kiss. She did have some of those freedoms, she supposed. She was 21 years old, and she was betrothed to a gentleman who wished her to behave as his sister behaved, and as Miss Courtenay had behaved the afternoon before. She could be free of her father's world and become a part of her husband's. And yet freedom was a relative term. She thought rather bitterly, turning sharply from the window as she realized that she had been daydreaming there altogether too long. Would she be able to call herself free in a marriage that had not been of her own choosing? And would she ever be able to be free in the way Lady Madeline was free, or Anna? She had no practice, no training in such an attitude to life. They turned their horses heads up into the valley away from the sea. They soon passed the lawns and the orchard, and the one small sheep pasture that was not upon the plateau above. Then the trees that covered the hillsides closed in around them, reaching almost to the banks of the river, and brought with them that sense of peace and seclusion that Lord Amberley valued most about his home. He had always loved this part of the valley more than the wider, more open reaches farther down, and the sea. Here he could ride or walk, think or read, or merely drink in the beauties of nature around him. He could be alone with himself, alone with God, perhaps. He had deliberately brought Alexandra here on their first outing together. There were many places he could have taken her, even if he did not wish to repeat the route she had taken the morning before. He could have taken her to call upon his aunt and uncle or any of his neighbours. He could have taken her to see the view from the cliffs, as Sir Cedric was doing with her brother, or into the village, or to half a dozen other places. But he had decided to take her to the place that meant most to him after the house itself. The temptation was to keep her at arm's length, to keep her on the outer fringes of his life, to keep private to himself the important things of his world. It was a very strong temptation, especially when, try as he would, he could not feel any closeness to his betrothed. It was not that he did not like her. He could not get close enough even to know if he liked her. She was unknowable, and the temptation was to keep himself equally aloof from her. But he would not do it. They must marry, and he could not keep his wife on the outer reaches of his life. He must keep persevering in trying to draw her into his heart. He had tried the day before, but he was not at all sure that she had had any powerful feelings about the house, except perhaps for the library and his grandmother's salon. She had appeared to be affected by that. He had ruined the occasion, of course, by rushing his fences and kissing her long before she was ready for any such intimacy. If she ever would be ready, he was beginning to have serious doubts on the matter. But he must try again. He must try to begin some sort of friendship with her. He must begin to trust her enough to open his innermost life to her. "This is my favourite part of all my land," he said. "I come here often. It is quiet," she said, "and quite lovely." He smiled at her. "It is good to have a quiet place to escape to, is it not?" he said. "Did you have somewhere at home?" "Only the moors," she said, "and only if James was at home. I was never allowed to ride or walk alone. And it was never the same to take a maid or a groom with me. Being female is sometimes hard, is it not?" he said. "Here you will have much greater freedom, Alex. There are many private places on my land where you may go and no one will be any the wiser. You need not always be followed around by a servant or even by me. There is one place especially where you may wish to come. I will show it to you later." Lord Amberley grimaced inwardly. He had not intended to be quite so rash. He had meant to open his life to her. Did he have to reveal his very soul? No one but he knew of that particular place. "What would you have done?" she asked abruptly, turning to look at him with her dark eyes, which could look so intense on occasion, "if you had not been obliged to marry me?" He smiled and shrugged. "I probably would have drifted on," he said, For how long? She asked. Forever, for a few years? Would you have married eventually? Would you have continued your friendship with Mrs. Borden? Or perhaps you still do? I'm sorry. I'm being unpardonably ill-mannered. Please disregard my questions, my lord. On the contrary, he said, you have every right to ask them, and to demand answers. I'm sorry you know of Eunice Borden. Does the knowledge give you pain? I would be foolish to allow it to, she said, staring straight ahead. Wives are supposed to ignore such matters, are they not? Pretend they do not even know? I would expect my wife to be furious to the point of violence, he said. Fortunately, she would never have cause. Never, Alex. Eunice is part of my past, not part of my present or my future. She is a perfectly respectable lady who just happened to do me the honour of being my mistress for a year. In your morality, it probably seems impossible for a lady to be both respectable and a man's mistress, but it is possible, believe me. I will not dismiss her by saying that she is a creature of no account. I respect her deeply, but she is in my past nevertheless, by her insistence as well as by my choice. He watched Alexandra swallow and flush, and continue to stare straight ahead. It was impossible to tell if she was satisfied with his explanation. Perhaps in her moral world it was shocking, indeed, to discover that one's betrothed had been bedding another woman for longer than a year. Would you like to get down and walk? He asked. The horses will be very happy to graze here, I am sure, and on foot we can climb a little way into the hills. There are some magnificent views from up there that I would like you to see. Yes, she said, that would be lovely. He found again when he lifted her down from her side saddle, as he had the morning before, that her body was far lighter and more shapely than it looked. Her upright bearing and disciplined movements distracted the eye from her very feminine form. He was careful to hold her away from his own body as she descended, and to release his hold on her slim waist as soon as her feet touched the ground. The weather is very warm, he said. Would you be more comfortable if you removed your jacket and your hat? He smiled apologetically down at her when he saw her stiffen and flush. I'm hoping you will say yes, so that I may remove my own. He did not know for several moments how she would respond. She was clearly engaged in a mental battle between inclination. It really was a very hot afternoon, and the strictness of a narrow upbringing. Yes, she said, it is very warm, and warmer in the valley here, he said, sheltered from any breeze that may be blowing. He unbuttoned his own coat and removed it with a sigh of relief. The air felt almost cool against the loose linen sleeves of his shirt. He hooked the coat over the branch of a tree above his head. She was wearing a pale green silk blouse beneath her darker green velvet jacket. Despite its loose fit, its high collar and long sleeves, it seemed to emphasize her shape more than the tighter, more revealing gowns that she wore indoors. She had firm, generous breasts. She was struggling with the pins that held her hat to her hair. "May I help?" he asked. "This one will not seem to move," she said, exasperated. Her head was bent forward, both arms raised above it. "Here, let me," he said, and was instantly reminded of another occasion when his hands had fumbled at the back of her head to remove a gag. The pin finally came away, and she took the feathered hat away with one hand, but his clumsy efforts had also pulled loose some of her hairpins. One side of her hair came cascading down from its smooth chignon to curl about her shoulder and over her breast. She looked up at him, startled and blushing. Lord Amberley took a hasty step backward. She looked quite vividly lovely. He felt a totally unexpected stab of desire for her. "I do beg your pardon," he said. "I'm afraid I am no lady's maid. When Nanny Ray pins on a hat," she said in some confusion, gathering the long hair in her hands and twisting it up behind her head again, "she puts it on to stay." She stooped down to pick up 2 offending hairpins from the grass at her feet. In 1 minute her hair looked even more severe than before, though not quite as sleek. Her shoulders were back and her chin high. Lord Amberley, hanging her jacket over a branch next to his and wedging her hat into an angle from where it was unlikely to fall, was left to wonder if he imagined the voluptuous woman who had stood before him a minute before. Alexandra Purnell was untouchable again and quite in command of herself. They walked beside the river for a while. It flowed along in its narrow bed almost without sound. Unseen birds sang in the trees. The grass was thick and springy underfoot, the smell of it heavy with summer. Alexandra consciously kept her chin up and her shoulders back, imposing calm on her mind, drawing on the peace of her surroundings. The gently moving air felt warm and pleasant against the thin silk of her blouse and against her hair. If only she were walking alone or with James or even with Lord Eden, she would be feeling thoroughly happy. There must not be a lovelier place on earth, but she was not alone. She was with her betrothed, who had shown her nothing but kindness and courtesy since she had known him, and who had trapped her into this situation. She was alone with a man with whom she did not know at all how to deal. She had been so very embarrassed a few minutes before. Even the suggestion that she remove her jacket and hat had unsettled her. She did not know why. Indoors she wore clothes that were far thinner and that covered far less of her than her blouse did. Perhaps it was the whole idea of removing part of her clothing in his presence. She had been strongly reminded of how very inadequately clothed she had been when he first saw her, and as if that had not been enough, he had had to help her with the stubborn hat pin. She had felt almost as if she must swoon with his arms at either side of her face, his hands on her head, her forehead almost touching the folds of his neckcloth, and then her hair had come down as the final mortification. Papa felt very strongly about a woman's hair being confined at the back or top of her head. She could remember only one occasion since she had started to wear it up at the age of 16, when she had appeared in her father's presence with it down. She had arrived home in the rain after a ride with James, and had tied her damp hair loosely at her neck in order to come downstairs for tea. She had received a thundering scold in front of everyone, including the butler and a footman who had brought in the tea-tray, and sent back upstairs without her tea. She had spent the rest of the day, and all of the following one there too. She had been 17 at the time. She had felt as humiliated to have Lord Amberley see her with her hair all down around her as if her blouse had come off with her jacket. She had felt naked and defenceless, and she had not failed to notice how he had stepped back in embarrassment, though he had been courteous enough to take the blame and to apologize for being so clumsy. "Do you feel up to a climb?" Lord Amberley asked. "If we go up a little way here, I can show you a splendid view back from the valley to the house." "Yes," she said, looking up the wooded incline to her right. It did not look impossibly steep. She would have liked to gather her velvet skirt in her hands and run up the hill.
"Let me help you,"
he said as they began to climb. It was really not necessary. The trees were more widely spaced than they appeared to be from below, and the ground between them was quite firm. But he took her hand in his nevertheless, lacing his fingers intimately between hers, those long sensitive fingers that rather disturbed her.
"This is a good test of fitness, is it not?"
he said a few minutes later with a grin. He was a little breathless.
"Are you all right, Alex?"
"Yes," she said. She was considerably more out of breath than he, and thankful finally for the support of his strong hand. "Ah, here we are," he said. "You will be able to sit and rest in one moment." The trees thinned out before them into a small grassy clearing. They resumed a little higher up. "I should have brought my coat with me for you to sit on," he said. "I wish I had thought of it. But look first, Alex. Before you sit down, what do you think?" He had released his hold of her hand. He set his hands lightly on her shoulders now and turned her to look down the slope over the tree-tops and along the valley. Her breath almost caught in her throat. It had to be, yes, it had to be the loveliest scene on earth. She had not realized that they had climbed quite so high. The valley beneath them looked almost like a green rug, its greenness broken only by the blue hairline of the river and by the grey stone house and its outbuildings and gardens in the distance. The blue haze on the far horizon must be the sea. "It is lovely," she said. His hands tightened on her shoulders for one moment before he released her. "Will you ruin your skirt, do you think, if you sit down for a few minutes?" he asked. She looked back to him. She had wanted to stand and gaze for considerably longer. "I think not, my lord," she said, and lowered herself to the grass. She clasped her knees as he sat beside her. She could still see down to the house in the distance, but had lost the total perspective of the valley below them and the path of the river. There was silence for a few minutes. "Alex," he said at last, "we should get to know each other. Do you not agree? We are to be married. I do not know you at all. I rode beside you yesterday morning, and you commented that the house was lovely. I showed you the inside of the house in the afternoon, and you said it was lovely. We rode in the valley earlier, and you said it was lovely. I have brought you up here to show you the view, and you think it lovely. I feel rather as if I am pounding away at a very strong shield. Who is Alexandra Purnell?" She tightened her grasp of her knees and gazed rigidly down toward his house. "I am sorry," she said. "I did not know I had offended you. I have not meant to do so. I have felt that all this is lovely. I have felt it deeply. I did not realize that the word was inadequate. And now I have hurt you," he said quietly. "I am so inadequate to all this," she said, her voice almost angry. "You and your family, you seem always able to express your feelings freely. I cannot do so, not in speech. I have been taught to contain my feelings. I cannot change now just because suddenly the circumstances of my life have changed. I cannot suddenly become like Lady Madeline or Lady Amberley or Anna. If I say something is lovely, I feel that it is so. I cannot express rapture. I do not know the spoken words. Pardon me," he said gently. "I have committed the error of believing that only I feel any frustration at our relationship, but yours, I see, is equal to mine, and probably worse. As my wife, you will be expected to live in my world and adjust to it. And my world is so very different from what you know. It is unfair, is it not?" "Yes," she said abruptly, and pushed herself to her feet. She continued to look down into the valley. She breathed in lungfuls of the warm, fragrant air to calm herself. "I have read that poem, the one about Tintern Abbey. And read it and read it. It says everything that can be said and felt, does it not? I can never do as well. Oh, never. But it is at least possible to express feelings in the written word. In speech the words will not come." "You write?" he asked. "Oh." She turned to him. "Only to relieve my feelings, only to express thoughts that I cannot share. I do not even pretend that what I produce is literature. I am sorry," he said, "for flaring up at you just now, Alex. I seem always to be apologizing to you, do I not? I find you so difficult to come to know. And yet, the more I am with you, the more I see there is to know. Forgive me." She shrugged and turned away from him. "I know so little," she said. "I have had no experience in communicating with others." "I know," he said. "Would you rather go back now? Or will you come to see the place I told you about earlier? Forgive me, Alex, please. I have not meant to upset you, just as I did not yesterday afternoon. I hoped that we could get to know each other better this afternoon, become friends, perhaps." She turned toward him reluctantly. "I would like to see the other place," she said. "Is it close by? Is it as lovely as this?" She shrugged and half smiled at her choice of word. "Yes, it is close," he said. "It is rather different from this. It was a stone hut built into the side of the hill at some undetermined time in the past for some undetermined reason. I used to think it was once a gamekeeper's hut," he said. "But why would it have been built so high up? Was it a hermitage, perhaps, when the old house was first built, or when the old monastery still stood at the other side of the valley? I like to think so, but no one now living seems to know for sure. Indeed, no one seemed even to know it existed when I first discovered it as a boy, and everyone else seems to have forgotten about its existence since. Perhaps it would seem absurd to everyone but me that it is almost the most important spot on this earth to me." It was very different from the clearing they had just left. The treetops around them were just too high to allow a view into the valley. All that was visible around were the tops of trees behind them, and stretching below and climbing the hillside opposite, and the sky above them. But Alexandra knew immediately what he meant. There was total seclusion, total peace here. She stopped herself from saying that it was lovely. "Come," he said, pulling open the heavy wooden door of the stone hut and stepping inside. He had lit a candle by the time she reached the doorway. There was a roughly carved table and bench inside, and a bed of straw with a folded blanket against one wall. Against the other was another bench piled with books and papers, quill pens and an inkwell. "It is my hermitage," he said, looking at her with an expression that was not quite a smile. He looked uncertain. "Sometimes I escape here for an hour or two. Sometimes I even spend a night here. At such times I usually invent some story about business taking me from home." "Does anyone know?" she asked. "Anyone else?" "No," he said. "I have never told anyone but you." Alexandra turned away and stepped back out into the sunlit clearing. Why had he told her? Why had he brought her here and shown her? Was it so important to him that he befriend her? And yet he did not wish to marry her. His sister had told her that the day before, but she would have known anyway. He had not answered her question about whether he would ever have married or not, and he had spoken with warm affection about the mistress he had been forced to give up because of her. He had just admitted to great frustration at her terrible reticence. He was making such a great effort for her sake. Did she not owe him something in return? She owed him something, some vulnerability. "You must be ready for tea," he said from behind her. His voice sounded weary. She spun around to face him. "Thank you," she said curtly. "Thank you, Edmund." But the words sounded angry, as if she resented the web of obligation he was weaving around her, and she did not want to sound angry. Perhaps he understood. He smiled, his blue eyes kindly again. "You are to be my wife, Alex," he said. "I do not believe a husband and wife should have secrets from each other." "I will not come back here," she said hurriedly. "This is your place. It will remain so. I will never intrude," he continued to smile. "Don't make a promise," he said. "Promises are so very binding on honourable people. Everything I have will be yours, dear, including this if you ever need it." She felt her breath quickening as she looked at him, at his thick, dark hair, his smiling blue eyes, the broadness of his shoulders and chest so very obvious beneath the linen of his shirt. She thought she would faint, but she owed him something. "Kiss me again," she said impulsively. Her eyes widened as she heard the words come from her mouth, and her heart began to thump in her throat. He set his hands on her shoulders and lowered his head. His blue eyes searched hers. She closed her eyes. His mouth touched hers lightly, his lips slightly parted, as they had been the day before. She held her steady, waiting tensely for the moment when he would release her, and she would be free again. But when she found herself a few moments later gazing into his eyes, a mere few inches from her own, noting their questioning expression, she knew that it was not enough after all. She had allowed something, but had given nothing, and she wanted to give something. She could not resist the need to give. She lifted her hands to his sides and grasped the warm linen of his shirt. She raised her mouth to his and moved toward him as he bent his head to her again. She touched the strong muscles of his chest with her breasts, those of his thighs with her own, and she deliberately abandoned the aloofness that always kept her apart from others, private and contained within herself. At some time over the next minutes, how many, she took fire. At some time she allowed his tongue to part her lips, and opened her mouth to its more intimate penetration. At some time she allowed his hands to pull loose her hairpins, so that her hair cascaded all around them. At some time she allowed those same hands to pull her blouse free from the band of her skirt and move beneath it, and up along the thin silk of her shift. And at some time she felt the thickness of his hair and the firmness of his shoulders, and pulled loose his own shirt so that her hands could caress the rippling muscles of his back. When he raised his head again, she knew from the body pressed to her own, with a knowledge that had never been taught her, that she was desired. And she saw it in his face, in the heavy-lidded, dreamy blue eyes that looked into her, far beyond her eyes. There was a moment of choice, a moment during which she knew she was on the brink of an experience that would forever change her, forever decide the course of her life. a moment during which she wanted and wanted to pass beyond that brink, to give herself, to lose herself, to end the newly conceived struggle to assert herself, a moment only. And then she panicked. When she came to herself, she was almost at the bottom of the hill, the trees thinning before her, the river already in sight. The sobbing sounds that had finally penetrated her hearing were coming from her own throat. Lord Amberley was coming down behind her. She knew, though he had called her name only once, when she had first broken away from him and begun to run blindly downhill. She slowed her pace when she reached the bottom and began to walk in the direction of the horses, which she could see quite a distance downstream. She pushed her blouse back inside her skirt with frenzied hands. "Alex," Lord Amberley said, coming up beside her and looking searchingly at her. He did not say anything more. Alexandra averted her face. "It was all my fault, not yours," she said. "This will not work at all. You do not wish to marry me, and I do not wish to marry you. We have both somehow been trapped into this, and I think we both resent it. If I marry you, I will be forever stranded in a world in which I can never be comfortable. And if you marry me, you will be forever miserable. I cannot give you the love and affection and spontaneity that you want of me. I am incapable of changing, and I don't want to change. I must go away from here. I cannot marry you, Alex," he said, touching her arm briefly, but not leaving his hand there. "You were quite overwrought. I don't know if I owe you an apology or not. We were both involved in that embrace, but I should not have allowed it to get out of hand as it did. I have more experience than you. I should have known that you would take fright. I did not intend to allow matters to progress quite so far." She was trying to confine her hair on top of her head again without any hairpins with which to do it. "Here," he said, holding out a few in the palm of his hand. "I retrieved these, Alex. Please don't do anything hasty. Allow yourself to calm down completely. Give yourself a day or two. Breaking off our betrothal would have terrible repercussions for you, I believe. And you know what has just happened is not so terrible, really. You're upset because this has never happened to you before. But passion between a man and a woman is not an ugly thing. Between two who are to be husband and wife it is even desirable. Is it not? I suppose it has happened to you 1,000 times, she said, jabbing at her head with the one remaining hairpin and reaching for her hat. And I am just one more victim to be seduced. That is not fair, he said quietly. You know, there was no seduction, Alex. And no, I am not familiar with passion. It is not an element of all relationships, you know. No, I do not know, she said, rounding on him, her face flushed, her hair untidy. And I do not wish to know. I want nothing to do with you, my lord, nothing at all. I want to be myself. I cannot marry you. And you cannot be yourself and my wife at the same time, you think? He asked. No, she said. No, I can't. I must leave. I will talk to Mama and James. Alex, he said, standing in front of the horses, so that she had no choice but to look at him. Please don't be rash. Please don't. I'm sorry for what happened. I should have known better. But you need me. I know that at the moment you think that any life would be preferable to being with me, but give yourself time to be sure that that is right. Weigh the alternatives. I know I am not the man you would have chosen for yourself, but you need my protection, and I will give it willingly, Alex. And I will try to give you room so that you may grow accustomed to this life, which is so strange to you. Please do not act on impulse today or even tomorrow. Promise me you will wait for a few days at least. She looked at him, her eyes stormy. Oh yes, she said, I will promise. We both know that I cannot break this engagement, and we both know that I am being thoroughly unfair to you right now. And we both know that I need you, that I cannot function as a member of our society without you. You have my promise, Edmund. He closed his eyes briefly, and she could see him draw a deep breath. I am sorry for your bitterness, Alex, he said, and sorry that you are so upset. Let me help you into the saddle again. We will go home in search of tea. She rode the distance back to the house, her chin high, and blanked her mind. She must be calm before they got back, and she must hope that no one would see her dishevelled state She tried to forget that Lord Amberley was riding silently, just half a length behind her. "Da-dum-dum, da-dum-dum," Maid Lane sang, grabbing her twin around the waist and attempting to twirl him into a dance. "We are going to waltz again tonight, Dom, and skip and hop and reel. Is not life wonderful? Are you trying to tip me down the stair?" her brother asked, shaking off her hands and resuming the absorbing task of straightening out his lace cuffs over the backs of his hands. "This is not the time or place to trip the light, fantastic mad. Wouldn't I make an elegant descent to the hall if I went tumbling head over ears down the whole marble flight? Especially since I would rush shrieking behind you," she said, giggling. "Come then, Dom, since you and I have emerged from our dressing rooms at identical moments, let me take your arm and we shall descend with all sedate dignity." But as they began to do so, she struck up with "Da-dum-dum, da-dum-dum" again. Descending the stairs to the hall below, in time to the waltz tune, she hummed none too musically. "What has put you in such high spirits?" Lord Eden asked, hauling back ungraciously on her arm. The prospect of dancing in Courtney's crowded parlour, the anticipation of dancing with Howard Courtney. She laughed gaily. "Howard is so very earnest and so very faithful," she said. "It just is not kind to make fun. I shall dance with him once, you will see. But those officers, Dom, I know we saw them only from a distance this afternoon, but how very splendid they looked. Why is a gentleman in a uniform so totally irresistible? Imagine them out of a uniform in 20 years' time, when the wars are long over," her brother said unsympathetically. "You have to live with a man, not a uniform. If you marry him, mad." "You are so unromantic," she said with a mock sigh. "Besides," he said, "if you love a military uniform so much, why do you almost collapse in a fit of the vapours every time I mention donning one myself?" "Oh, don't start that now," she said. "I positively refuse to talk about anything even remotely serious for the next 12 hours at the very least, and I am not planning to marry any of these officers. Silly, just dance with them, and perhaps flirt with them ever so little." She giggled. "And probably be head over ears in love with at least one of them by tomorrow morning," he said. "You see, we are not the first down after all, Mad. Sir Cedric, James Purnell, and Lord Amberley were in conversation together. Alexandra was talking with Lady Amberley. Only Lady Beckworth was still not downstairs. "The carriages are ready," Lord Amberley said. "Perhaps you would like to start on your way, Dominic, with Madeline and Alex and Mr. Purnell. The rest of us will follow immediately." Madeline smiled and took Alexandra's arm. "You and I will exercise a lady's right and sit facing the horses, Alexandra," she said. "It is not quite fair, is it? But men have so many privileges that are not available to us that we must take what we can." She felt embarrassed about her attempt of the day before to further her twin's schemes to save his older brother from the fate of having to marry Alexandra. She had told Dominic earlier that she would have no more part in his plans. She was going to do her best to make a friend of Alexandra, whichever brother she ended up marrying. Madeline chattered determinedly throughout the journey. Dominic could be trusted to do his part, of course, and she found Alexandra surprisingly easy to talk with when they were alone together, but Mr. Purnell made her thoroughly uncomfortable. It seemed to be inevitable that she be thrown into his company quite frequently at the house, but she felt his disapproval. He seemed so often to be looking at her from those intense and hostile dark eyes. Her high spirits over the evening to come were partly relief at the prospect of having other young men to look at and talk to and dance with, other young men who would perhaps admire her. Madeline was used to being made much of, though she would admit that at the age of 22 she must expect admiration to begin to wane. One of these days she was going to meet the man she could really love, and then she was going to get contentedly married. Farmhouse was rather a misnomer for the solid red brick house that Mr. Courtney had built 20 years before. It was no mansion. It would have been lost if set beside Amberley Court. Nevertheless, it was an imposing building, quite comfortably large for a family of 7. Mr. Courtney was a tenant farmer, but one who was very comfortably well off, more so than many a landowner. The greatest delight of his heart, and of his wife's, was to have guests. If they could entertain anyone from the hall, their cup of joy was full. On this occasion, when 8 people from the hall sat down with them for a dinner of 5 full courses, their cup almost literally ran over. Certainly the quantities of food would scarce fit on the sideboard or on the plates of the guests. The parlour had never been dignified with the name of drawing-room. It might have been, being large enough to serve as a quite respectably sized ballroom on this occasion, as it had on others. But Mr. Courtenay had a strong sense of his own place on the social scale. His wealth he would enjoy, but he had no pretensions to gentility in his own mind and vocabulary. He was still a farmer, his house a farmhouse, and his main room of entertainment a parlour. If he did have an ambition to reach beyond his status, it was to see his daughter well married. He had no wish to see such beauty and refinement wasted on another farmer such as he. Miss Courtenay was seated beside Mr. Purnell during dinner, and blushed and chattered her way through the meal, even though she drew only polite response from him. By the end of dinner she had somehow got him to reserve the opening dance with her. Since the second dance was to be a waltz, and Lord Eden had solicited her hand for that the day before, she was entirely happy. Madeline continued gay, despite the fact that she had Mr. Howard Courtenay seated beside her at dinner. She really did not dislike Howard. She would be quite happy to sit beside him and talk to him, and dance with him too, if he did not persist in looking at her with worshipful eyes and making stilted, worshipful speeches. She had told him 4 years before, and several times since, that she could think of him only as a childhood playmate and not as anything else. But nothing seemed to have changed. She might have been able to feel anger against him if he were not such a thoroughly likeable person. He looked a great deal like his father. Indeed, he seemed to be getting more portly every time she saw him. He had his father's geniality too, without his blustering joviality. But Madeline refused to have her spirits lowered. All the other near neighbours were to come for the dancing too, including Sir Peregrine Lampman, who had always paid her such lavish compliments until he had married a woman 10 years older than he 2 years before. Since then his manner had been distant. She suspected that Lady Grace Lampman was a tyrant, and there was Mr. Watson, the handsome poet-farmer, whom Susan considered too old for herself, and, of course, her uncle and aunt and Walter. And there were the officers from the regiment stationed outside Abbotsford. Surely one or both of them would be handsome. One could not be an officer and not be handsome. It was strictly forbidden. The younger Miss Stanhope was to play the pianoforte for the dancing, and the third, Courtenay's son, the violin. Not very impressive when one was used to London balls during the season, as Mrs. Courtenay had pointed out to her guests at dinner, with apologetic voice and flapping hands. But a dance is a dance, Madeline reflected, brightening considerably when 2 officers in full regimentals entered the parlour, and Mr. Courtenay proceeded to present them to all the company already assembled. The one in front, the tall one, was extremely handsome, and the other was quite passably good-looking. Captain Forbes immediately solicited her hand for the first waltz, Lieutenant Jennings for the second. Captain Forbes was the very handsome one. James Purcell had his dance with Miss Courtenay. She was a harmless, empty-headed little girl who had been made much of by doting parents and admiring older brothers, and who had ambitions to marry into the gentry. She might succeed, too. She was pretty enough and vivacious enough, and who was he to say that she would not make some gentleman a good wife? The chances were that she had learned many household skills from her mother. There was a time when he might have been attracted to her himself. He had been drawn to pretty, vivacious females. Such days were over. He had discovered through hard experience that almost all individuals and all ways of life had their hypocrisy, their evil. Everyone, it seemed, was self-serving. It had become impossible to trust anyone. There was no such thing as innocence and selflessness and honour. Almost no such thing. There was Alex, of course, his 21-year-old sister, who had never been given the chance to live. And having had all faith in humanity and all chance for happiness cut from his own life, he had come almost to live for his sister. She must be happy. There was a gentleness and a goodness in Alex, and a beauty of character that had been totally repressed behind the mask of feminine virtue put there through long years of harsh discipline by their father. There was a passion for life in Alex that he suspected, though no one else did, he guessed, especially not Alex herself. Purnell stood and watched the dancers after the opening set was over. Fortunately, this dance was different from most London balls in that there were more gentlemen than ladies. The necessity to lead out some poor little wallflower and save her from humiliation was not present tonight. If only he could be sure that Amberley was the one who could bring Alex to life. But of course, it was not enough that she be simply brought to life. She needed to live in a world worthy of her, and experience had taught him that there was no such world. If only there were, if only he could see Alex happy, then he could finally break away himself and go in search of he knew not what. Could he ever find meaning? Could he ever forget? And could he ever throw off the training of years that had made him a person who could not communicate easily with others, or relax, or laugh, or talk about trivialities? And did he want to be such a person anyway? He had rejected, with bitter hatred, the world of his childhood, the values of his father. But had he ever found a world or values to replace them? Was he looking for the impossible? Was Lady Madeline right when she had asked if it was from himself he wished to escape? He found himself watching Lady Madeline reign, as he did so often, without ever intending to do so. She personified so much that he yearned for and despised. She was wealthy, privileged, beautiful. She appeared always to be happy. Was it an intrinsic part of her nature to be so, or had life never tested her? Would she crumble if she were called upon to suffer or to live with oppression, as Alex had done for 21 years? She was waltzing now with one of the officers from the regiment stationed close by, and glancing up at him, her green eyes laughing into his, her short fair curls shining in the candlelight. She was flirting with him. They made a handsome couple. Why did he dislike the girl? She was harmless. Indeed, she tried her best, it seemed, to be friendly to Alex, and even to converse with him. She was sunny-natured. Was it her fault that she had had all her life what he wanted more than anything for his sister? Did he dislike her, perhaps because she revealed his own inadequacies to him? Would he like to be that officer, to be able to smile at her like that and talk as easily and as flirtatiously? Would he like to evoke that response in her instead of the discomfort and dislike he sensed when she was forced into his company? No, he wanted nothing to do with the likes of Lady Madeline Rain. It was a weak and shallow woman like her who had caused his soul to be torn from him. If he ever took a woman again, it would be an entirely different sort. A woman who would cater to his needs and never want anything for herself. A stupid notion, of course. He would want no such woman. Was he his father all over again? He looked abruptly away from Madeline to find that the eldest Courtney son was also gazing at her, an almost comical look of unrequited love on his face. He had not looked like that a moment ago, surely. But no, there was nothing of love in his feelings for the woman. He would like to bed her. That was all. He would like to have her beneath him. To show her that a physical encounter between a man and a woman was a great deal more real and raw than the romantic, flirtatious encounter that her manner suggested she expected.
Good God, he thought, appalled at himself. He wanted to hurt her.
Is one permitted to walk in the garden for fresh air? He asked Howard Courtney. Howard seemed quite happy to have his train of thought broken. He grinned broadly.
I'll join you if I may, sir,
he said. I don't suppose you would care to see our hogs. The boar won a prize at the fair last week. I think I would be quite delighted to see your hogs, Purnell said with a wry smile, provided we can do so without having to bring the smell of the pens back inside with us again later. Lord Eden was waltzing with Susan and thoroughly enjoying the sensation of holding her small, very shapely form. He held her at arm's length, of course, as propriety demanded, but the Courtney parlour was not excessively large, and there were 12 couples twirling about it, not to mention a few other people sitting or standing around the edge of the floor, which had been cleared for the dancing. Under the circumstances, there was more than one opportunity to draw his partner close enough that they almost touched. I would not have believed it, Susan, he said, smiling down at her bright, pretty face. What has happened to the little girl I knew but 2 years ago? "She has grown up, my lord," she said, sweeping him a look from under her lashes. "Are you sorry?" "Yes, indeed I am," he said, winning for himself what he had hoped for, a direct and questioning look from those large hazel eyes. "The little girl used to call me Dominic. It seems unseemly still to do so," she said, blushing prettily. "I am a woman now." "Oh, and so I had noticed, Susan," he said. "But come, I want to hear you say my name." "You are unkind to bully me," she said, and raised eyes shining with unshed tears to his interested gaze. "Gentlemen all seem to think that they can tease me because I am female and may not fight back." "Susan," he said, gentle concern in his voice, "I did not mean to tease. I certainly did not intend to bully. Come, I will make no more demands of you. You may call me what you will, smile at me, and tell me you forgive me." "Of course I forgive you," she said. "It really is excessively hot in here." She raised appealing eyes to his. "Then I will take you somewhere where it is cooler," he said, outside. "I really should not," she said, "but perhaps just outside the door." Just outside the door proved to be a rather dark stretch of lawn on the opposite side of the house from all the farm buildings. And Lord Eden walked for all of 10 minutes. The girl's slim arm drawn through his, her voice a whisper close to his ear. He spent the whole time in some discomfort, resisting the urge to steal a kiss. The trouble was that she was just the type of female that he found most irresistible. She made him feel large and protective, and older than his years. But she had almost wept at his familiarity in suggesting that she call him by his name. She would either have the vapours or deal him a stinging slap to the cheek if he tried to kiss her. And besides, he was not free to indulge in a flirtation with Susan Courtenay or any other female, appealing or otherwise. He had pledged himself to marrying his brother's betrothed, and he must not put off the siege indefinitely, or those two would be married and Edmund would be doomed to a life sentence indeed. "Shall we go back inside?" he suggested, hugging Susan's arm closer to his side for a moment. "I would hate for you to catch a chill." "I suppose so," she said wistfully. "It is so pleasant out here I could walk for an hour. I think perhaps your mamma would be displeased with me if I kept you out here any longer," he said gently. She raised large eyes to his in the darkness. "Other people do love to gossip," she admitted. "Yes, take me back inside, my lord. I know that you would not do anything unbecoming a gentleman, but they may not know that." Lord Eden squeezed her hand and restrained himself with great difficulty from proving her judgment of him quite wrong. Alexandra found herself unaffectedly the centre of attraction, being newly betrothed to the Earl of Amberley. It was a novel experience for her to find her hand solicited for every dance. She even found herself relaxing far more than she ever had in company, warmed by the unpretentious friendliness of her fiancé's neighbours and relatives. It was a great relief to have this dinner and dance to attend. She did not know how she would have endured an evening at home. How would she have talked with her betrothed? Looked at him? She had been able to avoid both under the circumstances. And it seemed that he too had avoided her, sitting close to Sir Cedric during tea and talking about sheep and crops while his mother had drawn her into conversation, sending her to the Courtenays in a different coach from the one in which he travelled, leading Mrs. Courtenay in to dinner, and choosing dancing partners other than herself. She did not look forward to the one waltz he had reserved with her later. Alexandra had the uncomfortable feeling that she had behaved very badly that afternoon. As a gesture of some openness, she had asked Lord Amberley to kiss her. Yet when he had done so, she had blamed him and accused him of trying to seduce her. How very unfair she had been. He had been quite right about that. And she had told him she would not marry him. She had been prepared in her embarrassment and shame to break off their engagement and go rushing away from Amberley. Where had she envisaged going back to Papa? Fortunately, Lord Amberley had kept a cooler head than she and had persuaded her to promise not to make a decision for 2 or 3 days. And she would have to back down, of course. It was just one further humiliation to know that he had been more sensible than she. Even apart from that, though, there was all the embarrassment of remembering what had happened to cause her hysteria. She had expected a kiss like that of the day before, and indeed that was what she had got. It would have ended there had she not chosen to invite more. What had happened then seemed very unreal to her mind. Her life had been almost totally without powerful physical sensations. The clandestine gallops on the moor with James were the greatest physical exhilaration she had ever known. There was nothing with which to compare her embrace with the Earl of Amberley. It had been an experience so very carnal that the mind had not been part of it at all. She had been all need, all aching, panting need to touch, to explore and to be touched, to be possessed. She had wanted him closer, much closer. She supposed she must have wanted that which she knew happened in the marriage bed, but she had never thought of that before in terms of need or desire, and she could not now. She was repelled by the memory of her own mindless longing. She could not resist stealing surreptitious glances at the Earl all evening, recalling that it was with him she had done such things. It was his naked flesh she had felt beneath her hands, his hands that had been beneath her blouse, even beneath her shift, his mouth and his tongue that had so ravished her own, his body that had pressed so intimately against hers. It was almost beyond belief. In his formal evening wear, he looked so remote from her, so refined, so handsome. Alexandra shivered and felt the heat of the parlour close around her. "May I have the honour, ma'am?" The very dashing Captain Forbes was bowing before her, hand extended, his white teeth flashing in the candlelight. Miss Stanhope was pressing single notes on the pianoforte while Colin Courtney tuned his violin again. 2 sets were forming for a country dance. Alexandra smiled and placed her hand in the captain's. Lord Eden was breathless at the end of the same vigorous country dance. He had spent precious breath laughing at the elder Miss Stanhope, who had declared when he had asked her to be his partner that she had not danced in 10 years, but that she would accept anyway and proceed to prove to all who cared to watch that she could keep up to any of the young people. But she had a disconcerting and amusing way of shrieking when he twirled her down the set at the conclusion of each pattern. Consequently, Lord Eden had twirled her harder each time. "I shall be able to boast to the rector tomorrow and for the next month that I danced tonight with the most handsome and dashing gentleman in the county," she said, patting him on the sleeve, when he had returned her to her seat at the end of the set. "That is, if I ever recover enough breath to live through the night." The normally prim Miss Stanhope giggled like a girl. Her cap was slightly askew on her crimped curls. Lord Eden made a suitably gallant reply and looked about him for Alexandra. She had also made one of his set with Captain Forbes, and had looked quite handsome with her cheeks flushed, and one lock of hair worked loose from her chignon, and curling down onto her shoulder. He made his way across the room to her. "Shall we go in search of a drink, Miss Pornell?" he asked. "There is a bowl of punch in the dining-room, I believe, and some lemonade." "Lemonade, please," she said gratefully. He took her arm. "I thought that Miss Letitia Stanhope's fingers would fly off her hands at any moment," he said. "She was playing the pianoforte so fast, and poor Colin Courtney looked more as if he were trying to saw through the strings of his violin than to play it." She laughed with genuine amusement. "Don't be unkind," she said. "I must admit to enjoying this dance far more than I liked any of the grand balls I attended in London. There speaks a true country miss," he said. "You have a good point, you know. The friendliness of a small gathering like this is worth a great deal, is it not?" "It is all so new to me," she said. "Would you care to walk outside for a few minutes?" he asked. "I believe it is quite proper to do so. The garden is small, and it seems to me there must be some other people outside already." "The fresh air would be pleasant," she admitted, and put her arm in his again after he had taken her empty glass and returned it to a tray. There were indeed a few people strolling on the lawn where he had walked earlier with Susan. "Are you really enjoying this part of the world, Miss Purnell?" Lord Eden asked, when they were strolling across a different lawn past small flower beds. "I like it very well," she said. "Everyone has been kind." "Did Edmund take you riding in the valley this afternoon?" he asked. "That is always his favourite direction for a ride. Edmund is something of a lone wolf, you know." He is truly good-natured and generous and takes his responsibilities very seriously. But I believe he is never so happy as when he is alone with his books or with his trees or his thoughts." Alexandra did not reply. They had reached a stile leading into the farmyard. The country smells of animals and manure were around them. "I will take you up on the hill to see the view from the cliffs tomorrow if you wish," he said. "That direction is more to my taste. One feels caught up in the wildness of nature. It is always windy on the cliff tops, you know. One realizes in such a place how vast the world is and how full of possibilities for excitement and adventure." "That is what you dream of?" she asked, turning to look up into his eager face. "James is somewhat the same. He would like to travel to other lands, though I do not believe he knows quite what he would do when he got there." "Oh, I do know," he said, "though I will probably never achieve my ambition. I want to be part of England's army. I want to fight against the French. I want to go to Spain." "You wish to serve your country," she said. "That is a noble ambition, my lord, though a dangerous one. Why can you not do it?" "I had 2 uncles who died years ago," he said, "both in the same campaign. Can you imagine such rotten bad luck? They were Mamma's brothers. My mother is a very sensible and placid lady, but she closes up like a clam whenever I even hint at going myself. I have never had the courage to press the point. It is hard to go against one's parents," she said. "We are all brought up to respect their superior knowledge and wisdom. But it is harder for a man, I think. I know James has found it harder to be obedient to Papa." "Has he?" he said. "Then I can sympathize. Though my mother would not stop me if I told her that it is what I want more than anything in life. She would even see to it that she did not shed a tear when I went away. But can I do it? That is the question. Can I do that to her, knowing that I may never come back? What do you think, Miss Purnell? There are so many considerations to weigh," she said. "Love and duty to your mother, loyalty to your country, your own need to commit yourself to a cause. What does your brother say?" He smiled down at her. "Edmund doesn't," he said. "Edmund believes firmly that everyone has the right and the duty to make his own decisions about his life. Though I do know that he will support me in anything I decide, but I do not need his permission. You know, although he is the head of the family, I am of age and I have my own fortune." "Then you must do what is right," she said. "But the decision will be difficult because sometimes all the thought and reflection in the world will not reveal clearly what is right and what wrong. You must pray about it and have faith that your decision will be the right one." He continued to smile and reached out with his hand to cover hers as it rested on the stile. "I admire you, Miss Purnell," he said. "You can advise me to pray while looking me straight in the eye, and I would wager that you are not even blushing. Most of us go faithfully to church every Sunday, and yet are far too shy to mention any part of our religion outside that hour. Are we not strange?" "Yes," she said. "Religion has always been so much a part of my everyday life that I did not realize that I would embarrass you by what I said. I believe I am the strange one, though. I have realized during the past few weeks that I am strange." "No," he said, "just different. I like you, Miss Purnell. You are not at all silly or frivolous or flirtatious as other females are."
Oh, dear.
She smiled fleetingly. "I'm not sure that that is a compliment." His hand closed over hers and lifted it to his lips. "It was meant as a compliment," he said. "Will you marry me, Miss Purnell? I shall buy a commission in the army and fight for England and for you. You will be my inspiration, for you are a strong person. I would be proud to fight and have you to come home to. Will you please say yes?" He looked down eagerly into her dark eyes, shaded by the night around them. "I am betrothed to your brother," she said calmly. "But you will not be happy with him," he said. "With him you will never be quite sure that your marriage is not one of convenience only. You do feel that doubt already, do you not? With me you need not feel that way. I would be proud to have you as my wife." She turned away from the stile to face him. Her hand was still in his. "I cannot believe you would continue to feel so," she said, her voice more agitated than it had been. "Although you may believe so at this moment, But if you only knew how you tempt me, if only you knew how very weary I feel and how unsure of myself today." She leaned tensely closer to him. "Will you?" But she was not to complete the request, whatever it was to have been. Both of them became aware of voices approaching from the other side of the stile. Both had been unaware of James Purnell and Howard Courtney coming toward them across the farmyard. Lord Eden, releasing Alexandra's hand and turning toward the approaching pair, was surprised to hear Purnell laughing and talking amiably to his companion before he became aware of them standing at the stile. "Let me guess," Lord Eden said, raising his voice. "You have been showing Mr. Purnell your prize boar, Courtney, and you're supposed to be inside dancing with the ladies." Howard Courtney was grinning as he came up to the stile. "Your guess is right, your lordship," he said. "And as I saw it, there were not enough ladies for everyone to dance with inside anyway. That will be Mamma's and Susan's idea of a successful dance. Mr. Courtney put fresh straw on the ground for me to stand on, and would not let me touch a single animal, Alex." James Purnell said, unaccustomed amusement in his voice, "With luck, no one will know I have been in the barn and the pig pen." He exchanged a grin with his sister under the interested gaze of Lord Eden. "Is there a waltz soon? Will you dance with me?" "I am engaged to dance the next waltz with Lord Amberley," she said. She turned back to Lord Eden. "Thank you for bringing me outside for some fresh air, my lord. Shall we go in again?" He offered his arm and leaned close to her ear as the other two men moved on ahead of them. "I shall take you up onto the cliffs tomorrow," he said. "We will talk further." Lord Amberley was relieved to find that his betrothed was being so well received in the neighbourhood. He had expected as much, of course, but it was gratifying to see it happen. And on this of all days, the ladies had all talked to Alexandra. Most of the gentlemen had danced with her, and those who had not already done so had reserved sets with her later in the evening, or at least made themselves pleasant to her. He thought she was pleased. At least he thought she had recovered some of her composure. He would not have expected her still to look distraught, of course, but he would have known if she was still upset. Her back would have been very straight, her chin high, her manner quite aloof. As it was, she smiled and talked. She looked rather lovely, dressed in blue, and the time had come for his waltz. He had hesitated about reserving it with her. She would undoubtedly be happier away from him for the rest of the day at least. But it was their first appearance in public among his neighbours. They must be seen together. He bowed to Lady Lampman and smiled at Alexandra, with whom she spoke. "This is my waltz, I believe, my dear," he said. "Are you enjoying the evening, Lady Lampman?" "Oh, exceedingly," she replied, her eyes searching the room for her husband, who was talking to a group of men in the doorway. "It is pleasant to have more company once again, my lord, now that you have returned to Amberley." He inclined his head in acknowledgment of the compliment, and reached out a hand for Alexandra's. "Miss Stanhope and Colin are about to begin again," he said. "They are to be greatly commended for providing such spirited music. Shall we give them our compliments at the end of the dance, Alex?" "Yes," she said. He noticed that she did not look up into his face. They danced in silence for a while, the thumping of the pianoforte and the scraping of the violin, the high-spirited voices and giggles of the young, and the rumbling conversations of the not-so-young closing in about them. Lord Amberley felt the smallness of his partner's waist beneath his hand, and looked down at the shining smoothness of her hair. He watched her dark lashes fan her cheeks, and he marvelled anew at the passion he had unleashed in her that afternoon. It had been so totally unexpected. Had he been better prepared, perhaps he could have guarded against what had happened. As it was, he had kissed her even more tentatively than he had the day before, and noted that she neither flinched nor withdrew. He had wanted more. He had wanted to put his arms around her and kiss her somewhat more lingeringly. He had asked her with his eyes if he might, and she had signalled yes. And then he had simply lost his head. He was ashamed to remember now how the unexpected touch of her very shapely body against his full length had inflamed him, and how he had used his expertise to open and invade her mouth, and to get his hands beneath her clothing. He had not touched her breasts only because she had had them pressed against him. He had behaved like a boy with his first woman. Within a very few minutes he had allowed himself to become fully aroused, so that his only thought before she panicked had been to lay her down, lift her skirt, and find his ease in her. He had been totally, shamefully selfish. It was true that she had been hot and aroused in his arms, as ready as he for full intimacy until she had taken fright. But he had known that she was a total innocent, that his kiss the day before had doubtless been her first. He had had no business rushing her into such a very hot and raw embrace, even though she had led the way. She had not known where they were going. He was deeply ashamed of himself, and he could not blame her for the things she had said afterward. He only hoped for her sake that he could salvage their betrothal. "I would have to say you are the belle of the ball, Alex," he said. "I am glad I had the forethought to reserve this dance at the start of the evening." "I like your neighbours," she said. "They are kind people." "Yes," he said. "I am fortunate. I would like to take you to meet some of the other people of the neighbourhood, Alex. Some of my labourers. Most of them live in the village. I know they will be agog to meet you and talk to you. I have always maintained a close relationship with them. I refuse to see them as non-entities who do my work for me." "That will be pleasant," she said. "Tomorrow morning?" he asked. "I have promised to ride out to the cliffs with Lord Eden," she said. "Ah," he said, "you will enjoy that, Alex. All the power of God is there. You will know what I mean when you get there. I must visit my people alone tomorrow, then. I have not had a chance to visit most of the families since I returned from London. Perhaps you can accompany me some other day?" "Yes, perhaps," she said. He felt disappointed. He had never looked for company in any of his self-imposed estate tasks, though both his mother and Madeline frequently visited his labourers, especially if there were any sickness or a birth among them. He wanted to take Alex. He wanted her to be interested in his life. He looked down at her, hesitating, not knowing if he should refer to the afternoon or not. "Are you feeling better?" he asked at last very quietly. "Have you recovered, Alex?" "It was all my fault," she said, looking hurriedly up at him and away again. "You did no more than I asked. I was foolish. You must think me very silly." "No," he said, "definitely not that, Alex. Am I forgiven, then?" "There is nothing to forgive," she said. There was a short pause, during which she darted another look up at him. "I would rather pretend none of it happened. Please let us forget." "It is forgotten," he said, bending his head closer to hers. "Your happiness and comfort are my only concern, Alex, now and always." The music had stopped almost without their realizing the fact. Mr. Courtenay suddenly clapped Lord Amberley on the shoulder at the same moment as his hearty voice boomed out at them. "I was just saying to Mrs. Courtenay," he said, "how wonderful it is to see young love, my lord, if you will pardon me the familiarity. All the exertions of an evening of dancing, and still too intent on exchanging sweet nothings to hear the call to supper." His hearty laughter was joined by that of those people still left in the room. Lord Amberley smiled ruefully at Alexandra. "Shall we talk to Miss Stanhope and Colin while we may?" he asked. "Yes," she said, her smile somewhat strained. Lord Amberley was sitting in the breakfast-room the following morning, conversing with Sir Cedric and waiting for Alexandra to come down. He hoped to have time to show her the gallery, and perhaps even the chapel before she went, riding with Dominic and Madeline. Madeline had decided the night before to join the expedition to the cliffs, as had James Purnell. Sir Cedric Harvey spent a month of each summer at Amberley Court, and had done so for many years. He had been a close friend of the former Earl, and had kept up the friendship with his widow. He spent the months of the season in London, as did she. Lord Amberley often wondered why the two of them had not married. His mother was not yet 50 years old, and she was still a strikingly good-looking woman. Sir Cedric was no more than a year or two older. He was a widower of long standing, his wife having died of consumption after only 3 years of marriage. He was a distinguished-looking man, though his silver hair made him appear somewhat older than his years. But they had never married or shown any signs of a romantic attachment, though they undoubtedly shared a firm friendship and an affection for each other. His mother, of course, had been deeply in love with his father and almost inconsolable in her grief for the first year or more after his death. Sir Cedric took with him wherever he went a miniature of the wife he had lost when she was barely 20 years old. Perhaps one loved like that only once in a lifetime, Lord Amberley reflected. "Don't let me keep you if you have business to attend to," Sir Cedric said at last, noticing that his companion had finished his breakfast. "I shall wait for your mamma and Lady Beckworth, as I have promised to accompany them into Abbotsford this morning. Ah, the idle life, Edmund! There is a great deal to be said in its favour." "No, you are not keeping me," Lord Amberley said. "I'm going to stay until Alex comes down in the hope that there will be time to take her to the gallery before she goes riding." "Oh, but Miss Pornell is in the music-room," Sir Cedric said. "I heard someone playing when I returned from an early morning walk, and looked in to see who it was. She looked most self-conscious, so I withdrew immediately. I always know when someone prefers to be alone, and she did not even invite me to remain and sing." Lord Amberley laughed and rose to his feet. "I shall leave you then," he said, "if you do not mind. Perhaps she will still be there." She was. He could hear the muted tones of the pianoforte from the hall. He hesitated outside the door for a moment before turning and going into the library instead. He did not wish to disturb her if she really did need some time to herself. But for all his wish not to eavesdrop, he found that the sounds of the instrument in the next room drew him to the door that adjoined the two rooms. He stood and listened, trying to identify the tune she played. It was intricate, haunting, indescribably sweet and romantic. Whatever it was something he had never heard before. He could not even guess at the composer. He knocked at the door when the music came to an end and opened it. She had risen to her feet already and was standing beside the pianoforte, the colour high in her cheeks. "I do beg your pardon," she said. "Am I disturbing you?" "What was it?" he asked. "I heard the end of what you were playing, Alex. It was beautiful, but I cannot identify it." "Oh, it was nothing," she said, shrugging and looking embarrassed. "I was just letting out my feelings." He stared at her. "You mean that it was your own composition?" he asked. "Yes," she said. "It was nothing." "I was carried away by the beauty of it," he said. "Have you composed other music too?" "I play for myself when I am alone," she said. "I really do not know what I play." "You mean you have never written any of it down?" he asked. "No, I could not," she said. "Words are difficult enough. I struggle to express in written words what my feelings are. I could not possibly do it with music." She was very uncomfortable. Her cheeks were still flushed. Her eyes were on his neckcloth. She was twisting her hands together. "Forgive me," he said. "I have told you that you may escape here and be alone. I did not purposely eavesdrop. I merely waited until you had finished before coming in to ask if you would like to see the gallery before you ride." "Is there time?" she asked. He smiled. "Madeline is not the earliest of risers after a late night," he said. "I would guess that we have plenty of time." "Then I would like to," she said. "You have said that the room is your favourite?" "Yes, in a way," he said. "It contains all the family portraits. We were extremely fortunate that the old house did not have an impressive gallery. As a result, all the family portraits were kept in the town house and so escaped the fire." She took his arm, and Lord Amberley looked down at her curiously. What more was there to discover about his betrothed? There was the outward, disciplined, serious, dispassionate woman, beyond whom the world was not meant to see. At the start, despite that first encounter with her, he had assumed that there was nothing else, but he had discovered since her beauty, her exuberance, her deep love of beauty, her creative talent, her passion. And yet he felt that he still did not know her. He was still not comfortable with her, or she with him. And yet he was becoming more and more convinced that she was worth the challenge, that he had, quite by accident, won himself a priceless prize for a bride. Madeline was sitting in lone state in the breakfast-room, when her twin found her there a little while later. "Well, Sleeping Beauty," he said, "you were too busy dreaming of officers and scarlet uniforms, I suppose, to think about waking up in good time for a mere ride." "Don't tease at this hour of the morning, Dom," she said. "You know, I am not at my best until my brain has been awake for at least an hour. Do I have to go on that dreadful ride?" "Dreadful ride," he said. "You have always liked the cliffs, Mad." "But I don't like the company," she said. "It really is not fair, Dom, that every time you decide to accompany Alexandra anywhere, I'm expected to join you with Mr. Purnell." "Well, you must admit," he said, "that I would never get anywhere with Miss Purnell if I were obliged to entertain the two of them together, and you have nothing better to do." "How do you know that?" she asked. "Captain Forbes and Lieutenant Jennings said they might call sometime today." Lord Eden grinned. "Ah, I might have guessed as much," he said. "Which one are you in love with, Mad? Or are you in love with both?" "Don't be horrid," she said. "And what about you, Dom? You seemed much taken with Susan last night. Is she replacing Miss Carstairs in your heart?" His grin faded. "Be serious," he said. "I'm going to marry Miss Purnell, Mad. I asked her last night, and I don't think she was going to say no. We were interrupted by Howard and her brother." "Oh, Dom," she said, her coffee cup clattered back into its saucer. "Are you still planning that? It is all wrong, you know. It seemed all very well a few days ago before she arrived. But can you not see the impossibility of it now? She is formally betrothed to Edmund. Everyone knows she was presented to everyone here last night as his future bride. What would happen now if you were to take her away from him? Edmund would be the laughing-stock, and you would be in disgrace. The scandals surrounding Alexandra would be redoubled. I doubt that Edmund would receive you ever again. And besides, Dom, you would be very unhappy married to Alexandra. She is not right for you." "There I think you're wrong," Lord Eden said. "She is a very sensible and understanding female, Mad, and she is not near as sober as she seems to be on first acquaintance. I think it altogether possible that I will grow to love her." "Oh, Dom," she said. He flashed her a grin. "I saw you waltzing with Purnell twice last night," he said. "Perhaps we can have that double wedding after all, Mad." "What an appalling thought," she said. "I mean, both weddings. I danced with him, a second time, only because Mr. Courtney took hold of my hand before the last waltz, placed it in Mr. Purnell's, and declared that he simply must see us dance together once more. Sometimes his lack of conduct is quite mortifying. I could tell that Mr. Purnell was as delighted as I was. He spoke scarce a word the whole time. 'Well,' he said, 'you must keep him talking this morning. Will you, Mad? I need some time alone with Miss Purnell.' She sighed. "'Keep him talking about what?' she asked. "'Do you have any ideas, Dom? I used up all of mine long ago.' He got to his feet. "'Will you be ready soon?' he asked. "'It's not going to take you half an hour to have your hair done or something like that, is it?' 20 minutes, she promised. "'Go away, Dom. You are interfering with my digestion.' But it wasn't Dominic who was making her toast taste like wood, she thought with a sigh as he left the room. It was the prospect of riding with Mr. Purnell. She had been surprised the evening before when he had asked her to waltz with him. She had expected that he would be as relieved as she to find himself free of the necessity of being in close company with her for an evening. She had accepted, but she had refused to have her evening spoiled, or at least she had tried to refuse. She had smiled up at him as gaily as if he had been one of the officers. It had been difficult to keep that smile in place after a few minutes. He had looked directly down at her from those dark, unfathomable eyes of his, and not responded to her smile, though he had made some effort at polite conversation. She had been suffocatingly aware of him, of his tall, lean body, his dark, intense eyes, that lock of dark hair that seemed always to find its way across his forehead, no matter how many times he pushed it back. Madeline usually liked to feel aware of the gentleman with whom she danced. It made her feel more feminine to be held by an attractive man and to sense the pull of that attraction. She also liked to be kissed, and had several times allowed a favoured gentleman a taste of her lips. But the excitement of such moments had always been light, flirtatious, exhilarating. She felt none of those things with James Purnell. He was very attractive, probably more so than any other man she had ever known, but the attraction she felt was not a pleasant feeling. It was not the sort of feeling that caused her to bubble over with high spirits and excitement. She could not imagine being kissed by him in the harmless way of other gentlemen during brief stolen moments, in an alcove or a shaded place in a garden. Indeed, the thought of being kissed by James Purnell made Madeline's stomach lurch and her knees weaken, but not in pleasurable anticipation. He would not be gentle with a woman, she sensed. He would not be content with mild flirtation. It would be a dangerous game indeed to allow him close to her, and the thought was not exciting in any way. At least, not in any pleasurable way. She was afraid of Mr. Purnell. He was from an alien world. She would not be able to control him as she had easily been able to control all the gentlemen who had had a part in her life for the past several years. "Are you enjoying the dancing?" she had asked brightly. "I think it is quite splendid, even though we have only a small room in which to twirl, and only a pianoforte and a violin to supply the music. And an abundance of men to admire you," he had said. She had laughed. "Do they? How very flattering. You thrive on it, don't you?" he had said. "Hearts galore to capture and bruise. And to break and throw away," she had said, with a gay laugh. "Tomorrow I will find more and begin all over again. Perhaps someone will return the compliment one of these days," he had said. Something had been burning behind his eyes, and it was only as she had smiled into them that she had realized that he was serious. And it was at the same moment that she had realized just how very afraid of him she was. "You are serious," she had said, her smile frozen in place. "You think me heartless? You think I break hearts?" She had felt anger rise in her. "Name one, sir. One heart I have broken." "Howard Courtney's," he had said without hesitation. "Howard," she had said. "Howard was a childhood playmate. He knows that I do not return his regard. Am I to blame if he still sighs over me? You behave toward him and speak to him as if he were a slightly amusing toy," he had said. "Is he worth no more merely because he is the son of a tenant farmer of your brother's and one of your rejected flirts?" She had been speechless with anger and with the need to defend herself. But the music had come to an abrupt end, and she had been given no opportunity to do so. By the time they were forced into company together for another waltz, the moment had passed. His contempt was hidden behind his usual taciturnity. Her anger had turned her to ice. They had said almost nothing to each other. If he looked at her out of his dark eyes, she did not know it. She looked and smiled at everyone in the room except her partner, and now she must ride with him, talk with him, keep him somewhat apart from Dominic and Alexandra. How could she? What could she say? How could she be civil? Madeline sighed and pushed back her chair. There was no point in postponing the evil moment. She supposed Alexandra would have known without having to be told that the gallery was Lord Amberley's favourite room in the house. There was, of course, the extraordinary beauty of the room. It extended the full width of the south wing, one wall almost entirely consisting of tall windows. The ceiling and frieze were painted with delicate gold-leaf filigreed patterns, yet there was nothing to distract the mind long from the portraits that hung there. And it was clearly these portraits that were the centre of his home. They represented Lord Amberley's family, and his family obviously was very central to his life. Alexandra felt almost like an intruder as she listened to the pride and affection in his voice and looked at the painted faces of strangers. This was the family of which she was to become a part. It was strange, she thought, that when one became betrothed to someone, one imagined that only two people were concerned in the contract. And then one became aware that many other people were also involved, the immediate families, aunts and uncles, neighbours, and even the dead. She would become part of this family when she wed Lord Amberley, part of this rich heritage. Why was it that she had always been almost unaware of her own heritage? Her parents had never talked about their ancestors. She had never known any family members beyond them and James, except for Aunt Deirdre and Albert and Caroline family. Tradition, the past, had seemed not to matter in her home. Only the Bible and the moral laws. Only doing what was right and avoiding what was evil. "These are my grandparents," Lord Amberley said, pausing before 2 life-size portraits. "They are very like, though both were considerably older when I knew them." The grandmother who had loved him as a child and aided and abetted him when he played truant from the nursery. Alexandra looked with curiosity at the stern, handsome lady in her tall, powdered wig and ball gown, with the wide, padded hips. If only she had had someone like that in her life, would it have made a difference? Would Papa have allowed a grandmother to help her break the rules of the house? She had never known her own grandparents. Her mother's parents had lived for many years after her birth, but their home had been in Berkshire, and they had never travelled the distance to Dunstable Hall. "Come to the windows," Lord Amberley said quietly from behind her. "Perhaps I have bored you with all my talk of people you have never known, Alex, but the view outside is splendid at least." It was only then that Alexandra realised that she had said almost nothing since they had entered the gallery. Her thoughts had been intensely private and rather painful. She had still been caught up in that private world that her music had taken her into, despite the embarrassment she had felt at being questioned by Lord Amberley and at knowing that she had been overheard. "Oh," she said, turning to him, "my silence does not indicate boredom. I like this room, Edmund, and I am fighting the urge to say it is lovely." She flashed him a smile. "I like to paint portraits. I am always fascinated by other people's attempts." He smiled as they crossed to the windows. "You can see where you rode 2 days ago," he said. "Not quite to the sea, but a long way down the valley. I always like the view of the hills from here. They seem to point to eternity. It always seems an appropriate setting for a family gallery." "That is the chapel?" she asked, pointing to a small building close to the house, but a little higher up the hill. "Yes," he said. "I don't think there is time to go there now, Alex, but I would like you to see it. It is very small and utterly peaceful. Is it not strange that some buildings can be filled with the presence of God?" "Is it used?" she asked. "It was every morning during my grandfather's and my father's time," he said. "The servants were required to drop whatever they were doing when the bell rang and assemble there for devotions. I dropped the custom 2 years after I succeeded to the title." "Why?" she asked. "Do you not feel a responsibility for the spiritual welfare of your servants?" "No," he said. "One's spiritual welfare is a personal matter. I could force my servants to come to chapel and behave devoutly. Would I be bringing them closer to God? I think it unlikely. I have made it known that anyone may use the chapel at any time, from myself on, down to the lowliest scullery maid. I have on occasion encountered a servant at prayer there." "Papa would not agree with you," she said. "And you?" he asked. "I don't know," she said. "For all my religious devotions and all the importance of religion to my life, I do not believe I have ever felt close to God, or really wished to be. I can never be worthy of God." "But of course not," he said. "He does not expect us to be. You must go into the chapel, Alex. Go alone. If there is daylight outside, you will see that you are among the hills. If not, then you can remind yourself that you will feel incredibly close to God, and you will realize that he is not a God of censure and vengeance. Those qualities are for men who habitually misunderstand God. God is love, nothing else, just simply that. It would not work," she said. "Love alone would not work. There would be chaos. Yes," he said, "there was the crucifixion, a chaotic end for a Messiah. But there was also the resurrection. Love triumphant, you see." It was a sweet, seductive theory, but far too simple to represent an absolute truth. Alexandra smiled ruefully and turned away from the window. "Madeline and Lord Eden and James will be waiting for me." She said, "Yes," he said, "I must not keep you from your ride. The sea will look splendid from the cliffs this morning in the sunlight." He led her back to the marble hall, where the 3 riders were indeed awaiting her. Talking to them were Howard Courtney and his sister. Howard bowed and looked awkward when he saw the Earl. "Howard has business here with Spiller, Edmund," Lord Eden said. "Susan was sent by Mrs. Courtenay to satisfy herself that the ladies have taken no harm from their exertions of last evening. We have prevailed upon her to come riding with us. I have already sent to the stables to have a horse saddled. Do you not envy Purnell and me? We are to have 3 ladies between the 2 of us. That is what I call fair odds." He grinned and looked thoroughly pleased with himself. "I could not possibly allow you such a triumph, Dom," his brother said with a laugh. "Give me 10 minutes, and I shall make a 6th. The village will not run away if I postpone my visit for 1 day, or even perhaps half a day." He smiled down at Alexandra. "I never expected any such outing, my lord," Susan said, looking up at Lord Eden with her large hazel eyes and glancing up under her lashes at James Purnell. "I expected everyone to be still abed. I would have been quite happy to take tea with the housekeeper while Howard was busy with the bailiff." "How glad I am that we had not already left," Lord Eden said, smiling dazzlingly at her. "I would have been out of all charity with Mrs. Oates if she had had you all to herself for the next hour. Howard, you may return home when your business is done. I shall see that Susan is returned safely to her mamma." Lord Eden quickly forgot any annoyance he might have felt at having his plans for a private talk with Alexandra thwarted. It was, after all, a beautiful summer's day, and he had a pretty girl riding at his side, protesting blushingly that she should have declined joining the outing because she was not properly dressed for it. He was able to assure her in all truth that she made a charming picture on horseback in her light muslin dress and straw bonnet. There was plenty of time to spend with Miss Purnell. He and Susan fell a little behind the others as they rode up the tree-shaded roadway on the western side of the valley. "Well, Susan," he said, "you were much in demand last night. I was disappointed to find it impossible to have a second dance with you." "All the gentlemen were most obliging," she said with a blush. "And will you tell me now that I do not have to compete with a uniform?" He asked with a grin. "I thought that Captain Forbes and Lieutenant Jennings would come to blows over who should lead you into the final set. The lieutenant is Baron Renfrew's brother," she said. "I was never more surprised in my life. Do you know him, my lord?" "Never heard of him," he said. "He said that I dance more gracefully than all the ladies at Almack's," she said, "but I think he was flattering me." "That cannot be true. I have not danced with all the ladies at Almack's," Lord Eden said. "But I tell you what, Susan, I have seen all the ladies at Almack's, and there is none prettier than you." "Oh," she said, looking at him sidelong beneath her lashes, "you are funning me. I am not a grand lady. My gowns are not as fashionable as Lady Madeline's, or my hair stylish. I am only the daughter of a farmer." "Well," he said, "all the breeding and dressmakers and hairdressers in the world cannot make a girl lovely, Susan. Nature takes care of that. And I would have to say that nature took very good care of you." She sighed. "How lovely it must be, though," she said, "to be able to be fashionable, to be able to go to Almack's, and to other assemblies where the really important people go." "They are vastly overrated entertainments, I assure you," he said. "I found last evening far more amusing than all the other balls I have attended this season." "Oh," she said, "I'm sure you are just saying that, my lord, in order to be chivalrous." "Not at all," he said. "You did not attend all those other balls, you see, Susan, but you were at last night's." He grinned at her. They reached the top of the hill. An area of coarse grass and stones stretched ahead of them, buffeted frequently by the strong salt breezes from the sea. Grazing sheep dotted the landscape for as far as the eye could see. Lord Eden smiled at his companion and urged his horse forward in order to catch up to the others. He was very tempted to flirt with Susan. She was all prettiness and big eyes and feminine frailty. It was so easy to flatter her and make her blush. He was intrigued by the changes 2 years had wrought in her. She had changed from a girl whom he had treated with indulgent condescension into a young woman whom he wanted to treat far differently. He would like to hold her in his arms and feel her soft curves against him. He would dearly like to kiss her. but he really must not indulge in anything more than the mild, teasing flattery that he had used on his 3 encounters with her in the past few days. For one thing, being a nobleman, and necessarily a gentleman of privilege, also limited a man's freedom. His brother had taken him aside when he was 18, and had begun to have a roving eye where females were concerned. One must choose with care the females with whom one intended to flirt, Edmund had said. It was cruel and ungentlemanly to set up hopes where one's intentions were not serious, and it was unthinkable to seduce any virtuous girl, no matter how low her birth. He must never assume that because he had rank and fortune he had a right to any woman who took his fancy. He had always heeded his brother's advice, and so girls like Susan were beyond his reach. When his need for a woman was strong, he always turned to those who were quite willing to oblige and who had no illusions about his intentions. He always paid handsomely for their services, but he had never set up a mistress. He had always been preoccupied with the latest love of his life and with dreams of marital bliss with her. It was a shame about Susan. It would be easy to draw her into a pleasant flirtation, he knew, but there was the other reason why he must not do so. He glanced ahead to where Miss Purnell was riding beside his brother, looking elegant, if not dazzling, in a brown riding habit and hat with a yellow feather. He found that he did not feel nearly so reluctant about marrying her as he had when he had first decided that he must relieve Edmund of the responsibility of making her respectable. He rather liked Miss Purnell. She was far different from his usual taste in women. It was true. He was habitually attracted to small, shy, pretty girls who made him feel protective. But Miss Purnell was not ugly. Far from it, in fact. When one really took a good look at her, one had to admit that she was decidedly handsome. She might even be beautiful if she would let herself be. She did not have that soft, helpless femininity that he was always drawn to, of course. She was dignified and self-possessed, yet he did not find her unattractive. He did not feel the need to protect her, but he did find his masculinity challenged by her. He had never thought of the army and marriage simultaneously as he had the evening before. If he had married any of the other girls he had loved, then of course he would have had to stay at home to take care of his wife. He could not have endangered her peace of mind by putting his own life in danger on a battlefield. But the night before it had suddenly seemed a splendid idea to marry Miss Purnell, buy a commission in the army, and sail off to Spain to win glory for his country and his wife. She was the sort of woman he would want to impress. She would spur him on to brave deeds. And she had seemed to understand the night before. She had wavered in her answer to his proposal. He would be able to win her, he was sure, and so he must put his youth behind him. He must not allow himself to be too much impressed by Susan's prettiness or give in to the pleasant possibility of a summer's flirtation. He smiled at her. "Do you like riding on the cliffs, Susan?" he asked. "I do not like to be close to the edge," she said. "I become quite dizzy in high places. Whenever we walk close, I always cling to Papa's arm or Howard's, and then I feel safe." "Don't worry," he said. "I see the others are all dismounting here. The horses will graze quite happily while we walk forward. Let me help you down. Then you shall take my arm and feel quite perfectly safe, I promise." "I hope I will not spoil your pleasure, my lord," she said anxiously. "I really do not want to go too close." She set her hands on his shoulders as he took her by the waist to lift her to the ground, but somehow she lost her grip, with the result that she swayed against him and slid along the length of him before her slippered feet finally touched the ground. She blushed hotly, and her long lashes fanned her cheeks, hiding her eyes completely from his view. "I do beg your pardon," he said, releasing his hold of her as she brushed down the skirt of her dress. "How clumsy of me! It was my fault, my lord," she said breathlessly, peeping up at him. "I was not quite ready." Lord Eden offered her his arm and regretted anew that she was as untouchable to him as a Vestal Virgin. He was having to make a concerted effort to control his breathing. Alexandra did not hold to anyone's arm as they approached the edge of the cliff. She was enjoying the almost bleak emptiness of their surroundings. The coarse grass underfoot, the fresh breeze from which they had been sheltered just a couple of minutes before. She was reminded of the moors, except that there was a salt tang to the air here. She felt exhilarated. She wanted to throw off her hat, spread out her arms to the wind, and run. And then she came to the crest of a slight rise of land, and her heart somersaulted inside her. The world fell away almost at her feet, and the sea sparkled far below and stretched to the dark blue horizon. The wind whipped her skirt against her legs. She drew in deep lungfuls of air and closed her eyes for a moment. She looked around for James so that she might share the moment with him. But it was Lord Amberley who stood at her shoulder. "It takes your breath away when you are not used to it, does it not?" he said. "Indeed, it does so, even when one knows what to expect. It is magnificent," she said, and turned back to gaze out over the sea and downward to the white line of the waves breaking against the beach far below. She could see the rock to which she and Lord Eden had raced 2 days before. She was grateful that Lord Amberley did not say anything. It was not the time for small talk. And to put into words what she felt was quite as impossible now as it had been the day before, when she had seen an equally magnificent, though quite different view from above the valley. "I think there is nothing as awe-inspiring as wild nature," she said, breaking the silence at last. "Tamed nature, gardens, can be appreciated with the senses. But this—" She drew in a deep breath again. "This one feels here." She placed a hand against her ribs. "It is too deep for words. It is almost an ache. Do you know what I mean?" "Yes," he said quietly. "Perfectly." She turned her head toward him after a minute more of silence. She smiled fleetingly. "I might also say that it is lovely," she said. He smiled back in some amusement. "You were quite right yesterday about the inadequacy of words," he said. "It was foolish and quite unreasonable of me to hope that you would respond to the places I love with the words I have never been able to find for myself. But then, I have never been called upon to do so. I am a very private person, as you may have realized, Alex. I have a close relationship with my family, but my deepest feelings I have never shared." She had been looking into his eyes, but they were so very blue in the sunlight, so very kindly, that awareness of his physical presence returned and broke the rare ease of their conversation. She turned sharply away. "Is the cliff quite sheer?" she asked. "Is it possible for it to be scaled?" "Oh, yes," he said, "though it is very dangerous to do so, especially in this particular place. I did it for the first time when I was 13 years old, with Peregrine Lampman. He is 2 years younger than I. It was strictly forbidden, of course. We would not have been caught except that Perry got stuck close to the top. He had made the mistake, I believe, of looking down, and then would not move up or down or sideways for all my cajoling. I had to run home for help. I felt like something of a hero until all the excitement was over, and Perry had been borne home by his father. I did not feel quite so heroic after a sound thrashing. I believe poor Perry suffered a like fate. He was grinning when she looked back at him. "Your parents must have been frantic with images of what might have happened," she said. "Oh, yes," he agreed. "I realized that even at the time I have always vowed that I will bring my sons here myself when they are of suitable age, and perhaps even my daughters too, if they are anything like Madeline, and supervise them on a climb. Perhaps that will destroy the lure of it as a forbidden activity." Papa would never handle a situation in that way, Alexandra thought. A forbidden activity was wrong, an offence against God as well as the moral laws. Supervising such an activity, merely because one knew it would be attempted anyway, was moral weakness. It merely taught children that wrongdoing is sometimes excusable. That was what Papa would say. He would approve of the thrashing. He would doubtless have added a week or more of confinement to the schoolroom or a bedchamber. She was not at all sure that Papa was right. She could almost picture the intense pleasure and sense of adventure and achievement Lord Amberley's children would derive from climbing the cliff with him, and such a shared activity would bring him closer to his children. There would be the bond of love between them, not of fear, They would be her children too. The thought caused a nasty lurching of her stomach and made her realise that she was still looking at her betrothed. She turned away to gaze down at the beach and the breakers again. "There is another way down," he said, a little farther along. He pointed to their left. "There is a fault in the rock that forms a quite effective and reasonably safe path. It makes for exciting exercise, though it is quite unappealing to children, of course." "May we go down?" she asked, turning to look at him with bright eyes. He looked surprised. "Now," he said, "when I said the path is safe, I perhaps exaggerated somewhat. It is not wide and it is steep. It has to be descended with great care." "I will be careful," she said. "May we go down?" She felt an almost urgent need to do so. She felt as she did on those occasions at home when she begged James to gallop across the moors with her, almost as if she would burst if she could not somehow give vent to pent-up energy. James had never needed much persuasion. Lord Amberley looked back searchingly into her eyes. "We would have to leave the horses up here," he said. "It is a walk of 3 miles at least, back to the house from the bottom of the cliff." "I will enjoy the walk," she said. He still seemed undecided. Then he smiled suddenly. "I will take you down there on one condition," he said. "You must hold firmly to my hand every step of the way." "Yes," she said, and she smiled openly at him in her eagerness. "We had better see if Dominic and your brother will take our horses back for us," he said, turning to look for the others. Lord Eden was standing a short distance away, farther back from the edge of the cliff, with Susan Courtney clinging with both hands to his arm. James Purnell and Madeline were strolling back toward them along the cliff top, side by side, not touching.